Hello and welcome to the Sun over a Flat Earth test. So we've currently got Christy and Robert Shortman with us, and we've had a few guests that have joined us just to test out their cameras and make sure that their mobile Wi-Fi signals are actually working. So the whole point of this actual hangout is just so that anybody who wants to join, I'm going to stick the actual connection to join the hangout in the link below. I'll do that in just a few moments. This hangout will be incredibly tedious. There'll be lots of protracted silences, so if you're looking for entertainment value, you're probably not going to find it here. All you're going to find is a place to test your camera and make sure that you can actually stand outside with it, point it at the sun, and share it with us on July the 3rd. So just to give you a rundown of what's happening on July the 3rd, there will be a series of Google Plus Hangouts running all day on the 3rd. So it won't necessarily just be me that run these Hangouts. So if you've been in touch with me, you should have had an email already. I know a few of you have joined before we went on air. Keep in touch. Keep testing your equipment. Keep in touch with the people who are actually running these Hangouts. Midweek, we will actually run another Hangout or Skype call to firm up who is going to be doing what, in what order, and how we'll hand the shows over to each other. So from that, I'm going to now start the very boring bit of the show, which is long protracted silences. But for the meantime, we've actually got Chris Steve from Take Back Space. So how you doing, Chris?
Hey. Just want to check in with you guys, as I said, and just offer some information if I can, if it's
Hi,
wanted
Chris.
and garnered. Yeah, so what I was talking about was a little bit of research I've been doing about the moon. I was chatting about it on my stream last night, and then basically 100 years ago, there was a lot more honesty in the debate. Very simply. Very simply put, there was just a lot more like honest speculation. People were talking about like ice on the moon, salt on the moon, magnesium, distances, potential artificiality of the moon, you know. And I know a lot of people have heard me say like I don't like to say like flat out statements like the moon is fake, space is water. I don't say things like that, but there is a debate to be had as to what's going on in the sky. So very interesting stuff to kind of go back and think about how they were talking about it, just in a little bit more of a respectful way, and to really kind of be able to speculate very broadly about the sun and the moon without facing ridicule, for example. But in order to do so, I think the way they were doing it was by being more studious about the research. And what I said right before we went live was just a little bit about how I'm going to start approaching my work, which is to get a little bit more organized and a little drier and less excited about how crazy beautiful space looks, and actually like take, for example, Aristarchus crater and film it every single time I go on stream, before and after stream, log that, log the position, log the lighting, make notes about it, make real notes, significant stuff that people can, that if I post, somebody will be able to really add to that. And so we can finally, because I think this research basically was like a baton that no one picked up in the race a whole bunch of years ago. I think Apollo did this thing where whether or not it was real, what happened was the entire debate became sullied with the fact that, oh, we've done this, it's done. We know everything there is to know about it, so let's not really look into it. And that, okay, so in a complicated way, let's say it was faked, that type of smugness creates this atmosphere where scientists are like, well, what the fuck am I doing looking up the moon now, because they're there, they've been there, that's it. So in the independent astronomy and research community, I feel like as a byproduct of Apollo and agency stigma, the interest for doing space in a very organized way seems daunting or unrealistic or useless. But in fact, it's super duper useful, and no one really has the tools or means or teachers. I looked up Yale and Harvard astronomy lectures and stuff. Man, they are teaching garbage, like straight up, like not just nonsense, like stuff that people, I'm not like throwing away entire curricula. I'm just saying the way they present it is, eat this. This is everything we can possibly know about astronomy now. Eat it, and let's move past it. And I'm like, man, but these things are very nuanced, and they take a long time. So nutshell is, moving forward, I'm trying to put together a plan so I can share it with you guys, but as well, Take Back Space, personally for me, I'm going to spend a little more time offline gathering data, and then I'll share it, on the streams. But I want to get together, like, I don't know. I'm at 10 full moons at this point. And yesterday I put together this graphic that has all 10 of them like stacked correctly, rotated correctly. Man, it's amazing to look at that. Amazing.
Chris, I know you've already got a short amount of time with this.
Anyway, yeah, okay, sorry, I'm rambling. What's up there, Raven?
No, I just wanted to say, you did tell us a little bit about snow and volcanic activity on the moon. I want you to tell us about that. Before you do, we've just had Arlene join us. How are you doing, Arlene? You're muted at the moment. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes.
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
can you give us a quick test, just to make sure your kit works? Can you point your camera at the sky and just see that we can see it?
Unfortunately, I am using my laptop.
Okay. Well, yeah, the main point of this test is to make sure that you can actually capture the sun on July 3rd.
Right, yeah. I'll try to see if I can get another device and use that for that day.
Perfect. I mean, if you want to test it now, that's the entire point. I mean, fun though it is to chat, I mean, on the day, like today, there's going to be a huge amount of dead air, so we do need people to join that don't have the ability to share the sun. But if you are intending to do that, use this as your opportunity, because the last thing we need is sort of you to find your new software or update on your phone, or you can't get the camera to work. So just use this as an opportunity, definitely.
All right, well, it's actually 3 o'clock in the morning, so
fair enough.
Arlene, what's going on? It's Chris from Take Back.
Hi, Stevie. Hi, Chris.
Nice to finally talk to you.
I know, same here, and hi to everyone in the panel right now.
Whereabouts are you, Arlene?
I am in the island of Guam, about maybe a few hours east of the Philippines.
Wow.
In the West Pacific, close by the equator. I think it's 13 degrees latitude, I believe.
Wow.
That's awesome. I've been following her channels, Ravenlocks, RAYVENLOX.
I'll check them out.
And yeah, for a long time. And thanks for all the support, Arlene. I appreciate it. You've been really nice over the past year, so thank you.
How do you spell it? RAVENLOX?
Is that right?
RAYVENLOX.
Yeah.
Okay.
I love it, Ravenlocks. So what I was going to say is that Arlene's shots from Guam are awesome. It's a totally different perspective for us. And how's the gear setup going, Arlene?
I'm still working on it, and you know the videos that I put out are kind of lame compared to your layout.
No, everybody's work is good. Like honestly, I got lucky with this place that I'm working at. So I think your work is really important. I think, like I say in my chats as well, Z-Proxy in Estonia and Cosmic Surfer in Cape Town, South Africa, are doing like reliable moon footage almost every single day. I talk to them. They're even on my chat right now.
Oh wow.
And so, and actually, Cosmic Surfer, I hope would join the Sun thing. I mean, because he's been filming the Sun as well. So if you guys want to add those channels, I have it on. If you go to my dashboard, I have related channels, and I've listed out the people who film as well. So what I was going to say quickly about the moon and the snow and stuff like that, there is. Yeah, there's reason to believe that there's a completely different story about space, but I think it's something that really hasn't been told. That's where I'm realizing that there are things that we just don't know at all. That's more where I lie. Yeah. So what I was doing was layering, you know, the last 10 months of pictures that I have of different parts of the moon, and layering over, you know, the months as well, like the video I have of the different craters and mares, and that's really fascinating. And as I was doing that, I was doing the research, like I said, about how that is being done, and that, I guess, I stumbled upon, but that is really how lunar research used to occur, which was you just had some person sitting in their laboratory all night, all day for years at a time, logging tiny little incremental odd changes on the moon. on the surface. It's a very quantifiable amount of information. And there is no current log where people can just jump in, like this document where you can sit and like, okay, this is Barker's quadrangle inside Mare Crisium on May 3rd. What happened here? I noticed this weird plume of violet smoke. You know, those are the types of notes that they were taking 100 years ago. I mean, if you believe 100 years ago existed, then yeah. If it didn't, maybe it didn't. But if 100 years ago existed and they were looking at the moon, this is how they were taking the info. And I'm thinking, man, that is way better than speculating. Oh, I don't know where the moon is now. I'm not sure where it's at now. It looks a little bigger now. You know, that's really broad. And like I don't see it really getting me anywhere personally. So I'm starting to like this shot last night, like at 3, 4 in the morning, is really interesting because you can see these different things. Like now, reliably, when the moon sets and rises, you have reddish hues coming in, right? And so this thing, this object somehow is creating, you know, this spectrum shift at certain altitudes, right? For everybody. It doesn't matter where you are in the world. So that you can backwards engineer into understanding the physicality of it. The other thing, you have this LRO, and you have the Grail missions. You have several lunar orbiter missions that we can't see, that there are no photos of at all. Yet they're taking photos of the moon that we're using as our current lunar footage. So there's a lot of room, I think, to like replace the current understanding of the moon, but then also do research that might really help people talk about scientific parts of the moon in conjunction with anecdotal observations, which is how most people observe the moon. It's quite anecdotal. Not everybody's gear is not everyone can jump into a crater and just look at everything that's going on in there. And partly why I do Moon TV for, you know, so as reliably as I do is because I'm like, man, people need to see this much closer. Because when you're at a distance, you start to your mind starts to fill in these gaps, these stories. And the closer you get, the more resolved you are, the more resolution you have. You know, the easier it is to quickly look at something and make a discernation or an assessment of it. And for me personally, it's become way easier to look at the moon and immediately dismiss an idea, or to bring in an idea that I once previously had dismissed. So for example, like Copernicus crater, where your mouse, is that my mouse or your mouse? Right in the center of your screen is Copernicus, right? That whitish crater. Yeah, that's the one. There's and then to the north of that is Aristarchus, and to the left of that is Kepler. And that triangle formation, man, there's absolutely no reason that should be that way. When two people talk about random things, that is insane. Like just the fact that 3 meteorite strikes or volcanoes would create a Pythagorean triangle with odd like trapezoidal like formations that have nothing to do with impact really.
Wow.
And Copernicus, if you look at this, there's this channel, man. I think it's TUFF2, the number 2, TUFF2, and he is a guy who's been doing electric discharge experiments in the laboratory. It's hard. I'll have to post his channel, but he does 70,000 volts into clay and acrylic, and creates Copernicus live, like exactly the formations that we see. With basically what's happening is, what I feel is that there's this massive electrical discharge happening, maybe constantly, or maybe it's died down a bit, or maybe it happens at different intervals, and this actually might change the formations on the moon that we see. And we're not reading it the right way. Like it looks different. There are features on the moon that look the same, and some look completely different. And based on time, if time doesn't really exist, then what's changing this perception of this object?
Wow. Like a holographic matrix almost, or you know, you look at Pro 77 and him doing the, you know, when you get the lunar wave and that kind of thing.
I'm going to tell you guys very flat out, like if space is a hologram, then we're a hologram. You know what I mean? Like it can't be one. You know,
So
we can't
yeah, okay.
life on a rocky pancake looking up at a hologram. It doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't it all be a hologram?
So,
That's my only
yeah.
thing about that, you know.
So it could be a structure of some type then that's just there. But it's
I mean, it could be right at our noses, and depth is an illusion, you know. Like it could be right up so close to our faces that we don't even know how far away it is. I mean, and the perception of distance is just an illusion.
Yeah.
Which has been fed to us. You know, like it could be any number of things, but
True.
what's really important is, and this is where it traverses on, you know, the esoteric and metaphysical, is walking the middle path, you know, finding that white light of that still light of God, what Alan Watts talks about and Timothy Leary and DMT and all that.
Yeah.
It's not just an experience. I think what it is to try and view our holographic world through that,
Yes.
through the middle way. And what happens is time, like future and past, all merge, and what you're able to see, you know, see through the veil, as they say. But what
Wow.
it really is to perceive in a way where you're not hindered by judgment. The judgment no longer clouds your ability to perceive new concepts at the same time as judging. Does that make sense?
does, yeah.
Because you can't get away from judging. You have to judge, but if you can beat judging by allowance and adherence and coherence, then
Yeah.
that's that middle. I think that's what it is.
It's a middle road, isn't it? And you can judge easier from that position, I think.
Right. I think so. More efficiently, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. Great.
Cool stuff. It blows me away when you talk about things like volcanoes and ice drifts on the moon. It just, you know, like you say, the fact that this hasn't been followed up, it's just absolutely ridiculous.
I mean, you're on a window right now. Go to NASA Goddard channel and look
How do you
at
spell it?
like NASA Goddard, Goddard, and look up like how the moon was formed, or any number of things about contemporary lunar understanding. And granted, YouTube is not the only source of information, but theoretically it really is actually the only source of information. Most people go there as their dictionary. So if you're looking up how the moon was formed, and they have this theory where, okay, up until a point it makes sense, and then all of a sudden you have what we were showing earlier, Aristarchus, Copernicus, and Kepler, which make no sense at all in this random, you know, blasted out, molten, cooling phase thing. Actually, check out the YouTube channel, Nate, if you don't mind.
Go to YouTube instead of here.
Yeah, type in NASA Goddard into the YouTube. This would link back to it, but yeah, it's just easier. I mean, for me, it's overwhelming because there's a lot of work to be done, but it seems really interesting that it's so clearly not followed up, and like just no one wants to talk about the moon. Nobody. That's the channel right there.
Neither do we. We only talk about the sun.
I know this is all about the sun as well, so you know, but they are connected.
Absolutely. I'm only kidding.
I mean, apparently, like the whole idea that the moon has an atmosphere is just quickly dismissed because it's a very low and tiny atmosphere. But there is an atmosphere, and the atmosphere is created by solar wind. And if you believe in anything at all, then the moon has an atmosphere, and we're told that it doesn't. That's the base understanding of it. Oh, the moon, there's no air, you can't. And it's like, it's not true. It's just flat out untrue. There is, even if there's a tiny percentage atmosphere, there's an atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand these illogical, you know, conjectures where people are just like, well, Mars is dumb. What does that mean? What does that even mean? I mean, sorry, like, oh, it's boring, it's blurry. Freaking what in the sky above your head every day, man? Like, what? Like, who's the crazy one? Am I the crazy? You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, the moon. Like, we've been to the moon. I'm like,
oh yeah, it's far from that. It's intriguing to me, and the more people like you that are out there that can uncover things that not everyone is aware of, is hats off to you.
Thanks,
You were
Nate.
saying
I
something
will try and.
earlier, Robert, about the Bedford level experiment, about how it went to court and the judge just made a
Yeah,
decision
the
there and
judge
then.
made a decision after the fact that the chap took him to court over the £500 because he said he could see it, and the other one said, "Oh no, I don't think you can." Even though he could. I mean, we did it yesterday. We could see 5.5 miles. The weather clouded in, and the thermal inversion kicked up as well, and reduced the visibility by about a quarter from what we could see initially. So visibility will fluctuate, and if you get the perfect conditions, you can actually, I reckon you get the distance easily at that 6 miles. You know, you shouldn't have been visible. It's good. It's good to keep retesting it, and the fact that that chap took him to court. The judge ruled in the other chap's favour and said that the Earth is curved. You're going to pay the money, and that's it.
Yeah, setting legal precedents based on general assumptions.
Mm.
So just had Robin Poe join us, testing a camera. She's
Hi there,
come
Robin.
and gone immediately. So I think she was just here to literally test that she could see the sun.
Oh,
No location given.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello, who have we got? Is that Arlene again?
This is Arlene. Yeah, I was just wondering what all three of you are speaking of is awesome, but I don't know if I should be included right now because, like I said, it's only like 3 o'clock in the morning, and this may be kind of a useless thing for me to be just hanging out when I have nothing to show.
No, not at all. I mean, it's not the case that we don't want people to join if they can't share the sun. It's just the main purpose was to test. But like I said, it's 3 in the morning, and we're more than happy for you to stay and chat with us. It's great to have you here.
Oh, okay, yeah, and yeah, 3 o'clock in the morning on a Monday.
All right. If you want to head off, don't let us keep you if we're keeping you here. But we're more than happy to chat to you. We like having you here. It's great to have you.
Yeah, maybe I'll hang out for a few minutes, and I'll just hang out towards, in the back, and I'll probably send out a chat before I leave. But it was really nice hearing you guys, CD and Robert. You have like an awesome subject to bring up, in Flat Earth. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome to talk to you, Arlene. Anytime.
All right, and thank you so much again, Nathan.
No, pleasure. Thank you for coming.
Sleep well. Have a good night.
All right.
Hopefully see you at dawn or dusk on the 3rd of July. Actually, this is probably a useful opportunity for me to give another quick sort of rolling infomercial, if you want to call it that, for what we're actually doing here. So anybody who contacted me over the last couple of days by email to say that they wanted to share the sun on July the 3rd, 2016, which is a Sunday, they've been dropping in and dropping out, just literally connecting with whatever device they intend to use to share the sun at sunrise or sunset, and just checking that it works. That's the only reason for this hangout. Obviously, we're having a nice little chat with guests as and when they arrive, but ultimately speaking, that's the only point in this particular test, is to test to make sure your equipment works. So feel free to join in. I've put a link in the description box of this hangout. So if you do want to join and you haven't emailed me, that's absolutely fine. I'll grab your email off you when you come into the hangout and add you to the list of people who needs the link on July the 3rd. When July 3rd does roll around, we will actually be running these hangouts consecutively. So it won't necessarily be myself that actually shares the link with you. You just have to keep in touch because they will be running for 24 hours, and obviously I can't do it all by myself. Robert Shortman, who's with us at the moment, is also going to be holding one of the hangouts, as is Robin Poe, who we can now see her testing her camera. How you doing, Robin?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Can you get my audio okay?
Absolutely beautiful as ever.
Yeah,
okay, I'm doing this with my smartphone, so it seems to work.
Yeah, it seems to be good to me. Can't quite see some, but that's not the point on this particular test.
No, mostly you can only see trees.
Yeah. We were saying before the hangout started, we'll have to reiterate over and over again that when we actually do this on Sunday, that's what we want to see, what Robin's just shown us. Even if we don't actually see the disk of the sun, the idea is that we get to have at least attempt to share the sun, but not your pretty faces. So as much as it's nice to see everybody on this particular hangout or
or on the 3rd, I should say. Yeah, we don't necessarily want to see your smiling faces, just the sun for as long as we can. Not to put anybody off, but we will gather data on location, elevation, longitude, all of that sort of stuff when you're in the Hangout. But we can do that for you. Literally, all we need you to do is connect and then turn your camera around and point it at the sun at sunset or sunrise. Probably end up having more sunset footage than sunrise, I don't doubt. But on the other hand, going by our last guest, is she still here? I don't think she is. Eileen is still. Are you still here, Eileen?
I think she is. Yeah. She's muted at the moment.
Yeah, but 3 a.m. The chances are she'd be sharing a sunrise with us, which would be fantastic. Do you want to tell us a bit more about Bedford Level and how it went yesterday, Robert?
Yeah, really good. We had a fantastic day. About 35, 40 people turned up at the event, and it started around about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. They fixed a laser to the boat that was going down the other end, so that helped us identify the range and what was happening. The weather was coming in and out, so 1 minute we'd have showers and then clear periods. The boat got to about 5.5 miles. You couldn't see it with your standard eyes, but the perspective was quite clear at that point. Also, we managed to. There was 2 or 3 guys that had P900s that could zoom in on the kayak at that distance at 5.5. But then the weather closed down, the thermal inversions got heavy, and the visibility started dropping. Well, it dropped by 1/4 to half of what we were seeing initially. So, yeah, better weather will allow you to see a lot further. And if the weather deteriorates, so does the range of what you can see. Even with the cameras, it drops. You get like a mist and heat haze that starts to kick in. So yeah, it was nice. It was nice to get a result, and nice to get some satisfaction that you could see it at 5.5 miles away, and it wasn't disappeared yet.
Robert?
Yes.
This is Chris. So I actually went down to the water as well, and I was doing some telephoto lens stuff with Doubler, and at the same time I was also researching how optics actually work and this whole idea about the horizon stuff, and I'd like to share a thought if you guys might.
Yeah, go ahead.
So there's this idea of a Planck length, the Planck distance, Planck. Yep. And this is the smallest distance, basically our atoms can move. And essentially what's postulated in quantum mechanics is that our reality, like we basically go in and out of reality constantly. We don't have a continuous timeline of reality at all.
Wow.
So we are going in and out of reality constantly because of the Planck distance and this Planck length that we can't actually traverse reality in. Okay, so if we have this thing, we're a fluctuating entity, yet we can't perceive it because it's happening so quickly, right? This idea of rendering the vanishing point in front of us is this very interesting notion where essentially things rise to this level, right? But at the same time, if you guys followed the Brian Mullen stuff and many other theories where the sky also comes down to the vanishing point, correct? Yeah. But what's happening from the center of your eye, if you actually look at it from the side in these optical experiments, you'll see that it's this ever-expanding wave function. It doesn't actually just go up, down, and then come to a vanishing point. Everything past the vanishing point is a continual wave function going past that. So all this data is clearly a render level. As you get closer to something, it renders more resolution. And as you get further away, just like in a game, it renders less resolution. And and that's all, and what's happening is that I feel like using this equipment, we're only replicating what our eyes can do as well.
Yeah.
And so you just bring that vanishing point, but it's a level of resolution. So in fact, we're this fluctuating wave function, and reality is a fluctuating wave function. And dependent on this perceived distance, which might not even be a distance, or you know, they call it spooky action at a distance, but basically these things render at the same time. We do, and the horizon does. I'm not trying to say that it's impossible to ever figure it out. I'm trying to tell you that there's a different understanding of it. It's not in our current understanding of physics.
Yeah.
Or geometry. It's in a mixed metaphysical understanding of quantum dynamics of reality, mixed with optics and computer programming. No shit. Like I'm telling you that I've tried to think about it in every logical, simplistic way, and it's not. It's a multi-dimensional, holographic world that runs on several different tangential rules that all need to intersect at the XYZ point in order to even make any sense. So I feel like our horizon, like if you put a telescope out there, it just renders this brand new high-resolution version of whatever resolution our reality is rendered within. And sometimes it doesn't render in high resolution. And you know, inebriation, they talk about all these different things with the brain and autism and how the brain perceives the world differently. These are different frequency spectrum vibrations, but create different resolutions of reality. Resolving reality or not resolving reality, counter space and space. And so I just wanted to throw that in there in terms of the horizon discussion, just because I've been because the horizon rises, but the sky comes down. But where the hell they actually might be makes no plausible physical sense without taking into account that your eye might be creating all of this. The mind's eye, I mean.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
Shut up. What's up there, Subi Rats? Antonio. Ciao, amigo.
Sorry, I had my I was trying to unmute myself. How you doing?
Well.
Yeah.
Well.
I just jumped into you talking about rendered reality through different waveforms.
And
Yeah.
you just had a red shirt on with a red halo.
No, you know, I've just come back from the Cambridge experiment. You know, the Bedford level.
Yep.
When I got there, I noticed that the actual light that was arriving at everybody's eyes was diffused by the atmospheric conditions. So, what you were saying about the different wavelengths, the atmospheric conditions actually alter, they shift the wavelengths. That's what they do, you know. So there's a like a physicality to what you were explaining. You know, there's like the waveform side of it, you know, with the actual shapes, oscillations, and whatnot, and there's a physical version to it, which we interpret through reality in the form of atmosphere, and we never actually consider what's happening because we're so used to it.
Yeah, a simple analogy for the layman is like if you'd grown up without the knowledge of ultraviolet filters for a camera, and you just saw photos your whole life, you'd think that's how things rendered. But if you finally saw an ultraviolet shot of a flower that's yellow and it was black and green and all these different hues, and you realize that insects see at this wavelength and spectrum, you'd change your perspective on it. That's all it is. It's just simply not. We don't think about the potentiality of our quantum universe because it's so underlying and in the fabric of our day-to-day that we just take it for granted that we're a fluctuating possibility.
Yeah, and we're like with the vision that an insect might have, we can understand that they have a different range, but we don't really understand what it would be like because we don't have experience of it. But even in the things that we do have experience of, like things becoming more and more faint as they're withdrawing to the distance, we're not processing that in a coherent way where what we're understanding is that the light itself is being distorted, the wavelength is being distorted, is being made broader so it arrives with less sharpness. And that's something we are experiencing, you know. So we don't, you know, we look at these insects, we think we don't have access to that experience. We have access to this experience, but we don't process it. We don't basically perceive what's going on.
I'll tell you where the wrench was thrown. What was thrown for me is that you start taking into account, you know, sensation and the sense of smell. You know, smelling if we talk about frequency and vibration, you don't very often talk about smelling or the taste buds in terms of frequency and vibration, but it's still that.
Mm-hmm.
So what is that all about, and why 5 senses or 6 or 7, and why the recurring 6?
Interesting.
You know, the Neo principle, the 6 reboots or the 7th reboot, you know, and the 8 pieces of 9 and the Knights of the 9, and there's just this whole numerological thing that's so interesting. But to jump back to the light particles, think about it. If you really believe in the metaphysical, then you are light. So you're light perceiving light. So it's not changing. You know, we're not separate. Like, see, the more I come back to it, the more this whole Alan Watts thing where he's like, you're not, this whole illusion is that you've created the separation, but you're not separate.
Listen, you'll love this, Chris. I was just, when in Cambridge, I stayed overnight at a guy called Martin's house. Really cool dude. He's making these really cool lamps, okay?
Mm-hmm.
He's using crystals. He's using quartz, various different crystals. Now, he places them on a light, and the flaws, the thing that we call flaws or features within the crystals, are what catch the light and make it possible for us to see, other than the top where they're made into a pyramidal shape or a hexagonal shape. So he said to me, look, the flaws are what let us see the light. And I thought, okay, we use the word flaw. It really is just a feature. It's an identifying unique quality of that actual crystal. That specific cut crystal has these features. That's what's representing the light. What you just said is, we were talking about this. It's like, dude, we're the same thing. We could call ourselves flaws if we want, or features, or individuals, but we all catch the light in our very specific flavor. You know, we project it out with this. Like for me, I project me, you project you, everybody projects their aspect of light that fits them as if we were a crystal. We're not a crystal, but it's exactly the same that's going on. Exactly the same. We catch and represent and display the portion of light, the range of light that can only be displayed via us. There's everything else that displays light according to what it can display. But in terms of human beings, you know, the light being the ultimate quality, it kind of makes sense. You know, we consider ourselves flesh and bone and all these things, but at the most fundamental level, we are forms of energy, just like the faults, the fissures in the actual crystal. It's energy disrupted into a different form, but they create an energy that we can see once light shines through. Sure. I mean, it's just like, wow, it's twisting my head. I'm like freaking reeling with this. And I jump on here, and you're talking about this, like, dude. Oh.
Man, let me read you like 10 headlines real quick. These are this is part of this research I was doing, but they're just the titles of something called the Literary Digest, and these are all around 1900 or so, and it's called "Possible Lunar Influence on Trees." A spot on Jupiter. Is Jupiter launching a moon? The Vampire of the South. Let's see. The Moon by Ultraviolet Light, February 19th, 1910. White Streaks on the Moon, November 14th, 1908. Is there snow on the moon? May 3rd, 1902. An artificial moon, 1898. I mean, man, they were talking about this stuff, and if you read these articles, what's amazing is that it sounds just like our Google Hangouts now. Like almost, these guys were just ridiculing each other or not ridiculing each other. Like, no, man, there can't be snow on the moon. This guy's like, definitely snow on the moon. You don't understand. Aristarchus, the Barker's quadrangle was all weird, and I saw this plume of violet smoke. And I'm like, man, this is insane. Are you kidding? 122 years ago, they were literally having very similar conversations about the moon. And the authorities, the powers that be, didn't address it at all.
Well,
and now they still don't address it. They have their version of what goes on in space. And then you have an entire independent community that has their discussion that constantly See, what I've started to realize is that they must exist. This whole vampiric, ritualistic, these people that hold the control right now, I guess, have to exist in this quantum hologram. And we have to exist as well. Everyone has to play that role, you know, like, and there's something going on just by the perception of it all. It's not even, I don't think any of it really is real until you, because they've proven this. Reality is not real until you perceive it. So there has to be some sort of either a mass perception that creates a collective consciousness, or it's individualistic. There's not much more to say than that. Either I'm creating all of this right now, or collectively all of us are creating it.
Not only is it our perception, but you can hone that perception down. Like when I'm painting, okay, I'll be working on a piece, and I'm working at a distance where I can, every bit of the painting, the canvas, is within my field of vision. But when I'm focusing on one area, the rest of the area might as well not be there because it's not registering at all. The only piece that's registering is the specific area that I'm working on. And so it's like perception will hone in and blend other stuff away. So where people focus, for instance, on the vampiric qualities, yeah, they become a lot more magnified, a lot more important. When you focus on, say, the love, the altruistic nature of humanity, that becomes much bigger. Right. And they're interacting at the same time. You know, their individual magnitude doesn't increase or diminish by our attention to it. It's our individual perception of them that is altered by our focus.
I agree. Can I just say how scary that transition was from the alien to the moon? Holy shit.
Like that.
That was crazy. I was just like, oh my god, what the hell? My footage is going crazy. There's a freaking alien on the moon. No, I hear you totally, Antonio. I mean, listen, this is just one part of it, but I find it really funny how, like, even within 120 years of literary knowledge, there's this cyclical nature of being that we can observe. Somehow we have access to this, to people who scan these 120-year-old documents.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Like, yet we don't have a contemporary understanding of how the moon was formed, or even an interest as to how to find out for sure.
Well, we do. They don't.
I know, but I mean, it's just, you know, I spent my whole life thinking, oh, they're going to do it. They're going to do it. I'll follow when they do it. But
yeah, but we've got to think this, Chris. Okay.
I know I'm saying up until, but yeah, like.
Yeah, no, but just.
And I was interested. I'm saying.
Hold on, this thought. This is a cool thought. Okay. You know Bob's son, Jaron.
Yeah.
He's going to go to university at some point. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's going to go to university as a flat earther. And by that time, the people going to university that are flat earthers, that are interested in answering these questions, or at least inquiring about these questions, will have increased. And the funding will be there. We're talking 10, 12 years in the future. The funding to find what system can be developed to discover what the moon is actually made of. All of those things, because the kids are getting into the flat earth right now.
I know, but think about what you just said. In and of itself, you're sending somebody with an open mind to a closed institution.
Yes.
I'm saying that by virtue of curiosity, that closed institution will change their rules. That's fundamentally that's
absolutely. But we have to remember this.
You know, but I would say, like, think about it. You're right. Like, in theory, his curiosity is fantastic, but what we really need to do is open new schools, basically.
Yeah,
right?
we do. There are a couple of people talking about a flat Earth school. It won't be called the Flat Earth School. It'd be called the School of Truth or University something. But so that these things can be looked at seriously. But what I'm thinking is, when people like Jaron get to university, the systems that have been used to basically blinker the student, they won't work. They won't have had time to develop new systems to blinker students who have grown up with the ability to see through the bullshit. They won't have had time to develop those.
I know, Antonio. Can I be a downer for half a second? Let me go for it, because it's a freaking Sunday anyway, and I hate Sunday. Let's do this. The problem is this. The problem is the vignette of life. Hollywood and TV has basically, and we talked about this I think once before, but created a tiny version of life. The hero's journey is a vignette.
Yeah.
and everyone's susceptible. I mean, I'm susceptible. I'm even living in a place where I can observe my susceptibility of it. But of course, I'm finally at a place where I can observe it. But everybody's susceptible to it, and the susceptibility is this: they want people to get married. They
Yes.
want people to pump out babies. They do.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say, like, this is terrible because I have 12, 13 nephews and nieces. I have a huge family. I love them all very dearly. But the truth of the matter is that copulation, love, relationships, despair, you know, hate fucking, excuse the terminology, this whole thing is very much a guilty pleasure of all of mankind, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. People want to be in relationships. People want to have babies and families. And no, I have utmost respect for my fellow man, but this is a fundamental issue with understanding. You know, that's why people frown. They talk about celibacy, and people who just give up sex entirely.
Mm-hmm.
For the freedom of mind, and they laugh at that, and most people scoff at that. Even high intellectuals scoff at that. But if
Sorry
you
to
really...
interrupt you, Chris. We've just had Steve join us. How you doing, Steve?
Hi there, Steve.
I'm very well, thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Can we get a quick test of your equipment? Can you give us a quick look at the sun if you can see it?
I'm trying to. Can you see me? You can't see me, can you?
Yes, we
I can see
can.
you.
Oh, good. Sorry
But what
about
we
my
need
hair.
to see, the point of this test, Steve, pretty though you are, is to actually test that you can see the sun on July 3rd. Can you do that? Can you point it
Okay.
out a window or something?
I can understand what you're saying, but it's 12:30. No, sorry, it's 12:54 at night at the moment.
No worries.
So the sun,
Whereabouts are
the
you?
sun is gone. I'm in Thailand.
Oh, okay.
Oh, cool.
I'm in Koh Samui, Thailand, and we get lovely sunsets into the water, into the ocean. So that should be good for you.
Cool.
Yeah, sorry I can't do the morning one because I've got a mountain on that side of my house, so it's a long drive.
That's
But,
you doing the night will help somebody further west who's doing their dawn.
Well, I know Nick from Phuket World, and people keep saying Phuket, but it's Phuket. Phuket.
Yeah.
Phuket.
But he's over there, and he's on the other side of Thailand to me, the coast, the Andaman Sea, and so he's normally up early in the morning, so he'll catch that one. And then
Cool.
my sunset is around about 6:30, so it'd be interesting to see his, which is I don't know, a couple of 100 kilometres away, how much after his is to mine.
Yeah.
So, because he'll be able to see into the ocean as well from the west coast of Phuket. So, if we could time it exactly from Koh Samui to
Both you lot
Phuket,
together,
that would be quite interesting
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
I
That's
don't know if it would
cool.
help. Yeah, so yeah, I'm thrilled to be a part of it. It's very lonely over here on Koh Samui because it's hard enough to get a decent conversation with anyone about anything, let alone flat Earth. So the more I've learned about flat Earth, the more isolated I've actually felt.
Do you know what? The sense of isolation, it
Yes.
goes away. Once you start actually meeting flat earthers, the sense of isolation.
Exactly.
Well, first of all, this technological communication alleviates some of that sense of isolation. But then when you
Yes.
actually meet person to person,
Yes.
it's solved. It's gone, because when you then communicate through the technological means, you've got
Yes.
you've got the memory of what that person feels like, what their vibration is like, what their presence is like, and you'll see that the isolation thing goes away. It really does.
I've got a tear coming now.
Guys,
But
I quickly want to say I don't mean to be a downer about it either, but I don't really consider myself a flat earther or an earther of sorts. So I just want to make sure that was out there.
Yeah, I see you
I'm
as
just a seeker.
Yeah, you're a realist. You want to find you're looking at reality and how it functions. That's totally fair enough.
Well,
I
actually,
also,
Chris,
yeah,
sorry to interrupt. That's a useful little segue for me to say on this rolling infomercial, if you want to call it that all are welcome. So on the day, on July 3rd, on Sunday, anybody who wants to join these hangouts to share their sun, providing you're sharing your sunset or sunrise at your location live, you will be welcomed. It doesn't matter what you think, if you want to believe the world's a globe, if you want to believe it's concave, if you want to believe it's a virtual reality. We don't care. All we're after is you sharing your sunrise or sunset with us. If you want to have a little dig when you're here and tell us we're all idiots, that's fine too. We won't attack you back. You know, you might get booted after you've shared your sun, but ultimately speaking, all we're after is information. We're just after your sunrise or sunset on July the 3rd. Adding to that, it may not be me that runs the Hangout, so unfortunately I can't run a 24-hour-long Hangout, so there will be lots of different Hangouts running consecutively, one after the next. So it will take some communication. You have to keep in touch with us. You have to keep emailing us. You know, just keep in touch, watch the shows. Hopefully some of us will, you know, get decent captures of the sun, and it will all be worthwhile. There you go. That's my infomercial over, Antonio.
Okay, listen, I'm going to have to go, okay? I've just got back. I need to freaking shower. I've been in the car for 5 hours. But listen, let me just... one question, Nathan. Are you going to do a tutorial to let people understand how the whole Hangout process works?
Yes, already done. We did it earlier. It's uploading now.
Right, awesome. Because I want to share it with Jaron. He's going to be going on Globebusters any minute. So I want him to, because they're doing the same thing with the moon. So if he can link your video or even mirror it so that people who are doing the same with the moon can just, because that's the biggest problem. So many people haven't been on Hangouts, don't know how it works, and have this timidity towards it. You know, they think, oh, I'll just mess everything up, I'll look a fool, and all of that nonsense.
Well, it might be worth me, rather than me doing it, because I'm the one actually running this Hangout, Robert, I'm going to ask you a massive favour now. Your phone that's currently connected on your second account, is there any chance you can run up, grab it, and literally do an on-screen tutorial for how to connect to a Hangout live right now? Right now.
Well, just 1 second, because I am going to go, but I want to know what's going to happen. Okay. Have you made one already that you're
No, what I've actually made is a tutorial how to run a Google Hangout, which may not be appropriate. I will do another separate video that shows how to connect to a Google Hangout as well. Right. But ideally, if I can do it here, I'll just cut this section out of this at a later date and just upload that. So hopefully Robert's agreeable and we can actually show people live how to do it.
Cool. Cool. Well, listen, guys. I'm gonna drop. But I'll be watching as soon as I come back. But I'm not gonna come on camera all wet and stuff. People will objectify me. I love saying that because some people are just so self-obsessed. It's ridiculous. Anyway, see you guys. See you, Chris. Nice to meet you.
Peace out.
Bye bye. Bye.
Yeah, I'll go and hang off that and then reconnect, and then we can do another live one now if you want.
Yeah, perfect. Because you've got two feeds. I know I have two.
Guys, quickly as well. I have to jump off for work as well, but I want to say have an excellent day. Thank you very much for listening to me ramble about that stuff, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Good luck with the stuff.
Yeah.
Take care, everyone. Ciao.
Thank you for coming, Chris. Really appreciate it. That was Chris D of Take Back Space channel on YouTube. So yeah, look him up if you're not subscribed already. Take Back Space. Chris D, formerly known as CD. He's got an absolutely fantastic channel. He's been streaming live images of the celestial bodies, the moon, the sun, Jupiter, Mars, you name it. He streams it. And you can tune in, you can chat to him, you can ask him questions. He's got an absolutely fantastic YouTube channel. And he is quite literally taking back space. But he's hoping, like most of the people who've joined this Hangout today, to actually share the sun with us on July 3rd. So hopefully he'll be able to do that. It won't be his super duper normal quality, or maybe it will, we'll see. But we don't need super duper quality, and that's not really the purpose of what we're trying to achieve. All we want is the sun at your location. We can figure out everything else live on air with you. Again, I reiterate that as much as it's nice to see everybody in these Hangouts, the main purpose is to capture the sun. So as soon as you join on July the 3rd on Sunday, the first thing we're going to ask you to do, like we did with, was it John? Have I got your name right? I hope so. Is it John? Steve. Sorry, Steve, got your name wrong. We have had a John in earlier. So yeah, no offence to Steve because it's like 3:30 in the morning there. Is that right, Steve? No, 3 o'clock
at the moment. It's just 1 o'clock. We're 6 hours.
Oh, 1 o'clock.
6
So, yeah,
hours
so
up.
obviously there's no sun for Steve to share at us at this point, but we're just testing out that we can actually connect up. On the day, again, if you do want to join and you just want to chat, that's absolutely fine. No problems there at all. But yeah, ideally, the main purpose is to actually share the sun. So ideally, on this Hangout, which we're going to run for several hours, there are going to be long, drawn-out periods where nobody's talking to each other, because the Hangout's just going to keep running so people can carry on testing their stuff. I'll run it for the full 8 hours if needs be, even if there's long silences. So hopefully we'll have a few more people that I've emailed earlier, or that have seen the link in the description box or in the chat room, that will actually join and test to see that they can actually share their sun on July the 3rd. How are you doing, Robert?
Yep, all ready when you are. So
right, I'll just put the screen so it's permanently on you. Okay, right, there we go. So can you hold that a little bit closer?
Yep, I'm looking so I can see now. Just help everyone else. So yeah, there's Google Hangouts at the bottom, and obviously all I need to do is receive an email, which is what everyone that's contacted Nathan or me will get. So I click the email. That is there. So Nathan Oakley, and then you see, if I get that close enough. Okay, not the best clarity, but that is a link there. Okay.
Nearly.
It's not showing me. Right, try it now.
So what Robert's showing you is an email that he's received from me with a link to this show, and literally all he's going to do is press on that link.
You can either copy and paste it or press on the link. I'm going to copy and paste it and see if I can get onto it that way. Okay. Okay, so then I see that obviously that pops up with Nathan Oakley at the top, and then I press.
Can't quite see that.
I can press the call key on it, and then it comes up with the Hangout information. So at the top, if I cancel it and go back, you've got the top. So you've got the telephone, the video, and then an information. So you press the video, and then that shows you that. You tick.
Can you actually join so we can see at the bottom? I've got the icons for all the guests actually displayed. So if you join, it should actually show that. There you go. So Robert's joined the call, and we've now got 2 Roberts. It is as simple as that. You get a link, you press it, you accept that you're joining a Hangout on air, and then you turn your camera on. It really is that simple.
So yeah, and then once that's connected,
all I do is flip the camera around. Oh wait, there is it disconnected? No, there we are. And then I'm sharing then. So that's pointing up at the sky.
Super. So that was nice and easy.
There we go. And I've muted the mic as well, so it's not going to interfere too much.
We got that. Let's have a look.
Sorry, I want to get that stationary.
May as well go through what you did at the Bedford level again, Robert.
Yeah, it's a really interesting day. There was about 35, 40 people turned up at the event, fellow flat earthers and people that were also on the line. They weren't completely sure, they're skeptical. And the day started around about 1 o'clock. They already had the route marked out, which is 6 miles, and that was from one bridge to the other. The one you see on the video is about 2 miles from the point, so I'm going to upload a whole day video compilation of that day so everyone can see how the event went on. But yeah, 5.5 miles before it couldn't be seen, and what happened was the visibility reduced through the clouds and atmospheric condition. Thermal inversion crept up as well, and initially when we were looking at 2 miles and beyond, that was very crystal clear at the start of the day when we started the experiment. As the day went on, the visibility reduced, and that was clear just by looking at the 2 mile mark with the camera to comparing it earlier on. Yeah, so 5.5 was good. And then we all went back to the campsite, had lots to eat, sat by a campfire, wonderful discussions, yeah, brilliant people, and yeah, a lovely day.
And you said the campsite was quite interesting.
The campsite was it was called the Karma Eco Camp. Yeah, really unique little areas. Each area was sectioned off, had like a wooden, half a shack opened up with like an old library, wooden books in the wooden stuff in the corner, cooking area, and yeah, it looked like a kind of apocalypse kind of scene where you've got shacks and people living in like a commune. So it was quite good. It's a flat Earth commune. I was quite happy with that. At least we know where we all stood, and there wasn't a big disagreement. Yeah, it was nice. It was a nice evening, and there's some really great guys there. Everyone was pleasant.
It's nice to be with your flatmates now and again, isn't it?
Oh, it is, and like Nathan was explaining earlier, as soon as you actually manage to have a chat with some people, what it does, it's like you're first discovering, and the excitement of discovering things aren't initially what you thought. It's the same feeling as that, but it's 100 times better because you get all that relief, and you don't feel so isolated. You don't feel you're the only one, and the sense and energy and feeling it just gives you another high that you carries on through life. And that's
funny. Yeah, it's funny because I've been watching yourself of late, and Nathan and the other guys for a few months now, and just listening, I'm sitting here kind of feeling like I'm listening into a chat, and it gives me comfort.
Oh, it does. It totally. It's helpful for everyone, and that's why it's so important. Not just to do videos, but also to listen and chat on them. Because if you've got any questions or thoughts like that, or just coming onto these things, it's a good thing for people. Definitely, very helpful. And because I've really streaming on the fringe compared to what everybody else is thinking as the normalcy bias, it helps us, and we don't end up feeling so isolated and exposed, and that in itself can,
absolutely,
it makes you it helps you to feel better and then carry on enjoying life, doing the same things you're doing. You can deal with the drudge of life, but you've got all the back of feeling, happy, buzz, it's like, wow, great.
It's funny because we all take abuse, don't we, from people, when we mention it. Yeah. And you kind of question yourself, not your beliefs, but you feel like, everyone's saying how crazy you are, stupid, retard, etc. And in your head, it's not a belief, you've clicked, the truth to it, and it all makes sense. And but you still question it. So when you're talking to people like yourself, whether it's face to face or like this, it just kind of gives you heart that you're not stupid, and it solidifies your feeling, So that's nice. So I thank you guys for letting me speak tonight, and I look forward to joining you on Sunday. I'll see what's happening in the midweek in the meantime. But I will go now because it's after
4 o'clock nearly.
Yeah.
Wow.
So very nice to meet you guys, and like I say, good luck, and we'll be in touch. Hopefully, you'll remember me for another time that I join the chat. I have got actually quite a few ideas about it that haven't been brought up, so maybe I have got something to bring to the table with you guys another time myself. That might be of interest. So,
always.
Okay. I'm not an Antarctic man, but it's in my small world.
Everyone counts, and everyone's got their own unique thing. And what it is someone could be completely out of the blue, but come up with the most fantastic idea that's on top of the top list of flat Earth. So it doesn't matter where you are, where you come from. Everyone's unique, and everyone's special and can contribute to it. And this is the thing: it's not just one person, one thing, one show. It's a community, and the bigger that we can make it for everyone, the better it'll be and the stronger it'll be, and everyone.
And also, when I might have a few ideas, I'm not trained in physics or maths or anything.
Neither me, no.
But I've got very good brain for logic, as you all have, and just by me, I might not be able to articulate it properly myself, but by me saying my little idea, the people with that expertise might trigger them into doing it properly.
And it does. It can happen that way, and even Antonio has triggered things off in my mind that I thought, wow, okay, perhaps I'm going to do a video on that. That's like gold mine stuff that no one knows about, but is there. So yeah, you're right. It takes this little bit of chatting to do that, and get to that level.
That guy that was on before, I'd seen him before on another Hangout or one of Nathan's shows, I think, the non-flat earther, and he was like, extremely intelligent guy, but it was almost like kind of almost beyond him, I felt very much like that. But what he was talking about tonight about the Planck length and stuff. Of time, and I've always felt that time isn't flowing continuously. It is like a film strip where dun, 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 and each section is at Planck length of time. The time it takes to get from one end of the Planck length to the other at the speed of light. That's a unit of Planck length of time. So it's extremely quick, but each life and existence is individually cut into those things. It has to be. It can't be continuous. It has to be like this, So it's almost like we're in a 3D printer, and life is like the quantum soup of the stuff that you put into a 3D printer, the raw gubbings.
That's what
and then our yes, and then our brains, our thoughts, our intentions are actually, putting in the design, if you like, into the 3D printer. And then what comes out at that end of the Planck length of time is the reality that's been formed by our thoughts. So anyway, I will let you go. I won't bore you with my thoughts.
Thank you very much for being here, Steve Taylor. Really appreciate it.
Appreciate it, and nice to meet you, Nathan, and Richard, isn't it? Richard, yeah.
Robert.
And whoever's Robert, sorry. Robert.
No problem.
And
take care.
Else is there.
Take care. See you soon, Steve. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, Nathan. Sorry. Hello?
Nathan, I'm going to jump off for about an hour or so, so if you're still about or you want me to jump back on, just give me a Skype and I will jump in anytime.
No worries. The chances are I'll just leave the Hangout running, even if it's completely dead air, because the only point of it running is so that people can join and share use their equipment to test that it works properly. So yeah, you jump off, Robert. I'll hopefully see you again soon.
Yeah, thank you. Take care, Nathan, and thank you, Arlene, and all the others. Take care.
Bye, Robert.
Yeah, take care. Bye-bye.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello.
Yes, sorry, I just wanted to say again, thank you so much for including me in this hangout, and yeah, I'll be cutting out to myself.
That's good. It's an absolute pleasure. Are you jumping off now? You're going to get some sleep?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Are you about to head off?
Yes, I am.
Well, it's lovely having you, Arlene. Thank you very much for being here. Hopefully, if you want to jump back in later, that would be brilliant.
Will you still be running the hangout in the next 2 hours? And maybe I
Yeah,
could
I'm
get
going to run it
the
for the full length, even if there's long protracted silences. I'm just going to leave it in the background for things so that people want to go and test their camera, because that's the only point. I was going to leave it on there, but then Chris came on and started getting, it was really interesting what I was saying, so I said, well, I hadn't actually planned to broadcast it, but as what you're saying is really interesting, I may as well.
Okay, all right. So yeah, we'll see what happens then. Hopefully my equipment will cooperate.
Brilliant stuff. Well, with any luck, we might get to see your sunrise even. You never know.
Yeah. 2 more hours here.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much once again. Hopefully we'll see you soon.
Okay, bye, Nathan.
Bye for now. So, before I leave this session for probably one protracted silence, or the first of many protracted silences, let's just put the camera on me while I say this. Here we go. There we go. So this will be the first of one long protracted silence while we wait for, oh no, maybe not. So we've got, who's this? Dave. How you doing?
Hello. How you doing, man?
Oh, is that Flat Earth After Party by any chance? Is that Gav?
Yeah, it's Gav. Yeah.
How you doing, Gav?
Hey, I'm alright, mate. I just jumped on to let you know that I've absolutely spammed the shit out of Facebook with this link and an explanation of what it is, so hopefully lots of people will join them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm hoping so. I mean, the main reason for this is for it to be a shambles, which is why I haven't put it up on my main channel. So this is on Oakley Cord instead of Nathan Oakley 1980, because there's probably going to be some very long silences with nobody telling anybody anything. I mean, I may as well gather this as an opportunity while you're here, and we're going to carry on talking for a bit to explain exactly what the Hangout is, even though you have sent out lots and lots of links. So thank you very much for that. So the point of this Hangout is for anybody who is wishing to take part on the Sun. Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth experiment on Sunday, the 3rd of July 2016. If you're planning on actually joining one of those many consecutively run Hangouts by me and several other Flat Earth YouTubers, I will take this chance to say you don't have to be a Flat Earther in order to take part in this event. All we're after is people sharing their Sun. It doesn't matter what your beliefs are. If you want to believe it's a globe, then great, you can still join, as long as you're sharing either your sunrise or your sunset at your location live. That's all we're really after. So yeah, so this is an opportunity for anybody who wants to do that to actually jump on where there's no stress, there's no pressure to get it right, and just check that you can actually use your mobile device, get an internet connection, or point it out the window if you're using a laptop, if you can actually see the sunset from your location out your window, yeah, just test that it actually works. So that's the point of this particular Hangout. Not going to be riveting entertainment now that everybody's deserted us, but me and Gav will hopefully keep you entertained for a little bit of time. What have you been up to, Gav?
Not a lot, mate. Trying to sort things out for tonight. You know. I don't know if it's going to be a show yet or not, but yeah, still got to sort that out. And apart from that, not a lot, mate. Playing games, chilling out, taking a few days, you know, kicking back.
This is after Globebusters. You don't know if there's going to be an after party.
Yeah, I was going to. I'm hoping to, but I'm not totally sure yet. Because the person who I need on, or who's going to come on, is not confirmed nor denied, so I don't know yet.
Gotcha.
We shall see, man. What about you, mate? Apart from the something.
This is it. This is. I mean, ever since we announced it, I've done nothing but this. I've been completely overwhelmed. I mean, I've boshed out probably 50 emails for this particular test, and you know, about half an hour later, a few people came in and tested their phones, just pointed at them at the Sun. Robin Poe jumped on. She's going to be one of the people who actually runs the Hangouts. So, you know, hopefully we'll see.
Yeah, I'll send you a message on Skype regarding it.
About what?
About the Hangout. I'll just say, you know, do you know which slot I'm doing? You still need me to do one.
That's a good point. So at some point this week, either, I don't know, probably Wednesday, I would imagine, I'll send out a link to anybody who's actually running the shows, you included, just a link that says, right, this is going to be off-air, potentially, Skype call more than likely, where we'll just work out what order we're doing, what time, who's running what show, who's paired up with who, if at all, what, you know, how the shows are actually going to take place, and in what order, so that at least the people viewing have got a good idea of whose Hangout they actually need to join to share their Sun on July the 3rd. So that'll be, yeah, that'll be the next thing we do, actually firm up the timetable and work out who's doing what at what time.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll spam Facebook again once I know.
Are you fairly easy to access? So have you got like an email that you're happy to put in the link for people to contact you to share the link?
Yeah. Email, Skype, and one other way. You can message me on YouTube too.
What's your email, just so it's logged on this particular Hangout as well?
It's gavna@gmail.com. It's spelled GAVVNAA @gmail.com.
Gavna.
Yeah, Gavna.
Gavna. Cool. You excited to do it?
Yeah, it's going to be fun, man. I just hope the turnout is greater rather than measly, you know? Well, people
going by the people that have contacted, I think it will be a good turnout.
Yeah, I should imagine so.
Yeah, I mean, people have seemed keen just to take part in the test, so
for me, that says everything. You know, this is a test being run on an obscure channel with hardly any subscribers, and yeah, lots of people who said they wanted to get in touch and actually test their equipment have. I'd imagine that there's going to be a fair few people that don't need to. They know how to use a Google Hangout and are quite content to just join there and then and share their Sun. Even Matt Powerland dropped me a line a good couple of hours ago, you know, and said he would. He said he'd join in. Yeah, man, a few words as he always is, but he basically said he would join in, and that's all you can really ask for. People actually just taking what could be 30 seconds to say, "Hi, I'm in Denver, Colorado. Here's my sun setting." That's all we need, and it's the local time is, you know, 7:55 p.m. That's pretty much what we need people to do.
Yeah. I'm going to test my stuff out in a week. I'm hoping to go down near the beach to see if the McDonald's Wi-Fi is strong enough. But I'm hoping to get maybe a late/early slot where the Wi-Fi is not being used as much. So that'd be cool.
Right. Does it tend to get big? Do you reckon you will then? Do you reckon you'll get a Wi-Fi signal?
Yeah, I'll be able to use the Wi-Fi at McDonald's, but if it's in the day, it won't work as good because lots of people will be using it. So if I have a late/early morning slot, that'll be better for me because I'll be able to walk down to the beach and use the internet and do it from there.
Well, are you running one of the shows, or are you just going to literally share the Sun?
Yeah. I said I would run one. Yeah.
Because I was going to say, if you're running the show, you don't worry about sharing the Sun. You will just have to kind of rely on other people being able to share it.
No, it's cool. No, I've got it all sorted out. I've got 2 accounts, haven't I? So what I'll do is I'll run it from home, I'll leave it on, and then I'll run down to Mackey's and log in my other account, you see, and do it on that.
Cool. Very cool.
Oh yeah, I've got it all sorted, mate.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, sounds good. Excellent stuff. Yeah, we'll work out the slots probably on Wednesday. We'll figure out exactly who's doing what and what time.
Yeah, cool. I'll just keep asking because I like to know things, you know.
Yeah, well, that's the way it's going to work. The only way that we'll actually have a success is if everybody keeps in touch. So if everybody's got everybody's email address and can say, "Oh, somebody's just sent me an email saying they want to join, but my show's finished." You know, as long as there's good communication and everyone's staying in touch with each other, we will be able to say, "Oh, hi Gav, my show's finished. This guy in Thailand wants to share his Sun. I've shared the link with him." So in other words, it's a bit more seamless than, you know, "Oh, right, well, his show's running at this time," or, you know, a very vague answer to give someone a general idea. You know, better to just actually pass on the link because you know what the link is. In other words, everyone who's got a show gets access to all of the links to all of the shows. That's something else I want to discuss on Wednesday, actually, the setting up. So in advance of Sunday, I want to get everybody who's actually participating set up ready with their Google Hangout, so they're not setting it up half an hour before the show. It's being set up maybe on Thursday, so that at least people can see where the Hangouts are being run and who's running them and who they need to get in touch with. And again, if we've done the timetable by that point, they can see, you know, they can roughly work out which Hangout is the one that they need to join in order to share their sunrise or sunset at the appropriate time.
Yeah, for sure, and make sure all contact details and all channel links and all that stuff's in every description of all the shows. So if somebody misses one, they can look in the description and go to the next one. Yeah, have all the times and stuff. Yeah, sounds good, man.
I mean, the other thing is there'll be people like you and I who will inevitably jump into other people's shows, you know, and chit-chat. So I'm hoping there won't be too much dead air. I mean, there's going to be a point eventually where you and I run out of conversation now, and, you know, I'll go and grab something to eat and just leave the Hangout running.
Yeah, I have a few things to do this evening before the show anyway, so I think I'll be getting off shortly anyway.
Yeah, cool. Well, it's a good time for me to log the time just so I know how much dead air there is, because I'll do another rolling advert in maybe half an hour's time, and you know, explain why this Hangout is running with a load of dead air.
Yeah, I'm sure people will figure it out.
I can almost guarantee, I've just stuck a microwave thingy bob in the microwave oven to eat. I can almost guarantee that the second I walk away from you now to grab something to eat, someone will join the Hangout and it'll be, "Hi, how you doing? Where are you from? Let's see if you can see the sun."
Yeah. Gotta keep an eye on it. Turn the volume off and the mic off when you go away, and you can hear it.
Well, yeah, that's why I've got it pointing at the screen. You know, I've set it up so I've got minimum. I still get some feedback, but I get minimal feedback. So I'm hoping I can just leave it running and you know, hear it wherever I am. Because my wife just comes home good timing. But yeah, you gonna hang around for a bit, Gav, while I grab something to eat, or are you gonna disappear?
Yeah, I can hang around for 10 minutes, I guess. Yeah, no worries, man.
Wicked, I can still hear. I'm just gonna nip into the kitchen and grab something to eat.
Alright, mate, no worries. Come on then, people. Come and test your cameras. I was hoping there'd be more people joining by now from all the spam that I've put on Facebook.
How come you know that there's a free Wi-Fi connection at McDonald's? Is that something that you just perused to do this?
My
Or
town.
just know?
I've lived here for 30 years, mate. I know everything. I know where all the Wi-Fi hotspots are.
Whereabouts are you? You in Norfolk?
I'm Southport, on the coast, northwest.
Southport?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're relatively close to Antonio, aren't you?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. I'm close to Alan as well, United around Fable.
Do you know if Chris Truthseeker's arranged his meet yet?
I think he's taking a break, mate. His channel
What, sorry?
seems to have disappeared again. I think he's taking a break. His channel seems to have disappeared again.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, he was all keen to hold a meet last time I heard him speaking on any of the Hangouts.
Yeah, he was, man. I messaged him about it, but I've had no reply, so yeah, I just assume that he's taking a break again. Other than that, I don't have a clue.
I don't know about you, but I don't get this whole taking a break thing. If I wanted to take a break from YouTube, I'd just not log on to YouTube for a week or a month, or however long.
Yeah, I think he's deactivated his channel on YouTube. He's deactivated his Gmail again.
Weird. I just don't see the point. You know, you can quite happily just leave it doing nothing. You don't have to shut it down.
Yeah. Just take a few weeks off, come back to it. I don't know, maybe it stops messages and things like that, so his inbox won't be huge when he decides to come back, if he's going to come back.
Yeah, let's have a look. See how big my inbox is. I haven't looked for a while. 17,000 emails.
Right.
Yeah, it was a bit of a nightmare going through all the people that had contacted me saying they wanted a link for the show.
Yeah.
I had to go back through all of my sent mail. So over the course of about 3 days, I sent about 100 emails back and forth. I think there was probably about 50 people in total that contacted me saying they wanted to share the Sun. So to get, I think we had about maybe 6 or 7 that have joined this Hangout so far, which you'd expect about 10%. So I'm actually delighted with the result based on people saying they wanted to and actually joining.
Yeah.
Cool.
What do you put in the microwave then? What are you eating?
I don't know, just some pasta, garbage, mate.
Yeah, something that looks like food, but it's not actually food.
You've got it, pretty much. Oh, is that Robin? Who's joined us?
Yeah.
Hello, buddy.
Dave. Hey, Dave. How you doing, Dave?
What's going on, Gabe? How you know?
Hey,
Hello.
alright, mate.
Beautiful,
I'm
beautiful.
testing a backup.
That's what we want, mate.
tab.
Superb. Whereabouts are you, Dave?
I'm in my backyard,
No, I mean geographically.
Kentucky. 38 degrees latitude, 70-something longitude.
Cool. So Dave has just popped in at the absolute ideal time to give us a perfect example of exactly what we want. So Dave's received the link, presumably via an email, pressed on the link, joined in Google Hangouts, and now he's sharing his Sun. It really is as simple as that. Was it difficult to get connected, Dave?
Took me about 10 seconds, man. It's the hardest thing I ever did.
Yeah, it's not scary or frightening to do. As long as you can point a camera at the Sun and you've got enough battery power to actually do it, then yeah, it's easy peasy, as David is now showing us.
I'm testing a tablet too, so I can have a backup device in case my phone doesn't work.
What time does your sunset?
Sunset next week in Kentucky should be around 8:39 p.m. here. Right now it's 2:20 p.m. here.
Yeah, so a ways off at the moment.
right now it's pretty high in the sky. It's, you know, I'm facing due south right now. So it's kind of a little to the south of me.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of straight overhead, though. Y'all can see that, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Peeking through the trees in my backyard. So, I hope I'm not interrupting nothing. I just
Nah, not at
wanted
all.
to
I'm
test
glad you
another
come.
device.
Gav and I were running out of stuff to talk about. We were talking about my dinner.
Okay, that's a good thing.
Not really. I'm glad it's not the main channel. I think if people join this expecting an entertainment, they'd be sorely disappointed. So what you got for dinner? Well, I'm having a bit of pasta. What about you? Well, I might go down to McDonald's. You were on earlier, weren't you, Dave?
Yeah, I'm testing the second device now. I've got a backup device. I got a tablet and a phone. So
it's going to be so cool. I don't know about you, Gav, but every time something like this happens, when someone joins and they can just show us exactly how it's going to work, it does get me quite excited, I won't lie.
Yeah, it is, man, it is.
So we just doing next week? We just doing sunsets when we log on, or what?
I'll save my
Say that again, Dave.
I was asking, are we just getting shots of sunsets next week, or what?
Sunsets and sunrises from any location.
Okay.
So if the sun is rising where you are, great. And you're starting in the dark, then brilliant. If you're starting in the light and going into the dark, that's great too.
Okay. Well, you want people to log on when the sun is getting ready to set or rise, right?
Yeah, sunset or sunrise.
We don't want a bunch of people selling stocks like I got right now.
Yeah, we're not expecting everyone to share both, but you know, if people did, then more power to them.
But the more data we get, the more we can calculate stuff and all that good stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've been saying this all day to people in emails. We have no idea what we're going to discover. I mean, we know what we want to achieve, but what transpires from that is anybody's guess. You know, I'm hoping a lot. You know, I don't think we'll devise a map at the end of this hangout. That's highly unlikely. But we might get some pointers. You just don't know. But you can't find out until you actually try. And to me, the fact that we can do it at all, the fact that we have this technology, is amazing. You know, the fact that we can even attempt it is amazing.
Yeah. They gave us this great technology to use against them now.
Hello, Kevin Murray. How you doing?
Hey, am I getting through?
You are. Whereabouts are you, buddy?
I am in Concord, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston.
Cool. May I have a look at your son?
Okay, here we go. Am I doing this right?
No, it's just got you.
Oh, it's got me? Oh, sorry.
That's beautiful. That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. Nice day too, where you are. And what time is it where you are?
It is 1:30. Well, let me see the exact time. Hang on a second. I take that back. I'm sorry, 2:35.
Same time zone as me. I'm in Kentucky.
They've got the same sun from both of you guys.
Yeah, another thing, Nath. Are we going to ask people to say their direction, like where they can see the sun? I think that would be a major help. I mean, all phones come with a compass application now, so I assume a lot of people will be using phones. You know, if people could check the direction of the sun at the degrees and also share that, I think that would be very valuable to us.
I agree, but by the same token, I don't want to scare anybody off not joining because they can't figure out what their longitude or elevation is. So for the time being, all I'm asking people to do is share the sun. That's it. So as long as we get the sun...
Not elevation or longitude or anything, just the direction of where the sun is, where they're looking at the sun.
Compass.
Yeah, just the compass.
that will be handy as well if someone, if they can. But again, I don't want to put people off if they don't know how to use a compass on their phone, which may sound like not everybody
So,
can.
it doesn't have to be mandatory, but if people can share that, it would be very, very valuable.
Definitely.
Just to let y'all know real quick, get your longitude and latitude. All it is a Google search. Put your location in. Takes 2 seconds.
Sure. I mean, that's probably something we'll end up doing on the show. So we'll end up looking up people's, actual position.
Yeah.
But the one thing we can't do is, have a compass where they are. So I think Gav's right. If people can be prepared to produce a compass, if they can, but don't let it put you off not doing it if you can't.
Yeah.
Not but it's like I was hoping I could maybe get by the ocean, Atlantic, and see as it come across. That way, it's no obstructions. And I've done a lot of mapping in the past, so for getting at actual directions where I'm at won't be a problem for me. So I can at least do that for you on July 3rd.
Cool.
Cool. You're the Atlantic coast then?
Yes.
Yeah. Over the water would be very good.
I was thinking about going like early, before it comes up, get out there on the coastline and doing a picture that way.
Yep.
I'm so grateful to you guys. I really am. You've no idea how pleased I am.
Well, I'm glad that you participate. We're a little part and try to actually do something instead of sitting around talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, we're all in it together at the end of the day, aren't we?
We got GeoShifter.
Hey,
How you doing,
Geo.
Geo?
I'm in my plane. I'm trying to find the sun.
Yeah, what a load of bullshit. Total trolling.
Oh, you
It would have to be you. I thought it would be a genuine troll, and instead it's Geo.
I could expect
that
that you
over,
would
Geo?
not believe me.
That from your hot air balloon.
So I hope you're all doing fine. I just came to say hello and troll you a little, but nothing serious.
Hey, that's alright. Geo, so which direction is the sun now then, mate?
It's almost, well, the sun is almost going under here. It's still 1 hour and a half or so, I think, before it will be dark. So, but it's hard to see because in this position, it's hard to see from my house and my garden.
Yeah.
Sunrise is much easier, and during the day, it's much easier to film it or track it. Right now, it's pretty impossible for me.
Oh,
Do you reckon you'll be able to do it on July 3rd?
I will try, yeah, during the day and the morning.
Good man.
Yeah, I'll try both as well. I mean, I'm hoping the weather's nice. I know you're saying it doesn't matter about the disk of the sun, but I mean, to properly see sunrise and sunset, you do need to see the disk, don't you?
I'm looking
I know what you're
forward.
saying. I really want to put about 20 rules on it, but the problem with doing that is chances are you'll get less people. So I'd rather have a dozen people who try and say, oh, I can't quite see the sun, there's a load of trees in the way, and it's, I'd rather have 10 of them to get one that goes, oh, I can't really see it. Oh, there we go, it's just creeped through, but you don't know until you try.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm looking forward to see the results. It's an awesome idea.
Mhm. Yeah,
Keep
yeah,
going.
yeah.
I'm amazed how many people have contacted me and said that they want to do it.
Yeah, another thing I was going to say as well. Have you been in touch with Dr. Zach?
Antonio has, yes.
Right, okay. I was going to say, because if you relay all the information back to him as well, that would probably help him dearly.
Definitely. Hopefully he'll share his son too.
Yeah, yeah.
Just transfixed with what Gio's sharing with us at the moment. Where's this over?
It's like a 5-minute clip from a plane. It's almost landing. But I'm leaving anyway. I just wanted to say hello, and I wanted to say it's an awesome idea and an awesome experiment, and I will try to help and also film in a few days.
Thank you very much, Gio. Much
Everyone,
obliged.
Hey, Gio, hi and bye, man.
have a great day, great night. Bye-bye.
See you
Peace,
later.
Gio.
See you, Gio. Take care, buddy. Nice to speak to you again.
Thanks for trolling us with exactly what we don't need. Pre-recorded footage, not of the sun, not from the ground. Just what we don't need. Thanks so much, Gio. Always a pleasure to have you.
We love you, Gio. We love you, man.
At least he knows how to take the mick out of himself. Did you join in on his quiz, Gav?
Yeah, I did until the other show started. I can't remember what it was now.
I didn't know there was another show running.
Yeah, I think I got to question 25 or something, and then I flipped over.
It's a good laugh. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was funny. Good idea. Something different for a change, you know. It's what we need. A break from the norm. Like this as well, sun tracking. This is different. A break from the norm. And everyone can get involved and take part.
I really hope they do. I mean, there's certain people, even people that, you know, you could consider frenemies or whatever you want to call them, adversaries. You know, people like Flat Earth Vancouver, BC. I really want him to share his sun. You know, I don't want people like that to feel like they'll come along and just have a load of earache, because they won't. You know, we'll just be thankful that they're joining in and sharing the sun at their location, because that's all we want.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all they need to do is just share it. They don't even have to stay more than 5 minutes, you know.
That's it.
We don't want it turning into a shit show, so, you know, hopefully everyone takes that on board.
Yeah, I mean, there's probably going to be some trolling, as Gio's just proven nicely. You know, there'll probably be some times that people come in and do want to have a real go at the people running the show. You know, Nathan, you're an idiot. Why would you ever think the Earth is flat? Well, you know, if you want to come in and do that, so long as you share your sunset, more power to you. You can do what you like.
Yeah.
So, guys, the end result here, we're going to have 24-hour evidence from all across the plane, right?
Yep, that's right.
So should we, Negator, I hate to bring him up, but he suggested we take our results and compare them to SunCalc. Y'all know what that is? I guess it's a website. And see if we get the same kind of results that it's showing people on, you know, on the computer.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. I mean, that's you know, the primary selling point I would use with people who are not flat earthers. I say, you know, we've got this tool, SunCalc. It tells us how it is. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes. That's how it is. Well,
We're really going to see how it is now.
Let's just make sure.
Yeah, we're just double checking their results, right?
Yeah, the whole scientific method suggests that you have to challenge everything that is the current accepted standard. So that's all we're doing. We're just looking at it, and if we find flaws, we'll challenge it.
Exactly.
I'm sure we will. I'm pretty sure. There's going to be more than one thing that doesn't add up.
Here's my dog digging in the backyard.
That's kind of how this came about. I mean, it was just by luck, pure luck. Antonio and I spend hours and hours and hours on Skype with each other, as does Gav. And literally, we just sat chatting. My camera was in a slightly different position because I'd finished the show that we'd been doing, and it was pointing out my window. And Antonio just went, "Oh my God, your sky is completely blue, and no matter which direction I look at, mine is completely black." You know, there's been other people who've looked at it and gone, "Well, are there hills and clouds that are in your way?" And I've said, "Well, yeah, for me, but not for Antonio. It makes absolutely no sense that there should be 30-minute delay between his sunrise and my sunrise. It just doesn't make any sense. Not on a globe, anyway." I'm going to put you guys on mute for a second because I'm just going to welcome my wife home for a bit. So
what's up, Gabe?
Yeah, I'm just chilling, man. Talking with folks like I do on a daily basis, you know.
I'm here. I'm standing here about another 5 minutes. I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm
Good afternoon.
As well.
I think it's a good idea. I hope people participate.
No, at least two, though.
Yeah. Because we're actually getting some real data here, real angles of the sun, all that good stuff, right?
Yeah, for sure, man. All the different crepuscular rays. The other rays, I forgot what they're called.
I can even see a few crepusculars through these trees in my backyard right now.
Sorry?
See some of the rays coming through the trees there.
Yeah, we can see him.
Yeah.
Kind of neat. On this object, whatever the hell it is, right?
Not millions and millions of miles away, is it? I mean, it's just there.
Looks like it's about 93.2 million to me, I'm just guessing.
That doesn't sound like a guess.
It sounds like, excuse the pun, educated guess.
That's one of the funniest parts of heliocentric, and they keep moving the sun further every time they got more data back. Starting in 1890 something or whatever. And they kept moving it back. Oh, I'm gone. Did I lose connection?
No, you're still here.
No.
Yeah, we still got you, man.
Yeah, I got to jump off here in a minute. Got to get going. I got 2 devices I've tested, so I'm going to get next Sunday off. I'm definitely going to participate. And I hope everybody else does.
Alright, Dave. Thanks, man.
You guys have a good day on the... Enjoy a good day on the plane, okay?
You too, brother.
Alright. Peace, everybody.
Alright. Bye-bye, mate.
That's what it's all about.
Oh, yeah.
I've just got to sit here for another 5.5 hours.
Hey, we got Glowbusters as well in about 10 minutes.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll throw it in the chat for you.
Yeah, if you throw it in the chat, I might stick it on while this is airing and then pause it.
Oh, no. I meant I'll throw this in the chat for you, like every half an hour.
Oh, you'll throw this link in the chat?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. And try to get people that way as well, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's nice to have a very low pressure, come and chit chat, share your camera. You're not going to be on the spot to make sure it's good. You just can check your stuff's working.
Yeah, people don't have to show the face of the shy. You can just show the sun and say, hi, I'm such and such, I'm here, I'm looking in this direction. And, that pretty much covers it.
That's it. I think what I might do is, as it's coming up on about half an hour after I did it last time, get my camera up. I'll do a little infomercial advert for what's happening here. So, the reason for this hangout is running non-stop for anybody who's watching in the audience is so you, the people in the audience, can test your mobile device, laptop, PC, tablet, computer, whatever it is that you want to use on the 3rd of July 2016, because myself and lots of other YouTubers will be sharing the sun with each other over a 24-hour period. So all the way through July the 3rd, we're inviting people to share their sunset or sunrise at their location live. So no pre-recorded footage, only live footage. The idea being that you drop myself or one of the other YouTubers who are running these Hangouts a line, my email address I'll give out now, which is nathanoakley1980@aol.com, or drop one of the other YouTubers who we will firm up exactly what order they're doing their Hangouts in, hopefully on Wednesday of this week, and publish those Hangouts so you can see exactly which Hangout you need to share your sun with based on the local time in your area. So this Hangout is so that you can join using the link that's in the description box. I've been periodically posting it in the chat as well. But yeah, join the Hangout, check that you can actually get a connection, and turn your camera around and point it at the sun, where the sun is at your location, so we can see that it all works. That's really the only point in doing this. So yeah, I'll say it one last time before my next half an hour infomercial that I'll do, dead air or otherwise. July the 3rd, 2016, tracking the sun on a flat Earth.
come one, come all, you'll be welcome if you are a flat earther, a globe head, a cell earther, a hemorrhoid earther, you name it, it doesn't matter, whatever you want. If you want to join in and give us a load of ridicule, that's fine too, so long as you share your sunrise or sunset from your location, and you can tell us where you are and what time it is. So that's it. That's my infomercial over, Gav. So if you've got anything to add.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it also applies even if you don't believe the Earth exists.
If you don't believe the Earth is what?
Even if people don't believe that the Earth exists, well, we see some of these simulation theorists, don't we, that say, oh, you know, the Earth isn't actually real and blah blah. Just throwing that out there too.
Yeah. I don't know, Chris D was talking about it, and it's one of those things that if you try and take on too much information all at once, it's a bit mind-blowing. So Chris, if you're listening to this, you're a wonderful guy, but I have to take in your information in fairly small chunks because it's so overwhelming. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I mean, the same also applies for Quasi, you know, last week on the show. It's just so much information to take in and comprehend and actually process, you know. It's one of them.
But this sort of sun tracking makes a nice change of pace, because for the guy who's standing in front of his son with his camera phone, just pointing it at the sun, it's really quite simple. There's not a great deal to do. I know in the aftermath there's going to be lots of people who are, you know, looking at the data, you know, trying to figure out, and I'm sure there will be discoveries made live on air. You know, there'll be instances where there's two people sharing things and they go, hang on, this doesn't make any sense. So there will be things that we literally find out there and then. But it may be a massive anticlimax. You know, we might get to the end and go, we've achieved nothing. We haven't actually figured anything out. But it's a start. We've reached a point where we've actually had the compunction to connect with each other using the technology that's available anyway, that we're using all day, every day to have hangouts and talk about Flat Earth, and use it to actually explore something and figure out how stuff works. You know, we might not achieve it on the first go, we might not achieve it on the second go, but so long as people are actually trying these things, same with the Bedford Level experiment, same with some of the Flat Earth meetings that have no actual, you know, the only outcome from things like the Oxford meet was that people connected, that people, you know, what's the words Patricia Steele used? Press the flesh. You know, that's the only point of it, and it achieved that. So I don't know. I don't think that it'll be a failure on Sunday. I think it will definitely yield results, and I'm pretty sure it'll be a success. I think we'll get plenty of people that will attend.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to be in it to win it, you know. I think it'd be good.
Did you see Jeff Stewart's video?
I did, yeah. You sent me that on Skype, I had a look. Yeah, it's fair play to him, you know. Kudos to the guy.
I was absolutely overwhelmed, so I'm going to turn my camera for this. Right.
I was going to say something, I know I forgot what I was going to say. Damn it.
You were going to say something?
Yeah, and I've completely forgotten.
Well, I'll praise Jeff while you're trying to remember. So, literally, the day we announced that we were going to do this, Jeff had been emailing back and forth over some tiff to do with Patricia Steere. You know, they'd fallen out, as they do frequently. Well, more Jeff had fallen out with her, and she was defending herself, if I'm ruthlessly honest. But in the midst of this, so it's all kicking off, they're having, you know, rows, people are getting involved and CCing in the messages, and I was one of them. So I dropped Jeff a line and said, look, if you can just set this aside just till after the 3rd of July, I'd be really grateful. You know, if you want to go back to being at each other's throats after that, then fine, you know, great, that's entirely up to you. But in the meantime, if you can just set aside your differences just to run this show, we might actually learn something. And, you know, at first he was like, no, don't want to do it. And then, you know, a complete change of heart, and made a promotional video for it saying, you know, this is a good idea, we should be doing this, you know, this will yield results. So to hear Jeff doing that, it stopped me in my tracks. I got goosebumps, I slept like a baby that night. I was just like, thank God, you know, because I was struggling at the time to get anybody to commit. It was very early doors, and Jeff was one of the first people to say, yeah, this is a good idea, we should be doing this. Forget all of our differences. That's not the issue. That's not the point. You know, and I hope, like I said earlier, the people like Flat Earth Vancouver BC do the same.
they join. They say, "Here's my son in Vancouver. The local time is this," and that's it. That's literally all that would be needed, and it's an extra location covered.
Yeah, definitely, mate. Right, on that note, I'm going to shoot. I'm going to go make a brew and watch Globebusters, man.
Thank you very much for joining us, Gab. Really appreciate it.
I take it you know who the new Globebuster is?
Yeah, Curious Life on Flat Earther.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, yeah. I'm not going to agree or disagree, but I think you know, so do I. So we'll leave it at that. Alright, but I might pop in after before my show. Okay. Alright, man. Thanks, mate. And thanks
My
everybody
pleasure.
else.
I'll be sat here bored.
Twiddle your thumbs, mate. Count some sheep.
Will do.
Alright, buddy. I'll catch you later, man. Oh, hello, Justin. Hello, and goodbye, Dustin.
What's up, guys?
How you doing, Dustin? Whereabouts are you, buddy?
Arizona, buddy. Just checking out this connection here to see for that experiment next week. So,
Do you reckon you can give us a bit of a glimpse of your son?
yeah. Let's see here.
I'll stick it on the screen so you can see what you can see, if you know what I mean.
All right. Let's see here. It's kind of cloudy down here today.
That's okay. Yeah. So turn it. We're looking at you at the minute. So flip it around. So pretty though you are. Beautiful, beautiful. About the same as my view. Rubbish.
Is it working?
Yeah, perfect. I mean, I keep saying this to everyone who joins. This is exactly what we need. People to demonstrate that joining one of these hangouts and sharing the sun is dead easy.
Right on, man.
Where did you say you were?
I'm in Tempe, Arizona.
Arizona.
USA. Yep.
Cool. So what time does your sun go down?
It should be going down about probably 7:30 tonight.
What time is it now? What's your local time now?
It's noon right now, roughly.
Say again?
It's noon straight up right now.
Noon?
Yep.
Perfect. There's 8 p.m. here in the UK.
Right on. So it's you want
Do you
me to
reckon
sign
you'll be joining
back
us then on the 3rd?
Okay.
Do you think you'll join us on the 3rd?
Yeah, buddy, I'll be there on the 3rd for sure.
Perfect. I mean, this is a good opportunity for me to say keep in touch, because it may not be my show that you actually take part in. On Wednesday this week, I'm going to try and get all the people who are running the Hangouts to have a group call, or it might be published, it might not be, it might just be a call between us, just to firm up what times each YouTuber is actually going to be running their show, so that you can, if you keep in touch with me, I'll more than happily pass on the information. But you'll see, hopefully, from maybe Thursday of next week, all of the different channels actually advertising their show at the time that they'll be running for.
Sweet.
So yeah.
Look forward to it, buddy.
Say again?
I said I look forward to it.
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited. I mean, the thing that's most exciting is people like you, Justin, joining now, demonstrate, or give us a good idea of how successful it will be.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I've been following like your live hangouts on YouTube and stuff like that, but yeah, it's kind of cool to be a part. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was just saying the same thing to Gab. It's not like you've got to do a whole experiment to have a big difference. It might be that yourself, it might be that Dustin comes on, you point your camera at the sun and go, oh, I can't actually see it, it's a bit chemtrailed, and then it pops through and you get a really great view. But then someone else comes on at a different part of the globe and says, well, I've got my sun, and we look it up on Google Earth, and you shouldn't have the sun at the same time. That's the idea, that what starts off as you going, oh yeah, isn't that pretty, turns into something much more exponentially important, just from a couple of people joining.
Yeah, I agree.
But we can't tell. It may be a total failure. But if it is,
I think
we've got to go.
I think it'll be great.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, just the unity level at this stage, just the fact that enough people have said that they want to do it is absolutely fantastic. There's been a lot of unity as a result of this experiment, so I'm really chuffed. I couldn't be more pleased. You know, I was saying again before you joined about Jeff Stewart. I don't know if you saw his little advert for this event.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not going. Okay, hold on, buddy. You want to say hi? Yeah. Say hi, Nathan.
Hi, Nathan.
Hello. What's your name, buddy?
Say Brady.
I'm Brady.
Tell him.
Hello, Brady.
Is the Earth round
no, you
or
tell
flat?
him. Is the Earth round or flat? What is it?
Is the Earth round or flat?
Is it round or flat? I'm asking you. Is it round or flat?
Round and flat.
I thought it was flat.
Round and flat.
It's flat.
I reckon. Is that your dad? Did he whisper that in your ear?
That's
cute
my boy,
kid.
man.
What
Thank
cute
you.
kid.
Yeah, hey, we're getting ready to head out, Nate. So I just wanted to check this connection to make sure it was all good, you know.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome to hang around and chat with me. If you want to disappear, you're more than welcome to do that. I'm just going to be sat here for the next 5 hours.
Right on, man. I'll check back in.
Cool. Good to see you, Justin. Thank you very much for joining us. Hopefully we'll see you on the 3rd, if not before.
Right on. Look forward to it. See you, buddy.
Take care.
Bye-bye. How do you shut this off? Oh, right there.
So I've only managed to achieve 10 minutes between almost total silence last time and this time, so I'll do my little infomercial bit again. So on July the 3rd, 2016, we will be tracking the sun on a flat Earth. This particular test hangout is so that anybody who is intending to join on the 3rd of June 2016 can test out their equipment, connect with their mobile device, mobile phone, laptop, PC with their webcam that they can stick out their window, whatever it is that they're going to use. Connect with the link that is in the description box for this video and just test your equipment. All you need to do is connect, click the little agreement that suggests that you're going to be broadcasting live, which you will be when you join this hangout, and yeah, turn your camera around, point it at the sun, and Bob's your uncle. Obviously, on July the 3rd, 2016, the only information we want shared will be live information, so we don't want any pre-recorded video footage, as GeoShifter shared with us earlier. We only want live footage, so it will literally be your capture of the sun there and then on your camera phone. So yeah, so providing you can actually get a internet connection outside or through a window or whatever, this will be your opportunity to test that you can actually do that. The other thing to bear in mind is that it won't only be running on this or my main channel, Nathan Oakley 1980. It will be running on lots of different YouTube channels consecutively. So we'll have me, followed by Patricia Steer, followed by Robin Poe, followed by whoever. But you need to be aware of what time slot best suits your sunrise or your sunset at your location, so you can get in touch with that particular YouTuber and say, I need your link because my sunset is at X time, and then, as I say, you get that link, click on it, join through Google Plus, and share your sun. When you do join, as much as it's going to be wonderful to see all your happy faces, the main thing we're going to want to see is going to be the sun. So that's not to say that if you want to join just to chat, that's absolutely fine. But the main purpose really is to capture the sun at lots of different locations around the globe. So while I've run out of things to say, I might share one of my old videos in the vain hope that somebody will join me and I won't be sat here on my own. So I'm going to stick this camera back onto the outside view. From here in the UK, currently 8:05 PM. Not that you can see much through this window. It's not even technically pointing at the sun. But there we go, just to give people an idea of what it is we're hoping to achieve. So,
Welcome to the Hello Fresh Kitchen. We're the rescue box delivery service that makes dinner time.
I wanted to do a bit of an update on tracking the sun on a flat Earth. So I've had an overwhelming response of people saying that they want to partake in this experiment, if you want to call it that, and share the sun with me. So they've got my email address, and it's a great start. I know that there's lots of people that's keen. Thank you very much to Robert and Adam and Robin for making videos to promote this idea. Now, there's a couple of things I wanted to go through, the first being what we don't want. So what we actually want to achieve is a live sharing of the sun. So if this was me broadcasting on YouTube, so I was one of the Oh, isn't that interesting? This was me broadcasting on YouTube, so I was one of the individuals who has emailed me. Thank you very much. I've received an email with the link to one of the Hangouts. I'm out and about with the sun around me. I've connected via, what's it called, Safari, and I'm in the Hangout. I'm on my phone, and I can just literally turn the camera around and point it at wherever the sun is. Now, in this case, you can see there's clouds. We can't really see the disk of the sun. Doesn't matter. We just want people to try and get the best they can at sunrise or sunset at their location. It might not be that you see the disk of the sun. It might be completely chemtrailed. It doesn't matter. But what we don't want is for people to record an image and say, all right, I've joined the Hangout from my PC at home. This was recorded 20 minutes ago. Unfortunately, that's no good. If you take your laptop outside and you can get a Wi-Fi connection and share the sun with us live, then that will work. But we can't play pre-recorded sunset or sunrise footage. It just defeats the purpose. It has to be live. So yeah, it's going to be the case that that's the only thing we share. If you want to join, you just want to chat with us, it's going to be a hell of a lot of dead air. So feel more than welcome to come and join and chat if you get the link, but you can't physically share the sun live. That's fine too, but unfortunately we cannot share pre-recorded material. It defeats the purpose. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that, again, I'm really thankful for people who've been contacting me by email. What we need for this to be a success is for more YouTube content providers to get in touch with me, so that we can open the lines of communication for us and for the people that share the link once my 8 hours is over. As it stands, Antonio Subrat, Gav from Flat Earth After Party, and myself are the only 3 people who have actually confirmed that we're doing these Hangouts. I mean, massive thank you to Adam Joseph Doherty and Robert Shortman and Robin Poe for making videos about this subject. If there's others, again, thank you very much to you. We've got to get the idea out there for it to be promoted enough to be a success at all. But ultimately, the communication lines need to be open so that once my Hangout is over, we still have other people partaking in this event and sharing their sunsets and sunrises with the other YouTube content providers who are going to run these Hangouts. Now, I doubt I can actually run, the remaining, whatever it was, 12 hours after Gav and Antonio finish their little stints. But, I'll try. It may be a total failure, but we've got to start somewhere. I'm more than willing to do this with just, myself running these Hangouts. But to have it be a success,
The people I'm calling on are, you know, Jeff Stewart, Chris Rock, Patricia Steer, Bob, Jaron, all the people who are well versed with running these hangouts know how to deal with trolls that will join, which will be inevitable. But, you know, try to have some sort of control over it. It's a case that we will have to be fairly disciplined and have the lines of communication reasonably well open to get this out to the person who's standing in front of his sunset on the 3rd of July. So that's really what I'm hoping to achieve with this little update. A few of the YouTube content providers, you know, cup in hand, I'm appealing to you. It's one of those that I can't do this on my own. I can have a go, I can have a modicum of success doing it on my own, but it would be a much bigger success if we all unite. The third thing is that everyone is welcome. If you want to take the attitude, fuck David Weiss, the ball earth is true, you're still welcome. Even if you want to come in and have a little bash, I won't be, you know, having a row on my personal hangout. Unfortunately, I can't speak for everyone who runs these shows. But my intention is to invite one and all. So long as you're sharing the sun with me, if you want to say it's a globe, more power to you. You know, I'm not going to turn around and say, look, it's fat Scott, mate. It's not the purpose. It's just trying to get information out there. Same applies to anybody else who wants to join and actually share this information for some progress. If you're just a truth seeker, you're not interested in flat earth or globe earth or cell earth or any of the other types of earth, crypto earth, if you're just not interested, it's always worth checking what the powers that should not be have told us is absolute fact. And this is just one of those instances that you can potentially be part of providing that information in real time, live. And it's fairly simple. You just have to get a connection by keeping the lines of communication open with people like myself and any other who takes part. Gav, Flat Earth After Party, Antonio Subrats, I'm looking at and talking to you. We've got to keep the lines of communication open so that people can get these the links to these shows and do this. You know, I'm coming to you from Seattle and here is my sunset. That's what we need, but that won't happen unless the links shared efficiently and the lines of communication are open. We've managed to do it, that being me, Antonio and Robin, because we've got good lines of communication. So this isn't for kumbaya. I don't want to bring everybody in the aftermath. If you all want to go back to being at each other's throats, great, more power to you. But in the meantime, if you can set aside your differences, get in touch, drop me a line at nathanoakley1980@aol.com. Anybody who's had a response from me already will essentially be on the list of people that will get the link. So yeah, you know, if you haven't had a reply, it may have slipped into the ether. Drop me another line, drop me a YouTube message. You know, try and get in touch. This is the point of this particular blog, to get the lines of communication as open as possible. I've been Nathan Oakley. I'll see you all in.
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. Event on I would like to Hello everyone, this is Robin Poe and I would like to invite you to join myself, Nathan Oakley, Antonio Sugarats, David Weiss, and many other flat earthers for an amazing 24-hour sun tracking event on July 3rd. This whole idea got started when we were finishing up a Mechanics of the Fourth Wall hangout, and we all went over to a Skype call. Myself, Antonio Sugarats, Patricia Steer, David Weiss, and we were all on a Skype call, and then all of a sudden Nathan Oakley says, "Oh, the sun is just coming up." And I go, "Well, that's really strange because here in Seattle, it's just going down, or it's starting to go down." Then after that, we started discussing about how that would work, because it didn't seem like it should work, because Seattle is so far around the globe from England, and even in the summertime, on the summer solstice, there's still too much of the Earth that the sun would have to get around. So we started talking, saying, you know, this is something that would be an interesting experiment to do, is having people report the sunrise or sunset, record sunrise and sunset at their location and come on the hangout and do the recording and show the sunrise and sunset going up or sun's rising or setting in real time. But And we could do this over a 24-hour period. And everybody who reports something, we would learn something new, just like we learned something new when me and Nathan started comparing the sunset in Seattle to the sunrise in Warwickshire, England. I plotted out my position and the direction of the sunset on a Gleason standard map. So from Seattle, at the angle of about 30 degrees, that put the sun at the Tropic of Cancer, somewhere in the South China Sea, roughly around Thailand. So anyway, after I looked at that, I compared that to the distance from the sun to Warwickshire, England, and it turns out that the sun was equidistant from Warwickshire, England, and from Seattle to the sun, and from Warwickshire, England to the sun, it was equidistant. And so therefore, it shows that on a flat Earth, that once you reach a certain distance from the sun, about 7,500 miles, the sun will appear to go over the horizon. Okay, I decided to go out and buy a globe, just because not because I'm fond of the globe, but because I decided to show what a nonsense the globe is. So here I am in Seattle. I'm going to back up a little bit so you can see. And then I'm going to turn the globe away from Seattle at its 23-degree angle until we get to the South China Sea. And so as you can see, the South China Sea is facing at a 23-degree angle. And where's my finger? Seattle is already behind the horizon. Oops. As you can see, Seattle is already behind the horizon from the South China Sea when the South China Sea is facing towards the camera. And then if we look at where the terminator line is on the other side, right here, I'll even give it a little extra just to give people the benefit of the doubt. So we're sitting on the terminator line, and that terminator line is right in the center of the Black Sea. So just above the Black Sea. Now, let me turn the globe around. Okay, we're on the Black Sea, right there. Now, if I point to England, Warwickshire, England, you can see that's how much distance you have from where the terminator line is. So there's quite a bit of distance before the sun should be coming up in Warwickshire, England as well. So between that, just that one comparison between me and Nathan Oakland, between my sunset in Seattle and his sunrise in Warwickshire, England, we were able to determine a whole lot about how the flat Earth works and how the globe does not work. So if you're interested in joining in and helping out with us on this great 24-hour sun tracking event on July 3rd, please email nathanoakley1980@aol.com, and I'll put his email in the comments section. And join us for this epic 24-hour sun tracking event, July 3rd. We'll see you there.
Thank you, Robin Poe, for that brief insight into what we're doing. Might take this as another opportunity to do a little infomercial for what's actually happening here. Why not? If they happen every 10 minutes, at least it's filling the airtime. So hi, the reason for this hangout is for anybody who wants to join on July the 3rd, 2016 to track the sun on a flat Earth. This hangout is purely to test your equipment. So link using the description, the link that is in the description box below this video. Connect using your mobile device, tablet or PC, or if indeed you've got a webcam that you can actually put outside the window and see the sun setting or rising live. This is what this hangout is for. So you can actually test that you can actually do that, that you don't have any flaws with your equipment, software updates that need doing, things of that nature. So all you have to do if you want to take part is
drop me a line at nathanoakley1980@aol.com and explain that you want to be part of the event. I will then send you a link if indeed it is me that is the relevant person for the event at the time that your sunrise or sunset occurs. So hopefully midweek we being the people who are running these hangouts, actually connect with each other and devise some sort of a timetable and then advertise our respective channel links for each of the hangouts that are going to take place with times, so you can cross-reference with your own sunset or sunrise location the time that your sunrise or sunset will happen, and pick the right YouTuber that is most relevant to you, get in touch with them and ask them for the link to that show so you can share your sunrise or sunset with them. So try to bear in mind that it's not just me that's running these hangouts. There are lots and lots of people who will be running them concurrently. So yeah, get in touch, nathanoakley1980@aol.com. If you do want to just check out that you can actually share the sun on the 3rd of July 2016, click the link, connect, and yeah, I'll see you probably in another 5 minutes after I play through another video.
On Sunday, 3rd of July 2016, we will be tracking the sun on a flat Earth. I wanted to reiterate exactly what it is that we're doing and what we need people to do. So if you imagine that I am now one of the participants who's going to be sharing the sun, I'm out in a spot that I've tested. I'll go on to that in a moment. And I've got the link connected via my internet browser. I'm standing out, I'm in the hangout. All I have to literally do is turn the camera and show a little sneak peek of the sun. Now I've picked this spot because the sun does literally peek through, and we're probably about half an hour off its setting. So it's not actually necessary, believe it or not, to see the sun, just attempt to. Hopefully some of the shares will be fantastic and we'll get to see lots of the sun. The point being, we have to share this live. So you have to be able to find a spot that you can get an internet connection, actually connect to the internet and share your sun with us. So a couple of things. The first being that you need to share it live. So we can't have pre-recorded images of the sun sent to us. It is literally has to be as simple as this. That's my sun, I am in London. That's my sun, I'm in Phuket. There's been a great response from YouTubers who have surprised me. So Jeff Stewart has made a little video explaining that it's a good idea and that he wants to get involved. So kudos, Jeff. I'm overwhelmed by the fact that you've done that, especially in amidst the sort of hatred that you have for some of the people that I associate with the potato crew, as they've been labelled. Nevertheless, Jeff, you're the first to do this, and my hat is off to you. So thank you very much. That's not to put down any of the people. So Robert Shortman, Robin Poe, Patricia Steer, Antonio Subrats, Gav from Flat Earth After Party, all of these people, Nick from Phuket Word, have all agreed to actually run one of these hangouts. Now, tomorrow or the day after, I'll email people who've contacted me and said they want to share the sun and explain that on Oakley Chord's channel, I will actually run a practice hangout, if you like. It'll be very boring, it'll have lots of dead air, I will run it for the full 8 hours and I won't monitor it. But my idea when we actually do this is to have pairs of people. So, say, Jeff Stewart and Chris Rock, Patricia Steer and David Weiss, myself and Antonio Subrats. And as a pair, there's a fail-safe. So if one of us has a problem with our computer, with our internet connection, whatever, the other can run the hangout. And if there's no problems with either, there's a bit of a back and forth on the actual shows rather than lots of dead air waiting for people to share the sun. So I think it's a good idea that we actually pair up to do these, even if it means we have to do slightly longer sessions. So yeah, so hopefully, like I say, if you have dropped me a line already, you should receive an email in the next day or so to explain, test your equipment, find a spot like I've done here, that you can literally do this, but whilst connected to the Hangout Live. So you need to check that spot, test your equipment, use the opportunity to connect to Oakley Cord. It'll be great to see you and test your equipment on there. I've been Nathan Oakley. I'll see you in the next video. Ah, cute little duckies. So yeah, in case you haven't figured out, this Hangout is purely to test your equipment for Sharing the Sun on 3rd of July. Use the link in the description box below to connect to this Hangout and test to see that your equipment will actually work. If you do just want to chit chat, that's absolutely fine. I'm going to be sat here absolutely bored out of my mind for probably the next 5 hours, just waiting for people to test their cameras. If you've tuned in for entertainment value, rewind to the first 2 hours when we had Christy and Antonio Subarats and Gav from Flat Earth After Party. That was quite entertaining. This bit with me, this is going to be dull as dishwater, boring as all hell. Yeah, hopefully a few people will join and give me somebody to talk to. In the meantime, all I'm going to do is keep playing commercials for tracking the sun on a flat Earth. So on with the next.
Buy it with time.
Good evening and welcome to Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth. This impromptu hangout has been brought about as a net result of Antonio Subarats and myself making some observations of the sun early in the morning. The main one being the fact that the sun seems to come up at different times for myself and Antonio Subarats, despite the fact that we're actually pretty much in a straight line directly below each other or above each other in the case of Antonio. And yet I get the sun about 35 minutes before Antonio does, which has prompted us to sort of figure out maybe a methodology in this particular hangout to tracking the sun and figuring out where it comes up perhaps on a future hangout. So the conversation we were actually discussing just before we went live was something completely different. And I think we'll start there, even though the subject is tracking the sun. So I'm going to hand over to Robert, who's going to tell us 2 or 3 words about a type of educational system that perhaps some of us might not be aware of. So Robert, if you can fill in some of the blanks you were just telling us about 5 minutes ago, that'd be great.
Yeah, the trivium and quantrivium is a form of education that a lot of the elites use, and they use it so they can get into power through the ability of speech, knowing words and understanding, and with that understanding having the ability to manipulate others. And that's why you see a lot of these elite psychopaths in power, because they're educated in such a manner that they can use their words to better ends. And you can see a lot of this if you watch the rhetoric and logical fallacies when you watch speeches from a lot of the presidents and leaders and world leaders. They all use certain words and phrases that will create an effect and an emotion in people for their own ends. And it's quite an interesting thing, and if people haven't looked into it, it's just a simple Google search to get that information. But as soon as you read it, it will open your eyes into a lot of the ways that they construct education and forward it on to everyone else in a constructed format that allows them to control the populace, have a governing factor that's more educated than the average person. So it's quite interesting.
So did you say that more, it's a higher percentage of FBI agents are actually from this system of education, is that right?
I would say they would learn from that because it allows them to, be more educated in probably checking out information and seeing through the deception of standard things when people aren't aware of what they're looking at or what they're hearing.
So this is essentially an education to give you more critical thinking.
Yeah. I mean, the reading's intense on it, and there's so much about it that I think if you can break it up into learning the basic facts of what it is, and then going a bit further, it will enlighten everyone to what they're hired to, what everyone should know, really.
Absolutely. Robin, you said you'd heard of this type of, you said it was homeschooling on the majority of the part. Is that right?
Yeah, a lot of homeschoolers I know use the Trivium program for their children's education, and there are even places like the state of Pennsylvania where they have very good public school system, but people still homeschool and teach this because it makes the children so much more competitive. So.
Cool. I mean, this is astonishing information. I mean, just before we went live, Robert was reading out some of the information. He's got a little PDF, which we all had shared to us now. We're definitely going to read that as soon as the show finishes. But yeah, I don't know, did you want to add anything to that before we actually get on to the main topic at hand?
It's so complex and it's so vast that I wouldn't want to kind of belittle it by kind of commenting and not giving it the credit it deserves, which is, you know, hangout in itself, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've already brought it up on, you know, it's very the moment in the same ways we've done this hangout. Now, again, just before we went live, Robin, you're about to share some information that's spun off the back of yesterday's, what would you call it, after show, I suppose, when we were chatting after we finished. Do you want to share that with us now?
Yeah, what happened was we were on the Skype, just a hangout on Skype talking about the show yesterday, and Nathan ended up pulling an all-nighter, and he was remarking that the sun was coming up, and I said, that's really strange because you're in central England, right? Warwickshire, is that in central England? Yeah, you're in central England, middle England, and yeah, right. I'm in Seattle, and the sun isn't even, and the sun isn't even down where I'm at. And so what I did was afterwards I plotted this out on a Gleason standard map. So I was just going to share that and have a look at it. So. Okay, here's the Gleason Standard Map, and I'm over here in Seattle, Washington, and Nathan is over here in England, and I drew 2 lines, and as you can see, they're almost equal distant because the determining factor as to whether the sun appears.
Hello, who's joined us?
David Gwilym.
Hello, buddy, how's it going?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. How are you?
Not too bad at all. Good. Let's just bring up your picture so I can see you. Whereabouts are you?
I'm in Cardiff, man, so there's no need for my camera, is there, to be honest, because you've got Nathan. Not Nathan, what's his name?
Martin. Well, it's always nice though. Are you on it just on your PC at the moment? Can you not share some with us?
Yeah, I've got a camera on my laptop on that outside.
Do you reckon you'll be able to do that on the day?
Yeah, no worries.
Excellent.
What I was thinking might be a good idea is street lighting nowadays. They've got solar activation sensors on the top of them, and that would give you a good sighting for sunset.
That's a bloody good idea. So,
yes.
In other words, when the street lights come up, that's effectively a sort of a set amount of light that is in the air, if you want to call it that tells you that the sun has now gone sufficiently for the lights to come on.
Yeah, that's officially twilight's passed. Yeah.
Twilight has passed.
Yeah.
Right. That's very useful information to know.
No worries.
So yeah, cool. So just point your camera up at, and if the lights are on, we know that the sun is no longer there for sure, even if we can't see the sun.
Yeah. It'll be interesting if nothing else, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. What did you say your name was?
David.
David. So I'm going to ask this question. Do you know Martin?
Yeah, I follow him on YouTube. Flat Earth British, isn't it?
Yeah. He's a good guy, salt of the earth, absolute diamond.
Yeah. I had a bit of a falling out with him back about 2 months ago.
Oh, really? Oh, that sounds juicy. What was that about?
I just found the whole flat earth thing a bit unraveling, to be honest.
Unraveling?
Yeah, I just found it hard to deal with it all, personally, you know.
That's fair enough. 5 stages of loss, mate.
Yeah.
So where are you at then? You're not a believer, I take it?
No, I am not, yeah. But,
oh, right, okay. I was bracing myself for a load of aggravation from you.
No, yeah, it was just quite a turmoil at the end of that point. It took me about about a year.
Oh, wow, that's quite a long time.
Yeah. But
so did you have any fights with flat earthers in that 12 months?
Sorry?
Did you have any big fights with any flat earthers?
No, I never had any argument, but it was just, I was quite stubborn to the fact, you know.
You wanted it to be a globe?
I just wanted it to be that we've not all been lied to for forever, you know.
Yeah, it's not necessarily the flat or globe bit, is it? It's wrapping your head around the fact that there could be such a massive lie in place.
Yeah, there could be numerous outcomes. Infinite land or a different shape model. Yeah, who knows?
Absolutely, you know, everything's up for grabs, and that's part of the fun of flat Earth for me. Not knowing is much more exciting than knowing.
Yeah, once you get over the shock of it being flat, then yeah, it is enjoyable. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you feel better for it?
Yeah, definitely.
I do. You know, I've never slept better.
It's quite liberating.
Very much so. I remember early on there was a guy called Jonathan who was actually at the Oxford meet, and he just called me up out of the blue on Google Plus. So I'd never actually had a phone call on Google Plus, and it just started ringing, and this Jonathan guy's on the other end of the phone, and just started telling me about his experience finding flat Earth. And during the phone call, he was telling me that he didn't sleep, and then he figured out that we weren't spinning, and literally, I wish I was recording, but he got his sleeping pills and chucked them over his shoulder, and just went, don't need those anymore. It's like, man, what an image.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't even put on the TV these days. BBC, I can watch it for 2 minutes. I'm cringing.
Me too. Yeah, I've just cancelled all my Sky.
Sorry?
I've just cancelled all my Sky packages, all the TV.
Yeah.
So I'm paying less, but I'm getting more. You know, I'm getting whatever they call it, fibre optic broadband, so it's faster.
Yeah.
But that's all I do is just sit and watch Patricia Steer or Mark Sargent or Eric DeBay. You know, that's all I do all day is just sit around watching YouTube. Well, not sit around, I do have a job, but you know what I mean.
What do you do for a job?
I deliver shopping.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a delivery driver. Nothing too exciting.
Who's that for? We use all
Tesco.
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 They're not too bad. They're not all the
every little helps, as they say.
Yeah. We prefer Ocado.
What about you, buddy? What do you do?
I'm a graphic designer.
That sounds a bit more posh than my job, mate.
Oh, it's not. I've worked in window painting then. It's definitely not glamorous.
You in the printing industry?
No.
What industry?
I did have a t-shirts, but that just evolved into designing rather than printing.
So what sort of companies are you designing for?
I work on an online freelancer.
Okay.
Do you know People Per Hour? Or
Cool.
No?
Excellent. Oh, I've got a plane going over. I'm going to mute a second, just wait. Sorry about that. Plane going over.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Did you manage to catch Chris D on the show earlier?
No, but I follow his stuff, guys. It's phenomenal the resolution he gets, isn't it?
Oh, amazing. I said to him after he got 4K, because I used to have a telescope here, and I used to use it quite a lot. And then Chris D comes along, pointless Pointless even owning one.
Yeah. Yeah, it's amazing. It's quite hard to even photo the moon, isn't it, to get the good clarity. And to get what he's doing, it's just such high end.
Yeah, I mean, even setting at the telescope, each time you set it up, if you set it up outside, you have to let the telescope get acclimatized.
Yeah.
And that's a pain in the ass. Then you finally get something in your field of view, and 20 seconds later it's gone. So it's I don't know. I used to mess around with the telescope all night long, you know, literally the entire time it was dark.
Yeah.
Like I say, Chris came along, and initially it was 80% as good as you got through the telescope initially. Now it's at 4K. It's literally better on my big screen here than it is through the telescope. You know, I can see more stuff. There's better resolution that he can give me than I can see with my own eye, which is just amazing.
I've got a scope here. I haven't used it for so long. I can't remember what it's called. It's not a lens one. It's the one which magnifies the light. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But yeah, it takes about half an hour just to get it on the moon. Yeah, and you've got to keep moving the thing. Yeah, but I don't think his skills haven't come over did they? That's a few years invested there.
Yeah. I'm hoping Chris will come on and share the sun with us. He said he will.
Who's going to do all the compiling for you then? Are you going to do it, on the bounce as you're doing it live, or will that be done like further down the road?
What do you mean compiling?
Well, all of the video evidence.
You mean like actually? I mean that because it's being done live. There's no need to actually tie up footage. So we're doing it very differently to the way Flat Earth Asshole and Jaren are doing the Shoot the Moon. Because unfortunately for Flat Earth Asshole, he's going to be absolutely swamped, lining up time codes, lining up where everything is. Whereas because we're insisting on having live shares only, the time code isn't quite so crucial. Only the actual time at the location of the person sharing, which will log live. So if you were sharing the sun now, you'd say, it's Steve, isn't it? Is it Steve?
Dave.
What's your name again?
David.
Steve, isn't it? David. Sorry, David. Yeah, so you go, I'm David, I'm here in Wales, here's my sunrise, it's currently, what is it now, 8:45 in the evening. And that's it. Anything else we can figure out live, so if you want to know, elevation, we can just look it up for you, things like that. Gav mentioned the only other thing that might be useful if people have got a compass app on their phone, just actually get the direction that they're pointing when they're looking at the sun. That's about the only other thing. But I don't really want to insist on people giving us that because it might put them off. I know it sounds simple, getting a compass reading. Most people have got a compass app, but it might put some people off, and I really don't want to put anybody off joining.
Well, it should be west, shouldn't it, logically?
But it isn't. It's northwest.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier. So a guy said, yeah, I can see my sun. It comes out of this window in the morning, that window in the evening. It rises in the east and sets in the west. I said, well, no, it doesn't. It sets in the northwest. Considerably northwest, depending on where you look at it for.
I've got a few compasses here.
Wicked. So you're all set. You don't even need a phone app.
Well, I did a balloon launch last year.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, how did that go?
Well, it didn't go as well as expected, but we didn't get as high, but it was definitely flat.
So you saw it, it's all flat?
But yeah, it was flat, yeah, and that was from about 80,000 feet.
Did you publish it?
Yeah, I did one from Cardiff. Well, I launched it from Bristol, actually, and one from Arizona, and that was done by Rich from Thrive and Survive.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah, I did the one in Wales.
Where can I find it? What channel is it on?
I made all the modules. I sent them out to Phoenix for Rich to send them up.
So is it the one that's actually published on Rich's channel?
He published his one. I published my one.
So where's yours? What channel is it on?
I'll tell you a link now.
Yeah, can you stick it in the chat for the Hangout? Do you have to do that?
Yeah, cool.
I'll play it now. Might as well have a look.
I only posted maybe 10 minutes of the footage because we use cameras with 1080 HD. The file was like literally 30 gigabytes.
Wow.
You obviously know yourself how long that takes to upload and stuff.
How did you get it up to YouTube? Did you just compress the hell out of it?
We use Verb cameras, and that comes with an editing suite. So
Gotcha.
I just ran it through that package.
Have you stuck it in chat yet?
Yeah, I got literally hundreds of videos on my channels. But the one link's there.
Oh yes, I've got it. Brilliant.
Get ready for the year's most anticipated comedy.
I use that as a clickbait.
Fab.
The title, Nibiru, or Nibiru, how they pronounce it.
Here we go. So you sent this balloon up? Wow.
Yeah. Look at that cloud base, how thick it is.
That's so cool. I've just checked that I can actually see it in the Hangout. Yes.
But I've got footage of the balloon much higher up.
Oh yeah?
But I only posted that one because there are several anomalies in the footage.
Gotcha. Stick that on again. Why not? That's so cool. But the sun is so clearly close. Just look at it.
Yeah, see the sunspot?
Yeah. But it's so obvious when you see footage like this.
Here's a better one here now.
Okay, let's have a little look.
Well, on the cameras, like they both include telemetry data,
Okay.
which gives you the altitude and stuff, the air pressure, the temperatures. But what we found was they kept cutting out at 30,000 feet. So as the voices would ascend through 30,000 feet, the GPS would turn off, and then when it descended back through the 30,000 feet, it would turn back on. So I got in touch with Garmin, who are the manufacturers of the version we use, and we converted back and forth for probably a month or so, and they couldn't give me a straight answer. And in the end, it turned out all it could say to me was that the devices are working as designed. Because I was saying to them, you obviously don't use satellites. GPS has nothing to do with satellites, it's all cell towers. But the only reason why they're cutting out to 30,000 feet is because they were going out of range from the cell towers.
Yeah.
If it was using a satellite, it would be a more powerful signal, you know, the higher it was going.
Sure. I mean, it was a similar test, but I was not a flat earther at the time. But I saw I took a GPS on a plane, like a domestic car GPS.
Yeah.
And exactly the same thing. It got up, you know, as soon as it got up to any altitude, it just cut off. And I had a few people that said, "Oh, well, it's because you're in a Faraday cage. You can't pick up the GPS signal." But it did on the ground. And when we first took off, you know, it told us exactly what speed the plane was going. You know, it showed you on the map where you were. But then you get to a certain height and it just cuts off. And you think, well, these are supposed to be run from satellites. Surely the closer you get to them, the better the signal. But no, it's not. It's just GPS towers. As soon as you're up high, you're out of range of them.
There was a video on YouTube last week I watched. A graduate from Stanford got in touch with somebody who worked with the Hubble telescope. And it turns out that from that conversation which he had with that scientist, that the Hubble doesn't even exist.
Yeah, it's Sophia.
Sophia, that's right, yeah. That was a platform they used, yeah.
Yeah, Robert Pisano did a really good job. He got in touch with NASA and was picking them apart about the maintenance on Hubble. And it's in a decaying orbit. It needs to be constantly maintained to retain its orbit. And it hasn't been for something like 8 years.
So it should be crashing towards the Earth by now.
There should be in the sea, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should have burnt up on re-entry already. But they've just stopped the maintenance schedule for it. It just doesn't exist anymore. There is no maintenance happening to Hubble.
What do you think then about that? You know, our whole reality is different.
What do I think our reality is?
No, what do you think? You know, because obviously, with the Earth not being a globe, then that makes our whole reality like opposite. Do you not think that?
It makes us a lot more important.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with the whole thing, to be honest.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've got to be honest. I kind of came to terms with it pretty quickly. I won't lie. You know, the thing that still shocks me to this day is when you discover a new lie. You know, Chris D telling us about them studying the moon and having virtually identical conversations to the conversations we have on these hangouts 110 years ago. And even back then, the powers that could not be did not and could not address any of these issues. They've got this standardized system for measuring things. They've got this standardized heliocentric model for how things work, and that's it. It's a really limited, narrow way of looking at our world.
I tell you what I did get. I got a response back from NASA in an email. And I'm not sure if it's easy to get a response from NASA, but I was under the understanding that NASA doesn't respond to the public. But I had a response from the International Space Station, and I was asking them why they couldn't just do you know, some video footage of the Earth, you know, pan from one side to the other, and show the whole Earth rather than use composites. And they said because the video equipment they're using is just as they're using off products.
Say that again. The video equipment they're using is what?
They said the video equipment which they're using on the International Space Station is being used as an experiment in the context of it's just off-the-shelf equipment which anybody can buy. And that's why they can't pan from left to right. I'll give you the email if you want. It's just yeah, it's just a joke.
Yeah, it is a joke. I mean, even with off-the-shelf cameras, I mean, Tim Peake went at, what was it, 3 months ago, something like that. And is there any reason whatsoever why they couldn't have substituted that gorilla suit for a really high-quality 4K camera?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, they can't do it, basically. It's impossible. Yeah, it's not in geostationary orbit, it's just up there. And what's up there certainly hasn't got men inside it.
Well, they say they're just all satellites are just lighter than aircraft. So helium-filled balloons.
Yeah. Yeah, Jaren thinks that the entire space shuttle is a helium-filled balloon, doesn't he?
Does he?
Yeah. Yeah, we did a show with him. Mechanics of the Fourth Wall made in a Hollywood basement. And basically, I was always struggling to wrap my head around how you could actually track these rockets, you know, with a camera, because they go so unbelievably fast. You know, if you've ever seen a rocket launch, a missile launch is probably a better thing to describe. It lights, the fuse goes, and it's gone. It disappears instantly. You know, there's just no chance of tracking it. Whereas when they film the shuttle going up, you've got a perfect image. You know, it can't be going at the speed that they say it was. Now, my assumption, I didn't assume, I assumed that they'd slowed the footage down. You know, so that it looked better or easier on the eye. I just assumed it was slowed down. So that was just, you know, the way I cognitively wrapped my head around the fact that they could track it at all and film it at all. So when someone like Jaren comes along and says, well, maybe there's just two smoke bombs, literally, you know, letting out smoke out the bottom of this helium balloon, and up it goes. You know, they're tying it down because it has to be tied down. And the other thing he noted was that the biggest reserves of helium are owned by NASA. Massive helium reserves that we're apparently running really short on.
Helium, which is what's the word to use? Well, it's not affected by gravity, is it?
No. Well, it's one of them. You know from doing your balloon launch that essentially, as soon as you let go of that balloon, it was in geostationary orbit.
Yeah, flew up, yeah. Well, if you look at Google, probably one of the richest companies, if not the richest company on the planet, or the plane rather, they're putting up helium balloons now, Project Loon. They can't afford to put satellites. They don't exist.
Google Loon. Yeah, Google Loons, they're just helium balloons, aren't they?
Yeah.
To improve 4G coverage. You couldn't make it up.
Yeah, in places where they don't have cell towers.
Yeah. So no cell towers. Oh well, couldn't we just use one of those hundreds or one of those thousands of geostationary robots? No, we'll send up a helium balloon. That makes a lot more financial sense.
Yeah. Shocking.
It's all shocking. Yeah, shocking is the word. But as you say, it never comes for me. It's never been. Oh no, it's really difficult to wrap my head around the fact that it's flat, because it's obviously flat. You know, it really is obvious. But getting your head around the fact that there's people on top that can lie to you. Do you see Brian Cox?
It was my ego as well, to be honest. Like, to admit to yourself that you haven't, caught onto the fact that we've been lied to all this time. You know, it's an ego thing, isn't it? Which I suppose we all try to quash anyway. For myself, especially.
Well, it's easier to be lied to than convinced that you've been lied to.
Yeah.
So once you've been lied to and you've accepted it, the last thing you want to tell yourself is that you've been tricked. You just, like you say, it's a pride thing. How could I possibly have been tricked? I'm not that stupid. There's no way they could get one over me. That's how most people feel about it.
Well, we just get taught to debate the brief on day one. We're taught not to question, aren't we?
Yeah.
Not we're taught not to learn and think, we're taught not to question.
Correct. So the school system has us repeating. That's what we do. We're parrots when we come out at the end of the school system. Learn this piece of information, repeat it back on a test, and you'll pass. Fail to repeat it back the way we've told you, and you fail.
Yeah, and they're starting the test now. They're 6-year-olds now being given maths and English tests.
Yep.
Yeah, it is north. Well, it's the sunset for me.
Northwest.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. I said this to a guy earlier, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. He's like, no, it just goes across the sky. I'm like, no, it makes a 3/4 turn.
If not northwest, then even closer to northwest.
Correct. Well, that's what Robin Poe said as she was on the hangout that we decided to do this. She was watching her sun go down, and when she joined the hangout, she's like, it's northwest, and she's like, well, no, it's going more and more north, and I can see it. It's edging its way ever closer to north as it goes away.
Yeah.
But even that, it's just totally ass backwards or whatever they say. It's just nothing like what we expect. You know, you expect it.
Yeah, it's a given. You know, it rises in the west. It's just a given. We don't question it, do we? We trust.
Yeah.
We trust the two countries.
But if it is circling above us, it would make perfect sense that it makes a 3/4 turn, especially from the UK.
A turn.
Yeah. Well, it's according to the way it's modelled, it's spinning around above our heads. The only reason it looks like it travels from east to west is because we're only seeing such a small section of that turn. But because we're close, because we're higher up on the map, if you want to look at it all closer to the centre on the map, depending on which way you phrase it, we're more likely to see a greater degree of that turn. Whereas down on the Antarctic, as Robert Shortman pointed out, you see it rise, stay very low, and then set.
Yeah, if you'd be closer to the centre, it would appear, yeah.
So yeah.
More acute of an angle, yeah.
So on flat Earth, it makes perfect sense. It's only when you start to try and figure out how it should work on a globe that it suddenly stops making any sense. You know, as we spin, it should just go from east to west, and that should be it. It certainly shouldn't deviate and do a 3/4 turn if we're just on a spinning ball. It shouldn't do that. But it does. Happy days, because it's flat.
Yeah. There must be. Do you think there must be more? Well, infinite land, if not more land?
I suspect so.
Yeah, perhaps that's why the powers that be don't mind destroying this part we live in.
Well, I think it's just producing scarcity. The powers that should not be have to convince us that there's scarcity of everything, especially land. You know, they're not making any more of it. Well, maybe they are. You know, that would destroy the house prices.
Yeah, what I did in Dubai. Sand.
Yeah. Could you imagine if you could just move to somewhere that was unowned? There was nobody to charge you a penny. You could just move there and build a house.
Nice, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
You probably
I'd certainly break a sweat to build a house if it really cost me the materials.
Yeah, I think it's just the Western world where you can't.
The Western what?
It's probably just the Western world, Western society, where you can't just build a house somewhere. I expect that places in China and Africa and most other places you can build a house.
Yeah. Gender 21, they want us in a nice big city, all controlled, all in one place, all being told the same bullshit.
All wrong with each other.
Yeah. Divide and conquer. And I was talking about this the other day with the way the houses are laid out in Britain. You know, why on earth? Why do semi-detached houses exist?
Yeah, to compete.
The only point of a semi-detached house is to have you at the throat of your neighbour because you're sharing a roof. But there's no need. You don't need semi-detached houses. You don't need high-rises.
Yeah, the first thing people say they do if they win the lottery is go and buy a nice big house out in the country.
Yeah. Miles away from anybody so they don't have any headaches. Hedge-line disputes, driveway disputes, parking space disputes, noise disputes.
We're all pigeonholed.
Yeah. We need our personal space, and it gets taken away from us by virtue of the way the housing stock is designed.
Yeah. Well, it's been nice talking, mate, and I'll be in touch. It's the 3rd of July, yeah?
3rd of July, Sunday. Just keep in touch. If you keep in touch with me, chances are you will get the right link, but hopefully by about Wednesday or Thursday, everyone will have advertised what times they're running their show, so that there'll be, you can see where you slip in. It may be that it's me running it, and I cover the UK bit for the times that we're sunrise and sunset. Maybe not. I don't know.
You're gonna do like a relay,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So when one show finishes, there might be some minor overlap, but on the whole, it'll all be running one after the next.
Okay, cool. It's been nice talking to you.
You too. Hopefully see you on the 3rd, David.
Yeah, cheers, Nathan.
Bye for now.
All right.
Is how far distant it is from you, not over a curve, but a flat Earth concept. It's the distance of where it's either coming up as it's coming towards you, or as it's going away from you. It's going. The distance is increasing, so it finally sets, and the sun really wasn't even on the horizon yet. It was still fairly high in the sky when the sun was rising in England. Now, if you, let's see, let me stop sharing that. Okay.
Oh,
I don't know.
Is that Adam Joseph Doherty that's joined us?
That's me. I just got home.
I'll just turn it down a little bit so we don't get mega feedback. How are you doing, Adam?
Okay. Not bad. Just got back from the beach.
Yes, it's a shame you weren't broadcasting when you joined earlier to test your camera, because you had by far the best image. Beautiful massive sun on the beach. It was awesome.
Yeah. I couldn't even hear you guys. If I had my earbuds, I could have heard what you said, and I could have stayed on a little bit longer.
No, it's all good. It was really encouraging because you were there while there was like maybe 2 or 3 other people coming on and testing their cameras. I know you were only here for a couple of minutes, but there was a couple of other people in the hangout at the time. And I think, I don't know, I'd have to tot it up in my head, maybe 8 or 9 people that have been in so far, off the back of about 45 emails that I've sent out. I know Patricia Steer shared the Hangout link. Gav said he'd share it in Flat Earth in Globebusters chat. So hopefully we'll get a few more people that, you know, without any pressure whatsoever, come along and test their cameras out, make sure they can actually do it.
Cool. I'll probably be doing it from actually even like on my balcony, but I don't know if you can see it. I wonder. Here, I'll just turn the camera. I'm wondering on my mobile if I can. Hold on.
Yeah, that's good.
See it. But I'll be doing it from the balcony, but it will basically get this view here. And just on the side of the apartment, the sun comes up just over those trees from that direction. So we'll get a really good shot of it.
Excellent. Yeah, excellent. Yeah, every time someone comes on and actually shows that, you know, just literally points the camera at the sun, I get goosebumps. It's just so exciting. No.
I was thinking when I was out, what if I go to a beach? Cool.
Say that again, you broke up.
Location.
Say that again, Adam, you broke up.
Oh, sorry about that. No, I was wondering if I was at that beach again, and I think the sun comes up that way, like it comes over that way. So I thought it'd be a really cool shot over the water, having the sunrise like that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm hoping that we'll get plenty of people that do actually want to do sunrise, because I would imagine that more people will be keen to share their sunsets than sunrises.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
you never know. Depends how keen people are, if they're keen to get up. I mean, I'm normally up at sunrise anyway, just as you know from endless conversations with you guys in the States.
Mm-hmm. I think the shots where it's as clear as possible, where you can see like even like near water or something, because you can really see when it comes up if it's not cloudy. It would be really cool, or when it sets, it would be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst. If everybody just tries to share their sun at roughly their sunrise time or their rough sunset time, then some of them will be exceptional. Some of them will be absolute rubbish and all chemtrailed or cloud out, or some of them won't be any good. But you've got to try.
Mm-hmm. It's something you got to repeat a few times. Like, it's not just one time. It takes many times to get it right. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this attempt just shows that we can have a bit of unity. We can actually band together to do something like this. Even if it's not a success, as you say, on the first attempt, people can see that it can be done. People can cooperate enough to run a test like this.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And you were saying that Jeff Stewart's doing it as well?
I was so impressed. I mean, I don't want to give Jeff too much credit, because obviously there's people like you and Robin that are doing it anyway and haven't given anybody any grief. So it's almost a bit unfair to give Jeff praise for being a bastard and then cooperating. But, there's plenty of people out there that are 10 times worse than Jeff, and I want them to participate as well. I've mentioned him several times already because we've been at each other's throats recently, but Flat Earth Vancouver, BC, I would be over the moon if he joined and shared his son with us on July 3rd. I'd be so pleased. Even if he came in and said, here's my son, you're an idiot, your wife's an idiot, your parents are idiots, I wouldn't care. It'd be great, no problem. Can we see your son again? What time is it there?
That's good. I agree with that. It's about the data and collecting the information, and I totally agree.
Yeah. Give me 2 seconds. I've got a food delivery that's just arrived. Are you okay to hang on for 30 seconds?
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Whew. Yeah, I mean, what's it been now? We've been doing this. This show's been running for about 3 hours. About 10 people, 9 or 10 people testing. I'd call this a successful test, I would.
Yeah. Who all is running the Hangouts for this?
So, as it stands, we've got Patricia Steer, David Weiss, Jeff Stewart, Robert Shortman, myself, Antonio Subirats, Gav from a Flat Earth After Party, Robin Poe, who else? I think that's it so far. I could do with, ideally, another 4 more people to run shows. So what I'm hoping for is to have 6 pairs. Some of them may not be pairs, they may just do it on their own. I know Robert Shortman has got loads to talk about, so he could quite happily hold the fort on his own, probably for 3 hours, just with pictures. You know, he's got thousands of Antarctic pictures. I mean, he was telling me some phenomenal stuff earlier today, you know, saying about the way that they knit these composites together, and he was going back through these images of you know, the Antarctic sun and things like this, and just checking them over, and he was noticing that there was anomalies that he was seeing and photographing when he was in the Antarctic, and he was cross-referencing them on the footage and noticing that they were repeated over and over again, the same anomalies. In other words, this footage is just so doctored, but he's done all of the homework on it. He's captured the screenshots, pulled it apart. You know, he was on with us earlier, otherwise he'd been editing this footage along with the Bedford Level experiment footage that he's got. Did you hear about that?
Wow.
Did you hear about the Bedford Level?
Wow. No, I haven't actually.
So everybody went down to, apart from me, because I was working, but everyone went down to Bedford or Cambridgeshire yesterday to recreate Rowbottom's Bedford Level experiment. And they had a little bit of atmospheric problems halfway through the test, and you know they're planning on doing it several more times. But just on the first attempt, Robert Shortman managed to catch the boat 5.5 miles down the Bedford Level with his P900.
Oh, shit.
So
that's good.
You know, it's one of those. He was also telling me that I can't remember who the guy that had the bet with Rowbottom. You may know off the top of your head, but it went to court, and when the judge found out what the bet was about, because he sued Rowbottom for the £500 bet, and the judge, without seeing any evidence, just said, "Well, of course it's a ball," and ruled in his favour against Rowbottom. So off the back
Just
of that
because
court
it's
decision, that
that's
debunks
crazy.
the experiment. Outrageous.
It is just because they assume it's a ball. That's it. Yeah.
Basically, yeah, based on the assumption that it's a ball, legally you've lost.
Wow.
So cough up your 500. Which
Like
would be
you're
the
guilty no matter
equivalent,
what.
probably be the equivalent of £50,000 today.
Oh shit.
No, it's not a small deal.
No, it isn't. Yeah.
So could you imagine?
50,000.
That's why I don't bet. I've never bet in my life, and I never will.
Well, I play like a lotto once a week. That's about it.
Poor man's tax.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, never win, but you never know.
You never know.
No matter where I work, everyone always says they want to win.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind £6 million.
Oh, gee. What would you do with that money?
Probably not a lot. When you watch these shows when they have the millionaires talking about their wealth, and you hear some of them say, "Oh, how could you possibly survive on 20 million?"
Oh, gee, I could do just fine.
Well, your average Joe probably could, but you know, as soon as you become accustomed to wealth, it seems it doesn't matter what level of earnings you're at. Every person I've met always seems to end up at zero at the end of the month, because if they've got lots of income, they've got lots of expensive things that they spend their income on. So everyone's just broken.
Yeah, I guess, but then they're raising the standard of living.
Yeah, your standard of living goes up, and suddenly you can't afford to keep your yacht and your plane with only 20 million.
Just buy a small house.
Yeah, just buy a small house, or just be content with life. Be happy with life.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
It's who was it that was saying it? I think it was David Weiss talking about Abraham and manifestations, and saying that if you say, "Oh, I'll never win the lottery, I'll never have £6 million," you're manifesting that. Not having it is what you're manifesting it.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, because you, if you're negative all the time, you're just going to see negative stuff, and that's all that you're going to attract to yourself. If you're more positive and happy, then you're going to start seeing things that way. So, yeah.
Well, there's a really beautiful example. I hope she doesn't mind me using it, but Patricia Steer, about a couple of years ago, went on Facebook and basically described the type of guy she would like to be with. Yeah, this is a couple of years ago, and she went into really great detail. The type of guy she wants, listed it all. It's public. You can go and have a look at it. It's on Facebook. But you go and have a read of it. She's describing Antonio.
Yeah, but did she describe the red hoodie?
I don't think it got quite that detailed. But she manifested that relationship. You know, she was quite specific about what she wanted. She wasn't out looking for it. But, you know, she knew what she wanted, she described it, she put it out into the universe, and then Antonio drops in her lap.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't on some dating site.
Yeah, and also she knows what she wants, and she's not settling for something less than what she wants.
Well, I think anybody that goes out with Antonio is always going to be settling to a certain extent.
I agree. Yeah. That's really good.
Yeah, that's not true. Antonio's a really nice guy.
Yeah, he's good. You know, the best part about Antonio is when he's when the camera goes to him in Hangouts when he's not saying anything and his eyes are doing this. He's really thinking. And you know the wheels are turning, and he's really controlling himself lately, like taking turns and everything. But his wheels are turning non-stop, and it's great.
Yeah, he's a good co-host. He makes my life very easy. I won't deny it.
Yeah, he's good.
It's nice to be in a chat with somebody that knows what they're on about, because half the time I haven't got a clue. You know, he'll say something, my eyes will widen, and I'll go, really?
And you bounce off each other too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there is occasions where I say stuff that I do know stuff about, and half the time I know he's right, but I want to disagree with him just to get the point a bit more clear.
Play the devil's advocate. Yeah.
Devil's advocate. That's the word. Yeah, exactly. I'll play devil's advocate with Antonio just because it's good fun. He stops getting frustrated about it now.
Was he really bothering him in the beginning? Like.
A little bit, because at first he just thought I was just disagreeing with him and I didn't know what I was talking about, as opposed to disagreeing with him to make the conversation progress and get the information more clear. In other words, you need someone to not disagree with you, but lend the other opinion so that you can say, well, no, it doesn't quite work like that because... Whereas if you just agree and go, yes, that's how it works, the guy who's thinking, well, what about this point of view, doesn't actually get the opportunity to voice that. Therefore, it doesn't get argued against. Therefore, it gets ignored. And then in the comments, someone will put it in. Well, what about this? And you know, it only gets addressed in the comments rather than on the show.
Yeah, yeah. Well, he likes being challenged. You can tell.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think so.
He's good. I watch him, like how he stands up for himself too. Like he's not afraid to stand up for himself, and just some of the ways he does things, I like about him. And his personality, so it's kind of good. It's really good. There you are.
Yeah, he and I have a virtually identical attitude in terms of the amount of shit we'll take off people, which is very little.
That video I did about the
hemorrhoid
last night. I made that last night while I was doing laundry. I had that in my back of my head for a while, and I thought I'm just going to do it.
Well, I mean, hemorrhoidal Earth has become a bit of a joke, you know, since Robert Shortman. You know, it was up until Robert Shortman came along. It was one of those where, in the same way, now don't take this the wrong way. If someone came along tomorrow and proved beyond doubt it was a globe, I would be ready to accept that information willingly. You know, I'd be happy to look at it, listen, accept it. And I had the same sort of attitude towards Cell Earth for similar reasons, obviously. You know, in other words, I'll keep that in the back of my mind. I'll still look at it. I'll still watch the videos. Robert Shortman comes along and goes, "Nah, the sun don't go behind your head. Doesn't happen." You go, "Well, that's it then. Game over. Bye-bye heliocentric model. Bye-bye Cell Earth model. Don't want to hear anything about Cell Earth anymore. Not interested."
Yeah.
So you get these
I like
kinds
Robert though.
Cell Earth reality. It's like, no, Cell Earth bullshit.
The reason why, like, I was willing to listen to somebody in Concave Earth or Cell Earth more seriously other than Steven, but it just seemed like it's hard to talk to those people. Like, they're really negative all the time, and how do you talk to them? And that's the main reason why I didn't. So.
Plus, Stephen Christ goes around putting curses on people.
Yeah.
You know, that's not normal behaviour.
No. I mean, flat Earth isn't, like, not everybody gets along, and people have their different views and stuff. But it seems like he wants to be, like, the leader. You know, he wants to be the leader of that movement. And if he's the leader in that, how can it be healthy? Like, it's pretty dysfunctional. Even if they all come together under him, it's not good.
Well, I don't want any association with him because of his past history.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're going to go around attacking or threatening presidents, I don't want any association with someone like that.
Well, yeah, because you can be guilty by association sometimes.
Well, I just don't want to be surrounded by nutters. You know, people think we're nutters enough as it is to be associating with someone who calls himself Christ.
Yeah.
And goes around threatening presidents.
How long was he in prison for that? I can't remember.
I don't know. Once I found out that that was the case, I kind of just thought, well, I don't really want any association with him. I'll be polite with him to an extent. You know, a couple of weeks ago he said, "Do you want to join in this debate?" And he was asking in the comments on one of my videos, which is fine. You know, he can plug his stuff in my videos. I don't mind that. But he invited me, and I was quite cordial with him. You know, no, thank you, Stephen. Thank you for the invite. Which of course got a reaction. I won't go into what, but you know. But I'm not going to say, you know, "F you, you idiot." It's just not necessary. Apart from when they, you know, completely deny things that have taken place. You know, it seems like a lot of them have got their head in the sand over this Antarctic business.
That's the thing. Like, if you're looking for truth, you should be open to new information to find out what's going on, but they're not.
No. At one stage they were, you know. Hats off to them for doing the rectilineator experiment. A lot of cost involved, a lot of effort, a lot of time. A bit like this sun tracking experiment. It's not so much financial. There's no financial cost really, but certainly in terms of time and effort, you know, sitting here just to run a test all evening is going to be dull. It's going to be boring, but it's necessary. You know, there's going to be people at, you know, it's 9:30 now. At 11:30, say, they go, "Oh, I've had an email. I really did want to test my phone. I didn't know if it'd work. Let's join and test and see if it's going to actually work or not." And that, you know, tedious though it is, that's why I stuck it on Oakley Quarter channel. No one's going to be that interested in us jibber jabbering about Stephen Christ. But as soon as somebody joins with you know, a new link or a new person to share the sun in a week's time, I'll be on tenterhooks again. "Oh, let's see your son. Oh, brilliant. Oh, excellent." You know, it'll be all exciting again for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I think for a lot of people watching it might be boring at times, but once all the data comes in and they start seeing a thing, I think people will be excited about it. And I can see the second time around when it comes around, I think there'll be more people that will be, "Hey, I want to try it. I want to do it." And more places in the world will open up where people will do it, I think.
Well, we've seen that sort of in a personal term. So you can't quantify it when people say how many flat earthers are online or how many people are watching flat earth videos or whatever. It's really difficult to get a gauge on that. It's difficult to see growth. Whereas when I did the Mapper Monday meeting, to my knowledge, that was the first meeting, the first time flat earthers pressed the flesh. And there was 3 of us, 4 if you include my wife, who's a globehead. You know, but there's 3 flat earthers there. Well, from that, you then had the mixers out in the States, and they each had about 15, 18 people, thereabouts. say that sounds about right?
Yeah, about that, yeah.
So you can see obvious growth in terms of the amount of people that have got together at that meeting. Then you have the Oxford Mixer, where there's, throughout the day there was probably 50 people that came and went, maybe more, maybe 60 people. But, at one time there was maybe 35 people all in a crowd, obviously showing definite growth in terms of the number of people. Yeah, we're only in double digits. Yeah, it's no reflection on anything really, but it's nice to see that more people are actually getting involved. People can actually see that happening on their screen. We're not CGI shaking hands, we're actually shaking hands. It's really happening,
Yeah.
And there's no bullets flying. There's no animosity, there's no assassins hiding in the corner with blow darts ready to kill us all. It's not nonsense. We had a picnic. It was nice.
Yeah, it looked fun. Like when I saw the pictures and that and the videos, it's like, wow, it looked so much fun. It really did.
It was the weirdest part of it for me was meeting like Patricia, Antonio, and even to a certain extent Flat Earth British Martin Leedsky, because it's not like we don't know each other. So when I saw Antonio, I was like, "How you doing, Antonio? How was the journey? Was it rubbish?" He was like, "Yeah, a bit rubbish." It was just so normal.
Because you talk to each other on Skype and Hangouts all the time, right?
Yeah, same with Patricia. It's like, "Hi, Patricia," give her a quick hug, and then carried on doing my video log. It wasn't like, "Oh no, Patricia's here, isn't it so exciting?" It was for some people because they'd never, they hardly speak to her. She's just on TV to them.
Right, right. And it's not like you just talk to her live once. You actually have a friendship. Even though it's online, it's still a friendship, right?
Yeah. Patricia, me, Antonio, you as well. It's probably easy to just reference us. But I remember I was at work and I got a Skype message from you with a Chinese menu, and I went, "Oh, what's this? This doesn't make any sense." And I was like, "Oh, why has he sent me this?" So I start reading down the Chinese menu until I get to the Fu King Duck or something like that. I was like, wetting myself with laughter because you didn't put any commentary with it. It was just a picture of this Chinese menu. Yeah. And, within 5 minutes I'd shared it everywhere and took all your thunder.
That's great. I love that.
But it's
I was in Chinatown in Toronto, yeah. I saw it and I thought, oh, you'll figure it out, so I sent it to you.
We're hoping, I think we're having JLB on Mechanics of the Fourth Wall on Tuesday, and he's got what I would call quite an old-fashioned view on these things. So after he did the debate with Antonio, he held an after show, and in the after show, he was basically saying, well, he wasn't basically saying, he was saying that you can't consider the type of relationships that you have on Skype or Google+, you can't consider the people you have those relationships with as friends. And I thought, well, that's a really sort of 1990s attitude towards meeting people online. They're just ones and zeros, they're not real people, it's just an avatar and a screen name. It's like, well, maybe in the 90s, but these days, it's not like that at all. You're practically sat in this room with me.
Yeah, I think you can be friends with people if you don't meet them right away or whatever, because you have communication, right? So you are talking and that.
Well, I married my wife off the back of internet dating. So for years and years, probably back in the late 90s, I got my first computer and started chatting to people online. I thought it was fascinating. And I had the same screen name as I had now. So my screen name when I was chatting to people back in the 90s on AOL was Nathan Oakley 1980. That was my screen name. And I used my real name and my real date of birth deliberately because every other bugger online had Tim Tom 286 or, just nonsense names that meant nothing. And it made them feel like they were, more free, like they could get away with speaking their mind.
Because it wasn't the real name, so they can say whatever.
Yeah, so they could be rude. So, you'd go into a chat room and you'd see, a female name, probably a guy typing, but a female name. And the guys in there would start asking them what they were wearing and, things like that. That if you were in a bar, there is absolutely no chance you'd go up to a girl and say, what colour is your underwear? Or, you just wouldn't do it. There's a certain amount of social etiquette that stops you from doing that. And it seemed to me like when the internet came out, or when, it became more prevalent with instant messaging, Oh, I'll drop this conversation because we've got some more important in. Hello, how
Yeah,
are
yeah.
you doing? The Motus Head. Hello there. We'll let her work out her technical difficulties while she's figuring out her mic and stuff. Hopefully she'll say hi soon. Actually, while she's sorting out
Who
her
is that?
camera, Adam, I might take this opportunity to explain what we're doing because I haven't done it for more than half an hour. So I'll just do that now if that's okay with you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so for anybody who's just joined us, the reason for this hangout is to test your camera and your camera equipment, i.e. your tablet, your mobile phone, your PC, your laptop, whatever it is that you're using to share the sun on the 3rd of July 2016, where we will conduct the first Tracking the Sun on a Flat Earth experiment. So, as I say, the reason for this hangout is so that people like, I don't know what her name is, but hopefully she'll say hello in a moment, can test out their camera, make sure that when the event actually takes place, you can connect easily via the link that I will send, or one of the other YouTubers who will be running these hangouts will send to you, and you can just share the sun with us. So sharing the sun means pretty much exactly that. At sunrise or sunset at your location, all you need to do is keep in touch with me or any of the other YouTube providers. So my email address is nathanoakley1980@aol.com. Connect and point your camera at the sun, and that's it, at sunrise or sunset. Most importantly of all is that it's live. So we can't share pre-recorded information. GeoShifter, thank you very much for doing that earlier and sharing that with us. But yeah, so let's see if our guest has got her bits and bobs sorted. Can you hear us?
I think this is working.
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you as yet. Got no camera, but we can hear you. What's your name and where are you from? Get some lights on while we're fiddling with technicalities. Can you tell us your location? Nope. We'll carry on chatting, Adam. Hopefully, I can't actually see what her actual name is, just her screen name, but if she interjects, hopefully we'll get a screen share of the sun. But that's exactly what the purpose of this hangout is, to test. So.
Perfect. I heard her for a second and then it stopped.
Yeah, it could. It's more than likely that she's out, on a veranda or on a, like you said, on your balcony, and it's just poor Wi-Fi. But I'd rather on this hangout when it's loud. What would we be doing otherwise? Eventually, we will run out of things to say in an hour's time, and there'll be lots of dead air. I'd rather someone came on and crackled and fiddled and said, "Can you hear me? Is it working?" I'd rather have that on this hangout, so that the people, I'm sure this very beautiful young lady, whatever her name is, will eventually say, "Yes, I've got it working," and she's had the opportunity to actually figure that out here. So that's the whole point.
Right on.
I think she's about number 10.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's a really good. That's like almost 20% of the people that I contacted. That's pretty good going.
No, it's really good. It's a first-time go, so I mean, if things don't go great, you're still going to get some good data in, anyways.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, she's back. Oh, she dropped the call.
Yeah, hopefully
she'll probably try to reconnect. Yeah.
I'll stick my sun footage back on just so it's I want a constant example of what I actually want, which is why I'm not on camera. And the idea was that if I point it at the screen, you can, as a viewer, when you're looking at the Hangout, get an idea of what's actually going to be displayed, so you can see when you're working. So if there's a whole chit chat going on, like earlier with Chris D, whoever joins can pretty much immediately just see that they're displaying their picture. So I'll click on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense.
So,
it's different seeing the delay, but there's not that much of a delay actually.
No, not at all. That was one of the first things I did when when my wife and I, before I did any shows. Well, that's not true. So I'd gone and interviewed my uncle, who's a pastor, and talked about Flat Earth with him. But then I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it better, so I knew that the only way to do that was through Google Plus. You couldn't do every interview face to face. And so the first thing we did was run a Hangout on my wife's channel and test all that sort of stuff out. Test out how long the delay was, test how long the video
she is.
Nathan,
She's back on. She's back on.
my mic is on. Can
Yes,
you
we
hear
can
me?
Yes. What's your name away from? I think we can hear you again if you want to try again. We can hear you rustling around. If you can hear us, we've definitely got your audio. We can definitely hear you. New guess. No, we'll have to carry on chatting, Adam, I think.
Okay.
Did I thank you personally for doing the ads, by the way?
Yeah, no problem. I had that one about good morning. I was kind of humming that at work, and on my way home, I thought of just doing that for fun. So it was kind of fun.
It had about 10 thumbs down immediately.
Well, it has almost 1,000 views, so at least it's getting out there, right? So,
Definitely.
yeah.
Well, that's probably the most popular advert then.
For that, because I kind of said a bunch of things. I just wanted to cheer people up and share a little bit of what I believe, and then just kind of plug what's going on July 3rd and put your one video in the description box. Oh, she's back.
Third time's a charm. How you doing, guest? No, I think we're still struggling, Adam.
Yeah. I wonder where she's from, though. Is there a way she can go into the chat and then just say where she's from and what type of internet connection she has?
No, I think when she's moving stuff around, she's moving stuff so she's not conscious that she needs to talk, and then she moves it and it's got no Wi-Fi, so she tries talking and she
Shoot. Because I saw her picture come up briefly of what she looked like.
Yeah, we
and
saw
then it went away.
We saw a very pretty face for a few seconds.
Was there someone that emailed you wanting to be named for July 3rd, Alan Song? Did he email you at all?
I can check. I've got a nice list devised. So all I did today, it took me 2 hours. So before the Hangout started, Robert and I sat and went through every email because I said, is there an efficient way of just sending all these emails out? And he says, oh yeah, just put them all in one email. And I thought, nah, when I was a rep, I'd give that to my secretary and say, email all these people out with the same email. And that's what she'd do. She'd put it all in one address box, all of the names. And all that would happen is it would just go straight to their spam boxes. So to combat that, I literally went through every single email that I'd had, and there's about 100, correspondence back and forth, and literally one at a time emailed them all individually the link. So I knew they were in their own box. What was the name of the guy? Because I've got the list up now.
Alan Song. He's actually going to be in a Hangout. He's a flat earther. He's from near, I believe, Seattle. And he's going to be in a Hangout next Friday with Robin Poe and I at 2 p.m. Pacific time. And he's a really cool guy. He's been trying to get a hold of me for months and months, and we talked a little bit on Facebook video chat. And actually, he's a really good guy. He's a Korean guy, but he's really nice.
Well, give us your full name and your channel details, Adam.
Who are you talking to?
You. So you just said, oh, someone was trying to get hold of me. So that's like the most useful point for you to say, well, if you'd just emailed me at Adam Joseph Doherty at...
Adam J. Doughty at gmail.com. That's mine.
Do I say your name wrong then?
It can be, how do you pronounce it?
I say Doherty.
That's probably more correct, because I think it's actually Irish or British or something, so you're probably saying it better. I just grew up saying it Doughty, or either Doughty or Dowdy, but either way, whatever.
See, Doherty makes me think of, like, kitchens and dough and nice things, but Doughty makes me think of doubt and negativity.
Yeah.
I'm feeling Doughty today.
Okay. Well, you sound better with the British accent saying it, because it probably sounds more like it should. So,
Doherty.
Someone in HR where I worked before said that in Ireland, where she was from, a lot of people in that community, their last name had my last name, and she told me how they pronounce it, which is different than I pronounce it, and it sounds closer to how you're saying it, actually.
Right. I was going to say it is a reasonably common name. It's not a common name, but I have heard it before.
Yeah.
You know, unlike some crazy names that you get, like Steer.
Steer. That's great.
Yeah. Now that's a normal name. That's about as boring as it gets. Subarats, on the other hand. Subarats.
I never heard of Subarats.
Yeah, Spanish.
Yeah, that's what I thought, Spanish. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. That cracked me up when Antonio first started making videos, and people would say, why are you putting on a silly Spanish accent? It's not even convincing. It's like, yeah, he is actually Spanish.
Yeah.
That's why he's got a Spanish accent.
Yeah, but when he talks in his Spanish accent, he talks a little bit higher than normal, and it's kind of fun the way he does it. So people are probably like, what the heck?
Yeah, but he is actually taking the mickey then, though, isn't he? Because when he does that, he's like, hello, I am talking to Thank you very much.
You know what? It would be amazing for him to have that red hoodie on, do that kind of higher pitched Spanish accent, and run a kids show.
Yeah, I think Antonio's probably pretty good with kids.
Oh, yeah, be great. Hello, boys and girls, or however he does it.
Not boys, because he's patient, isn't he? Antonio's got a lot of patience.
Yeah, he does actually.
You know,
he left a call.
She'll be back. She's just working things out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll figure it out eventually. As I keep saying, that's the whole point of this hangout. I'm just glad you're here, because otherwise all people would be getting is reruns of adverts I've made.
I saw that. I was stuck in traffic, and I went in a little bit. Yeah. We were stuck in traffic coming back, and I kind of went on briefly to see what was going on, because I don't have unlimited data for my mobile. I know people in the States have it, like David Weiss, so I don't want to go over my data. And I noticed that. I'm like, oh, he's playing reruns. Uh-oh. Yeah. I thought it was pretty good.
Well, I had to do stuff. It's one of those, when you've got a guest, people don't see, because I never have these little icons on the bottom. I just have the person who's talking. So 99% of the time, when I disappear to the toilet, nobody knows. When I disappear to get a drink, nobody knows. Because I'm on mute, if the doorbell goes, nobody knows. It's just easy. You can just disappear, and the other person, Antonio, can talk quite happily for 30 or 40 seconds, and no one knows the difference. I just disappear and come back. The problem is, Antonio, the bastard, has started playing on this. So what he'll do is he'll wait till I disappear, and then bring up a really crucial subject, knowing full well that I'm in the loo. So I've got to sprint back, jump into the seat, pretend I'm all comfortable, compose myself, and go, yeah, that's right, Antonio. Yeah, the world is definitely not a globe. That's right.
You have it on speaker, so you can hear him, eh?
I can hear him. Yeah, I can hear him.
You're in the loo and sitting there. Oh, that's great. That's why. Do you have like a wireless headset, so wherever you are, you can just come back in and talk? You can be sitting on the can and talking away, no one would know.
No, I leave it on the stereo. So up until about 2 months, no, not even that, about a month ago, Google Hangouts had a massive problem with feedback. Now, Skype solved this problem a couple of years ago, You know, you could just run any Skype call and you never got feedback, or very limited. You get it for a second and then it would stop. You know, it would cut the mic for the person who's not talking. Now, Google seem to have introduced this. So right now, your mic is cut. And they've got 2 modes in Google+. So if you go into the advanced settings on Google+, you can set it 2 ways. One is voice, and the other is studio. Now, if you set it to studio, it doesn't cut anybody ever. So there's no compression.
Hey, Nathan, I hear her talking.
You can hear her.
Too many on this.
Yes, we can hear you.
Try again later. Off.
I'm going to turn you right up.
I'm not sure you can hear. It's high for you. Victoria.
We can hear you, but not see you. She's V Mottershed, and she's on a Kindle, I'm guessing.
So maybe the RAM. I'll be right back, okay?
Yeah, no worries. Might as well do my little infomercial again. Stick the camera on me this time because I keep forgetting. Okay, so the reason for this hangout is because on June the 3rd, 2016, which is a Sunday, we'll be running the first test of the sun over a flat Earth. We will be capturing the sun for a 24-hour period at the sunset or sunrise of your location. So when the sun sets or sun rises, you simply need to connect to one of the multitude of hangouts that are going to be run on Sunday the 3rd. So for this to work, you are going to need to keep in touch with the people who are running this hangouts. Midweek next week, we'll hopefully devise a timetable for who will be running what hangout at what time. So you need to sort of figure out exactly which hangout is the most appropriate for you when you're having your sunrise and your sunset. If you do both, the chances are it'll be a different one for each. But yeah, keep in touch with me first and foremost, because I'm, as I know, the only one at the moment who's putting their email address out there to do this, but I'm happy to act as a hub. My email address is nathanoakley1980@aol.com. So drop me a line and I'll add you to the list of the people that have already had the link. Today I've sent out around maybe 50 or so connections to people who have contacted me to say they want to be involved in tracking the sun on a flat Earth on July the 3rd, 2016. And throughout the day we've had periodic connections. As you've probably seen just a few seconds ago, we've got somebody who's connecting but having a few connection difficulties. That is the very essence of this hangout. That's the main point for doing it. So if you don't know if you'll have a decent enough Wi-Fi signal on your porch, this is the place to test it. You know, just keep trying and trying and trying until you figure out how to get your equipment to work in such a way that you can actually share the sun live on July the 3rd. So yeah, keep popping in. There's a link in the description box or the information box below this video. I've been periodically dropping that into the chat as well. So if you just scroll up on the chat, you should find a click to this particular hangout. It's undecided at this stage. Some of the people who run the hangouts may do the same and just stick the link into the info box. Me personally, I'm going to try and keep a reasonable amount of control over who does join the hangout. So yeah, for me, I'm going to be actually sending out links once the hangout is set up. So not long before it's live. So for the sake of argument, I'll set up the hangout for my show on Wednesday. So it will be there, advertised on my channel with the times that the hangout will be running, so you can see if that's the appropriate time for you to get in touch. If it is, or if it's not and you just want somebody to say, I want to get involved, I just don't know who to get involved with, definitely drop me an email first and foremost, so nathanoakley1980@aol.com. I'll keep you in the loop. But yeah, just stay in touch. Same applies for any YouTube content providers that are going to hopefully volunteer their services. We could still do with a couple more people to run hangouts. As it stands, we've probably got enough individuals to run around 24 hours, but I'm hoping to double up each of the people so that, for the sake of argument, Patricia Steer and David Weiss will run one hangout. So should David Weiss get run over by a bus,
Patricia Steer can carry on and still do the Hangout. Likewise, if they're both working and both of their computers are up and running and everything's hunky-dory, there's a bit more of a back and forth like there has been for the last couple of well, maybe half an hour or so with Adam Doherty, or Doughty, and myself. So there's been a bit of back and forth, so there hasn't been too much dead air on this particular show. Where there has been, I've just paid commercials, basically reruns for adverts for this Hangout that's coming up on July the 3rd. So yeah, feel free to join the Hangout. When it comes to Sunday the 3rd, all are welcome. So it doesn't matter what you believe. If you want to believe the world is a globe, you're nuts. No, I'm only joking. If you want to believe the world's a globe and join, you're more than welcome. You won't receive any ridicule. Literally, we are only interested in you sharing the sunrise or the sunset from your location. We can figure everything else out for you, so your elevation, your longitude, your exact position. All we need from you is you to share the sun. As Gav from Flat Earth After Party pointed out maybe an hour ago, it is useful to have an exact compass bearing on the direction that the sun is setting in. However, I don't want to put this as a stipulation and scare people off from coming. If you just want to literally connect and point it at the sun, that's good enough for us. Where the sun is at a particular location in terms of timing will be as useful or the main objective. Obviously, any other information, if you can give us elevation and position and compass directions, all the rest of it, then that's wonderful. You know, it will be very much welcomed information. However, the primary reason to get in touch, the primary reason to join the Hangout is literally so you can turn your camera around, as I'm going to demonstrate now, and point at your sunrise or sunset. Again, it's quite a useful climate to show this in. You can probably see from where I am, there's no chance I'm going to see the sun. It's completely rained out. It doesn't matter. Don't feel that because the sun is being obscured by clouds that it makes your information less useful. It just means it's not going to be as dramatic. There will be other ways of figuring it out. So just on this Hangout, I think it was David that said one of the ways of actually figuring out where the sun has gone down is based on the street lamps. So they have got sun detectors or light level detectors on the street lamps. So once those pop on, the dusk has passed. So it's a useful gauge. It's not going to be entirely scientific, but this is a first attempt. We are all amateurs. We are literally just having a go. So yeah, try. That's the only thing you can do. Connect, when you think maybe half an hour before the sun is going to go down. That's going to be the best thing you can possibly do. So yeah, hopefully Adam's back with us and we can continue a bit of a chat. I'll sit down and get all echoey again. You back with us, Adam?
Yeah, I'm back.
Ah, super duper. That was a long old waffly rant that I've said about 15 times today.
That's all good.
This is like, can you imagine working on QVC or somewhere, those TV stations that have non-stop adverts? It's just, they're like doing it live, showing a product. What do you call those? Infomercials, are they?
Yeah, infomercials, yeah.
But they have people literally, they'll be presented with a product, given a quick précis of what it does, and they're stuck in front of the camera immediately to sell it. And they just do it all day long. And I've only got one product. Tracking the sun on the flat earth is my only product on this infomercial, and it's probably going to be 6 hours long.
Yeah. You're saying the same thing over and over and over again. Yeah. And you gotta sound excited every time.
That's easy. Getting excited about this is the easiest thing in the world because it is exciting,
I know, I sounded bad.
Overwhelming, maybe.
You remember that infomercial with the slap chop? Did you have that there? Where he's putting the... You see that one? Or no? Years ago?
Well, describe it.
Well, where he has that thing and he's chopping up things inside and it's called slap chop, I think, and then he puts nuts in and he chops it and he goes, "You're gonna love my nuts." It's funny. It's all over like North America, but it was hilarious. I remember that stuck in my head. It was just infomercial for some sort of device that you would kind of slap down. It would chop whatever's inside real fast. But it was just funny.
Rack 2 or something.
You never had that over there?
Well, yeah, we get all sorts of garbage. Probably different garbage to you.
Yeah.
You like your garbage in a slightly different flavour. You like your garbage to arrive really quickly.
Yeah, I guess.
Please rush me my
Or the,
portable walrus polishing kit.
Do you guys have the shopping channel where it's like 24-hour shopping?
QVC.
Yeah, is that what it's called? Okay.
Quality, value, and
Same thing.
choice.
Value channel. Okay, or choice. Okay.
I think that's what it's called. QVC. Quality, value, and choice.
Okay. Did you ever buy anything off that?
Hell no.
I bought something years ago for my uncle, and I think it was off the shopping channel because I was using my credit card for him, and I got him like some hair removal because he's really hairy and he really wanted it, so I ordered it for him.
Yeah, I used to get that sort of stuff traded in. I used to be a pawnbroker a few years ago. So I used to manage this pawnbroking shop in the town I live in. And we used to have people bring in like these hair removal kits called No-No. So people have bought these from these infomercials.
I think that was it.
No-No.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they bring them in and you go, you can't sell us a hair removal product. It's like, would you buy a second-hand toothbrush?
Second-hand underwear.
That was a horrible job. I hated that job. They used to make us sell payday loans, and what they did was they gave us a really stringent set of rules on how to distribute these payday loans, and what I used to do was abide by them, which meant no one got a loan from me.
Really?
Yeah.
Then how does it work then if nobody gets a loan?
Well, that's what the owner used to moan at me about. You're not giving anybody any loans. And he would tell me that if the loan went wrong, so if they reneged on the loan, they would come out of my salary. And then he'd give you this really stringent set of rules and tell you that if you didn't follow the rules, then they could penalise you if they defaulted. So if someone didn't pay the loan back, they'd go back through, check who had done the work. If every box hadn't been ticked correctly, they'd take it out of your salary. So at that point, it's like, well, easy solution to that, make sure everything's done correctly. Don't give loans to people who shouldn't get loans. Well, with these payday loans, the only people who would qualify to get loans were people who didn't need loans. The only people the people who actually needed the loans would never qualify.
That makes no sense. That really makes no sense.
It does, because it's a payday loan. So a payday loan is supposed to be like, you've run out of money in the month, but you're going to get a nice wedge of money. But people didn't take out payday loans because they'd run out of money in the month and they were going to get a nice big chunk of salary. They borrowed the money because they didn't have enough money. Well, if you don't have enough money, you shouldn't be getting a loan. That's what the criteria was. If you haven't got enough money to pay it back, then you shouldn't be given it.
Wow, that's interesting. But isn't it where you bring your pay stub or proof of your job, employment, and how much you make, and then you qualify for a certain percentage? Isn't that how it works?
No, it was done on like a. I'm worrying that this is getting too boring for this hangout.
Yeah, really. Flat Earth and payday loans.
Yeah, I don't know. The pawnbroking element of that particular job was quite interesting. The payday loans, it was evil.
It sounds like it. These are all about the struggles with them. Yeah, sorry about that.
It's all right. Yeah, they'd roll over their loans, and people would just be in perpetual debt, and it sickened me.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I'd probably just leave. I couldn't do that job.
The sales part of it was good because I'm a salesman. That's what I've done pretty much all my career, and it was working in a shop and buying and selling, haggling all day long. Great. I was good at it, so that part of the job I was really good at. I could sell ice to Eskimos, no problem. But in terms of giving people payday loans, I hated it. It was like when I worked in a bank, I had to sell people credit cards, and I hated it. I just hated it.
Wow. I know someone that works in Walmart and just as a cashier, and they have to sell so many like Walmart credit cards or something like that. And it's like, well, you're just a cashier, right? And yet they're pressured to sell these things. It's too much pressure, I think, for a low-paying job.
Absolutely. When I was selling credit cards, I was an estate agent. I was going out putting houses on the market, or realtor, you'd call them. So I was working in obviously because lots of the banks are estate agents. But because they were, I won't name the bank, but it was a very well-known high street bank. But it was the estate agency division, or I was in, yeah, it's just a different desk, but you know what I mean. But I was still expected to sell credit cards and bank accounts like anybody else who worked in the bank.
Wow.
So yeah, someone comes to you and goes, I want to put my house on the market, and you go, certainly, sir. How does a 19.9% credit card sound? It's just nonsense.
Shit. Holy crap.
Every corporate job. When I worked at an electrical retailer, they wanted us to sell service agreements. You were targeted on the number of service agreements you would sell, which is like an extended warranty.
Wow. Did you ever do door-to-door sales?
No, definitely not. No, cold calling I couldn't do.
I don't know.
I couldn't do cold calling like on the phone either. I mean, every sales job has an element of cold calling, but it's not. If it's targeted cold calling, so if I was selling hi-fi, I'm calling a hi-fi dealer. Yeah, it's still cold calling, but it's not phoning a random household saying, "Do you want double glazing?"
Yeah, yeah.
So there's cold calling and there's cold calling.
Yeah, I find around here there's a lot of fixed electric, like you can fix your electric bill for like or utilities for 5 years, so you get a fixed rate. So you get a lot of door-to-door people doing that kind of thing. So.
Wow. People selling utilities door-to-door.
Like gas. So you get gas or electricity, and you will get a fixed rate. So they would come to your door and say, would you like it at so much a cost, kilowatt an hour or whatever, a fixed rate, and the pitch is that the third year into it, you're getting more money back because it's lower than what your electric company or even gas company would offer it at. So there's a lot of door-to-door people doing that.
Would you answer the door?
Well, you answer the door, yeah, because they knock, and then they'll even have, like, it looks like credentials, right? So it will say stuff on it.
I don't answer my door.
You don't answer your door?
No, not unless they've got an appointment.
Really? Oh, if someone knocks, I just open the door.
I just ignore it.
Oh, wow. I don't know.
I did it once. My brother turned up unannounced, and I just did the same thing, and he got very annoyed. It's like, well, you come in. What do you want? Same with the phone. I don't answer the house phone anymore. I haven't answered it.
Oh, wow.
I'll answer it if I know someone's calling. So, for instance, I'll be out and about, and my mother will phone and say, I'll give you a call tonight, in which case I'm expecting a phone call. So I'll answer the phone. But during this hangout, it's rang 2 or 3 times. I won't check who's called. It's never anybody interesting. They just want to sell me something.
Oh, gee. Wow, that's different, eh?
Just don't
For me,
answer it.
I don't know. I just answer the door. Yeah, every time, yeah. One guy knocked on the door because I'm in an apartment, and I guess some cat got loose in the hall, and he was trying to find out whose cat it belonged to. Now, that could have been my cat, but I don't have a cat.
Maybe I'm just more miserable than you.
Canadians are more friendly, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, when I was in Canada, everyone there was really friendly.
Mm-hmm.
People strike up a conversation with you in Canada, which I've never had that before. It was like the first time that had occurred to me. So I sat at a bar in Toronto, I think it was, and just a guy sat next to me and starts asking me about the game on the TV, hockey game.
Yeah, yeah, why not?
Well, you don't do that here.
Really? Like, if there's someone at the bus stop, and we'll just, the other day there was someone that worked at the coffee shop, came across, and I was waiting for the bus, and we started talking. And I get to know people all the time just by going up and talking.
If
What's
you're
that?
further north, then yeah. If you're up north, then people will strike up a conversation with you. Further south you go, the less likely that is to happen. So where I am in the middle, it's a little bit frowned upon to just strike up a conversation.
So it's just cultural, probably. Like, cultural norms are different in different places.
Yeah. In London, if you strike up a conversation with someone at a tube platform, they will literally ignore you.
Really? Oh my gosh.
You can
If
talk
I was
to
there,
someone,
yeah.
and you can ask them the time, and they will literally turn away as if to say, "Don't talk to me."
Wow. I love just talking to anyone. I'll go up to anyone and talk, and yeah. What if I just said, you know what, I'm Canadian, I don't know any better, can I talk to you?
Then they'd definitely not talk to you.
Hey, you know what, your queen is our sovereign.
Using the excuse that you're foreign, that doesn't work. You attract attention in most countries as a Brit. Well, maybe it's because I was tall. So in a lot of countries, I'm considerably taller than most people, and they'd gravitate to you just because you're tall.
Oh, yeah. Didn't you say, I think,
that some of the Nordic countries and then everybody's the same height as you?
Yeah, they're taller.
Yeah, they're all.
Didn't you say that in Britain or where you're from, you don't see people holding hands like, you know, husband and wife or boyfriend and girlfriend? You don't see them holding hands and walking and stuff. You don't see that there?
Yeah, you do. You're thinking of a conversation that I had with Patricia when we were on a Skype call, and I said that public displays of affection are frowned upon. That's not holding hands. That's like snogging in public and kissing and things.
Like, what if you're like in a park and you have a blanket and you had a picnic and then you're cuddling or something? That's frowned upon?
No, if it's reasonably private, then no, that wouldn't be frowned upon. But if you were just walking along the street and you stopped and were having a little cuddle and a snog, even if you were saying farewell, people would frown upon that.
Oh, wow, okay. Different.
Public displays of affection. Hello, Eric Julian. How you doing, Eric? Well, hey, we've got a picture of the sun. And if you can hear us, Eric, can you let us know where you're from and roughly what time it is?
And the time is, I think, about 2 o'clock p.m.
10 past 2.
10 past 2?
Yeah, where did you say you were? We didn't catch that bit.
Florida?
Florida. Beautiful.
Pensacola, yes.
Excellent, excellent. So what time do you get your sunset there?
So how else? Say again?
What time do you get your sunset?
Usually 8 a.m.
Around 8 p.m. Brilliant. I mean, this spot's a bit rough for Wi-Fi, but we've certainly got a picture from you, and we've got your location, we've got your time. I would call that a resounding success, Eric.
I thank you. I wasn't sure you were still running the test. I just read your email.
Yeah, it's boring as all hell, but I'm going to be sat here for probably another 3 hours.
Well, I think what you're doing is great, and I can't wait for the third.
Well, to be honest, Eric, you joining us now, because me and Adam have been chatting for about probably an hour, best part of an hour, the fact that you've joined just to test that this works, you'll now be confident on Sunday the 3rd that you can share your sunrise with us. So you made this last hour worth it, so thank you ever so much.
No problem. And yes, this is exactly why I did. I'm ever on Google Hangout, did not know exactly what to do, so I'm glad I got through and did it right.
Well done, mate. You're an inspiration. Well, you will be an inspiration to anybody who watches this, because they'll be thinking the same. When it's finished in a few hours' time, they'll be thinking, why didn't I just join? I could have tested my camera. I'm gonna give up on my sun now because it's definitely gone down. Might as well just put the camera on me. So the sunset happened here without me even noticing it. Oops, that's gone unplugged.
Does the picture look okay?
Looks beautiful. Looks really, really ace.
Good. And this isn't on Wi-Fi. This is just on my my cell provider, so that's good.
Sure. Have you got unlimited minutes? Don't want to use them all up if you're going to run out for Monday.
I have unlimited.
Oh, that's good.
Wow, this is so great.
It's going to be so cool. While I've got you, Eric, can I tell you a few things?
Say again, Nathan.
Can I tell you a few things while I've got you?
Sure, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so on Sunday the 3rd, sunset or sunrise, when you join, first thing you do, just tell us where you are and what your time is.
Okay.
So if nothing else, just get that information in.
Sure.
The other thing is, it may not be me, although if you try and keep in touch, I'll pass on the link if I can, which I'll try and stay awake for 24 hours to pass on any emails to the right links. But hopefully midweek we'll liaise all of the different people who are holding these hangouts to work out a timetable. So once we do that, just try and keep in touch with whoever's the relevant person for, because it'll be 3 a.m. my time when your sun's going down, so it probably won't be me that you actually share your sun with. But I'm more than happy to pass on the information if I've got it. But just keep in touch with, or keep an eye on the YouTube channels that set up these hangouts, and I'll keep you guys updated with ads and stuff to let you know who's doing them. But just try and keep in touch is the point. That's the way it'll work. Just keep in touch. If you can't connect, just keep trying to get in touch with somebody to find out. You know what I mean?
Sure. I think closest to me would be, I'm pretty close to Houston, Texas, so maybe I should get a link from Patricia.
Yes, I think so. Either Patricia or Robin Poe, one or the other, depending on the timing. So I'm going to just say hello to, we've got a new guest, ISA. How you doing, buddy?
Maybe he doesn't hear.
No, that's okay. He's probably working out technical glitches. That's kind of the point of this show, so people can figure out how to get it all working and fiddle through.
Okay.
If you can hear us,
I'm going to try to.
If you can hear us, ISA, you were doing a fantastic job of sharing the sun.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Superb. What's your name, buddy?
Yo, Chris, but they call me Issa.
Issa.
Yeah.
Wicked, mate. That was a resounding success. You shared the sun with us. You tested your gear. All was well.
Yes, sir.
So where are you?
I'm in Wakefield, Rhode Island, in the States.
Cool. And what time is it there?
It is 5:14.
And you're gonna be sharing the sunrise or the sunset? Do you think?
I'm gonna be trying to get the sunrise. Hopefully both. Actually, if I'm around, I gotta just make sure I'm around for both of them.
Cool. Sunrise. Right. I think there'll be less sunrises, and more than likely to encourage people to do the sunrise. That's wicked. What time do you reckon the sun comes up by you?
I'm reckoning around 6. I mean, I haven't. To be honest, I've been out of touch with the time of the sun as far as looking at it. I used to be pretty all into it, but I'll be on top of it. I haven't looked at anything right now. Cool. Probably around like 6. Maybe even I'd imagine sometime around there. I'll look up and be sure.
Cool. But yeah, as I just said to you, let's get your name right, Eric. Figure out who's going to be the person that's actually running the hangout at the time. Hopefully, about midweek, we'll have figured all that out and we'll have got a timetable down. Because it probably won't be me. But feel free to keep in touch with me. I'll pass on the information if I have it. But keep in touch is all I'm saying. Good communication will make this all a success.
Sure. I'm going to try to be on the beach in Penn States so we can get a real good look at the sun for the sunset and sunrise.
Awesome. You've got a beach then?
Yes, I'm 10 minutes from the beach. Go.
Excellent. Right, you'll probably have the most dramatic shots of all of us.
Well, I'll try.
Well, there's no pressure on anybody. I mean, ultimately speaking, if you get there, the sun's already come up, and you're like, oh no, I've missed it. It's like, who cares? Just share it anyway. Because the point is that just seeing what you've got at that time, you know, we can extrapolate out the data to a certain extent, an hour either way, whatever. You know, it doesn't matter. So if you get
pressure,
there,
Nathan. This is not pressure. To me, this is fun.
It's on.
Yeah, it's so cool. Actually, I love the idea Antonio was talking about, making our own maps.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh man, that seems like such a cool. I can't
hear anybody anymore.
Really,
I don't think Adam's on mute, but I think there's just long pauses because we're working out how this all works. All of us are fairly new to this, I think. But don't worry. I'll say it's actually a good point to say it. If you do get to join the Hangout and you've got a poor signal, don't worry. The only information we need is your location and your time. That's pretty much all we need. So if you can get that in on July the 3rd, that's the most critical bits of information we need. You know, so I'm in Denver, Colorado. This is my sunset. The local time is 6 a.m. You know, that's what we need you to try and keep getting in. So if you've got a poor Wi-Fi signal, rather than going, can you hear me, can you hear me, can you hear me, just keep saying, I'm in Denver, Colorado. This is my sunrise, XYZ. That was a good shot from Eric. Did you see that, Adam? Don't know what you did then, Eric, but it looked wicked. You still with us, Adam? You're on mute.
Just playing around looking at the sun.
What are you saying about the maps? Because that's pretty critical. That's one of the things, one of the main reasons we're doing this.
I think that's a fascinating idea. I gotta say, man, I think you guys are like rock stars to me. So it's like you guys are the only guys. I love what you guys have been doing, man. All your shows, Mechanics of the Fourth Wall, and I couldn't explain how awesome it feels to see people think and talk the way that I'm, looking at things. And the idea of drawing a new map, and actually I'm so glad that Antonio had brought up the idea about that the azimuthal equidistant map may not be correct. Like that to me was even like, I'm sitting here, we're relying on other people again.
Absolutely.
And how cool to map the frickin' sun, man. That is just so that's just so fucking cool. I think and I gotta say, I was in Michigan maybe last week, and it was 9:30 at night, and I don't know whether it was the time zone thing or what, but it was 9:30 at night, and the sun was like wasn't even like, it was on its way down to setting. It was like it was strange, man. I really was like, and it really sunk in like, what if it's a tight circle? So you got that tight circle, and it's just like, whoa. But then the only question I got to say that I think would be interesting to hear or discuss is, I heard on one show that they were kind of bashing the flat Earth thing, and they brought up the idea that if the sun is moving like this, how can we differentiate that time if it's got to expand outside of if it's got to move outside? Like, I love the way that the Quran puts it, like it's putting on a turban. So it's like it wraps around inside that little circle of a turban, and then comes back out. And if that's the case, how does it make up that time difference if it's got more distance to travel? And then the other thing that hit me up was that I was watching one of Eric Dubé's video about like Meru. Mount Meru, the idea of the magnetic mountain. What if the sun is almost like a projection of Mount Meru, and it's not even real?
Yeah.
So
you never know.
So making that distance would be, it's almost like it's following the inner lining of the concave of the dome. So as it goes,
if you imagine a torch. So if you've got a torch, and you point it slightly at an angle and spin it, well, the circle's going to be really small, but you could keep the speed of that circle the same and just extend the angle, and suddenly the light that's projected onto the ceiling looks like it's going much, much faster.
So it's irrelevant where that whole time idea becomes like that's the only logical conclusion I could think of that would make, as far out as that sounds, that what do you call it? That it would actually, it's the only thing that makes up for that time difference.
Sure.
I love your enthusiasm.
We don't know.
Thanks, brother.
That's the thing with this test, like the sunrise and sunset, is that it's just getting the data and being objective, but being excited at what's going to be found out. So I'm really excited about this.
It's so cool. When you guys said you were going to track the sun, I was like, dude, that's fucking genius.
But hopefully easy. I mean, I don't want to, jinx it or anything, but we've got this technology. I mean, just the fact, about 6 months ago, the fact that I could even have a conversation with you or Eric just blew my mind. It's like, wow, you can have a consistent conversation for several hours with someone thousands of miles away. That's awesome. Then you think, well, hang on a second. We're all so connected. We can literally just, like I'm saying to people to do, you can literally just turn your camera and suddenly we've got multiple eyes on the sun all at the same time. That's awesome. God only knows what we'll figure out. We might figure out nothing, but it shows that it can be done.
Yeah, if anything, I think almost as like a hypothesis is that torch idea. The idea of like, okay, let's see. You guys were talking about doing it. Let's say we figure out the glitches, and I can never actually figure out how to use Google Plus properly without following your links to this, because otherwise I was still trying to set up my stuff for this July 3rd. So the link saved the day for me. That said, if we keep in mind that we have this projection and we can do it throughout the year, and then we're recognizing that the only difference in time is what, an hour, or what are we looking at? It's like, really, what is daylight savings? And I mean, how far are we talking? I'm trying to think it out actually. What are you looking at? Like an 8:30 sunset and then a 5 o'clock sunset? What's that differential throughout all of our time zones?
And then that's like you say, we might find that there is very little or massive differences where there should be none, or you just don't know. We just don't know what we're going to see. That's why it's so exciting. That's why I just, every time I talk to someone like you, I start getting really overexcited about it, because God only knows what we're going to find.
Your enthusiasm, which there is nothing more hilarious to me and so awesomely inviting, is when you start off your chat with like sitting there like, hey. And I just love the way you're like, greetings. It's like, I just love the way you're like, it's like that, when I first saw you guys, I was like, oh my God, I'm so happy that people like you exist anymore and you're not in jail. Because I feel like all the best, I swear to God, all the best people in the world, like, I'll say that, like, even there's faces that I don't see anymore. And it's like, I tell you what, you spend the night in fucking jail, they're all there, man.
Oh, shit.
You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, like, all these creative motherfuckers that could, that were so cool in high school or whatever it was, that were just always, just cool as shit, but always in trouble. It's like, I think, like, something that I've really wanted to bring to the table for a minute now into this Flat Earth movement is the idea of that we need to understand law. And I think when we can, because we have this combative approach that so many people have, like, I'm gonna run to the hills, you're never gonna catch me, I'm off the grid. And I love you guys' approach because you're like, nah, I live right here, fuck you. And it's so the way to do it, because I think, and I love the way, honestly, when you say like this, I've been Nathan Oakley, right? When you say that, that's huge, man, because to me, it speaks in the way that you're not a name. And there's some really esoteric ideas that actually are, like, the Bible is a law book. Regardless of our opinions about, like, I like Jaron's approach and I understand the incentive, but if we can look at these books as law books, as also, like, they're profound, man. And if we can understand that there's no reason to have any fear, and when we go into a courtroom, remember, it says, in God we trust. And if we're living under a dome and they know it, we've got all the authority in the world.
You need Poncho Pete in your life, my friend.
Poncho Pete?
Yeah. Poncho Pete, he'll lay it down. Watch a few of Poncho Pete's videos, and he'll lay down natural law and maritime law for you.
Oh no. Well, my thing.
You never heard of? Have you ever heard of him?
No, I'm more familiar with Gordon Hall, Creditors in Commerce.
No. This Poncho Pete's like. He won't mind me saying.
Mr. Poncho Pete.
He's a clown.
Okay,
he makes balloon kids. He's a freeman. He's a free man, but he's a very, very, very clever guy. You know, he's got adult ADHD and verbal diarrhea, which he'll happily admit to. But he knows his stuff. But yeah, well worth checking out. Poncho Pete.
I will check him out.
Yes, Mr. Poncho Pete.
Mr. Poncho Pete, correct. That's his YouTube channel, Mr. Poncho Pete. Poncho Pete's like his nickname, but Mr. Poncho Pete is his YouTube channel. I mean, for a start, as soon as you click on his first video, you'll see him suspended in a harness on a green screen pretending to be an astronaut. This gives you some idea of the kind of laugh this guy is. He's
Nathan,
so...
you're forgetting something. He is the best river dancer I've ever seen.
But he knows his stuff, you know. When it was on, I can't remember whose show. I think it was Antonio's show the other night, and he was talking about the Mariana Trenches and the abyssal plains, you know, and because it spanned from a conversation where someone was talking about them sucking the oceans off the globe and how they show it you. And he was like, nah, I've been on the sea. It's all flat. So all the stuff under the seas, that's all flat too. Abyssal plains, they're massive. And you go, oh yeah. So it takes someone like him to stay this, but he's, like I say, he's a freeman. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Freeman. You know, work outside of the law. They don't pay taxes. They just basically say no to all that shit. So when people tell you about your name being a strawman name, a slave name, whatever you want to call it, he'll explain all that sort of stuff to you. I don't personally buy into it myself, but you know, it's good to have this information.
Well, no. Well, I mean, like for me, I've been arrested and done this. Like I know my business, and like you know, and that's why I'm saying like the one thing we need to learn is like how to conditionally accept these offers. Because what happens is the state makes a presumption, and then all these combative so-called free, or what the cops call them is free staters, and they want to kill them, and like and usually like the sovereign citizen movement is just. Hey, hello. I'm well versed in it, but I know it well. And my point is that they go into a combative mode. And what I'm saying is that when we understand that if we know that the United States is a company or it's a company that's in debt, no debtor can demand payment in anything. So you can use the letter and the charging instrument to set off, settle, and close any account as a priority security interest holder. And the way you would make that known is you would say, prove I'm not the priority security interest holder of this name here. Prove that this name doesn't owe me. It's about priority of liens. It's another chat. But I wanted to welcome hi to the lady who I forget your name, ma'am. How you doing?
Robin Poe.
Yes. How you doing?
Good. Yeah. It looks like I'm on there twice or something.
No, you're good. It's just I've got the webcam pointing at the screen so that when people come on, they can see that they're actually sharing. They can see it works.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what it's for. It's just so that it's easier when people are testing their gear. That's all it is. Actually, Robin, now I'm talking over you. It's a useful opportunity for me to do my rolling infomercial. So on July the 3rd, 2014, we'll be conducting the first Testing the Sun over a Flat Earth experiment, where we will be conducting a series of maybe 4-hour, 3-hour Google Hangouts hosted by myself, Robin Poe, Antonio Superat, Patricia Steer, and various other Flat Earth YouTubers. Now, that's not to say that if you don't believe the Earth is flat, you're convinced it's a globe, that you can't join. You absolutely can. All are welcome. All we are asking for people who join the Hangout to do is share their sunrise or sunset live from their location. The way to do this is to contact either myself or any of the other YouTubers that are running these Hangouts. So my email is nathanoakley1980@aol.com. And yeah, if you do want to join, drop me a line. Once you drop us a line, we'll send you a link to the Google Hangout that's running. again, keep in touch, keep abreast of which hangouts are running at what time, so you know which ones to join. For your sunset, it might be different for your sunset. If you're for your sunrise, it might be different for your sunset if you're sharing both. But yeah, keep in touch. Make sure you keep your lines of communication open, and yeah, hopefully we'll have a massive success on Sunday, the 3rd of June, 2016. So that's pretty much it. That's my infomercial over. Robin, back over to you. How are you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Robin. Hi. This all started because me and Nathan Oakley had noticed that the sun was setting in my area of the woods in Seattle, and the other side, the sun was coming up where in his side of the planet. And I said, well, how could that work? And that's how it got going.
You did it on your you did a little commercial for it, didn't you, Robin? And you actually got a globe and showed that it's not physically possible. You couldn't see those lines of sight.
Exactly. I just wanted to, I bought the globe because I wanted to show that the globe is really a nonsense. It's just silly. Yeah,
it's dead. Dead as a doornail. I mean, that's, again, I'll reiterate this, even if you don't think that, though, if your belief is such that the globe works and we're all nonsense, feel that, you're doing yourself a service by proving us wrong by adding into the data. That's my last words on that. The fact that we know full well it's obviously and observably flat don't let that influence you in any way, shape or form. That doesn't matter. Just ignore that.
It's the data that's important.
Yeah, it's the data that's important. And the way I phrased it in some of the ads was to say, if someone wants to come in and give us a load of earache and say you're all idiots, so long as you share your sunrise or sunset, then you won't get kicked out. We'll work with you until you share it with us. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're there 5 minutes teasing us, saying I'm not showing you till you accept it's a globe, then we'll just kick you out immediately. But if you're prepared to share your sunset or sunrise, you've got an open forum to give us a great big earful, or at least on my show you will. I don't mind. So long as you share your sunrise and sunset, you'll get away with a lot with me. I just want the data. It'll make for good viewing, if nothing else. How's your day been, Robin?
Yeah, the more people add their info to it, the more we're going to learn. And that's what's important.
Hey, Nathan, since you started this test, how many people came on to do tests?
About 10 so far.
Yeah, I tried it this morning, and it worked pretty good on my cell phone. So the only thing is you have to have Google Hangouts on your cell phone.
It seems to just work though. If you get the link, I think if you press the link for Google Hangouts, it has some sort of preemptive program in a lot of the devices where it will just load up Google Hangouts for you. So I think I get your net ISA. Isa, how do you say it again?
Isa.
You said that you just got the link and then that was it. You got in because you just clicked the link and it sorted itself out. Is that right?
Yes. That's why I think if you send that link almost to anyone that is, I think, makes it known that they're down, I think we're good.
Well, thank you very much because you've given me another useful plug opportunity. So if you do want to take part on Sunday the 3rd of June, just drop me an email at nathanoakley1980@aol.com. Today I spent with Robert Shortman endless amount of time literally going to each and every email individually and sending everybody an individual email rather than just grouping them all together and sending them out as one. Because I didn't want them to go into people's spam boxes. I do actually, it's tedious. I've done nothing but sunrise replies for a couple of days now, and I don't mind in the slightest because it's worth it.
How many did you get?
I mean, there's about 100 emails that went back and forth. The actual amount of people that I listed as having replied to, so there may be people I've missed out. There was a lot of emails to go through. I think I counted up about 40 or 50 people in total. It was about 43, and then I added a few more. But that's a rough number. But yeah, it was sub 50. But the fact that we had about at least 10 people is knocking on for about 20%. So I'm quite chuffed with that.
That's really cool.
20-25%, yeah.
Was there any
I'm
places
pleased.
that surprised you?
Places that people responded from?
Yeah.
Yeah, all of them. I mean, I thought it would just be UK and US because I look at the stats on my YouTube coverage and where people are watching from. And I knew that if it was just me getting it out on my YouTube channel, it would be poo. It wouldn't work. It would need everybody else to send it out on their Twitter feeds and their YouTube feeds because then it would reach internationally. And it has. You know, people have advertised my email address, and I've had people from all over the globe. Yeah, all over the place, you know, and you've got people like Nick who's spreading this information around again over in Thailand. So you know, there's enough coverage just amongst English-speaking YouTubers to get coverage all over, I think. Or you know, there's obviously areas of ocean that they tell us are ocean that we shouldn't be able to get any coverage on it, no matter what we do.
Yeah, what a trip that is. I mean, I love the idea. That rendering idea trips me out, but go on.
So, say again.
Oh, no, I just said I'll be covering the West Coast and the...
Sorry.
No, continue,
Go
please.
ahead. No, I just said I'll be covering the West Coast and the Pacific areas in the Hangouts, so
Cool.
I'll be, if you're in those areas, log on to mine.
Yeah, in the week, Robin, we'll work out a timetable. I'll drop everybody a line. As I'll say this at this point as well, we do need a few more YouTube content providers, people who can run a YouTube Hangout to take part. We still do need a couple more. So yeah, hopefully I'll get a few more before the week is out. I'm pretty sure we will because it's still only, what, we've been doing this for 2 days. It seems like a week in Flat Earth years. Yeah, we're going to be doing this a couple of days.
It's catching. It's catching fire pretty fast. So.
Well, yeah, it's like the more people connect these dots, and the more people like us, I guess. I don't know how you guys do it on your Facebook and stuff. When like I remember, it's like one of those moments where I remember the day where I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna let everyone know," like you know, and take it from there. And honestly, I got private messages from people that were afraid that don't want to talk about it. It surprised me, you know. But I think as people look into the globe model, you're like, dude, this is kind of bunk. So I can't really believe that I believe this at some point, you know. Like, I love ODD, man. That dude's videos are freaking awesome. That's the one that took it over the edge for me, anyway. I don't know. Like an Eric DeBay. Yeah.
My favorite pastime was picking on the ISS.
Oh yeah, I love those videos, man. You guys killed. Yeah, it's so funny. The worst is like I got like my Photoshop friends that will argue to death about how legit it is. Like I tried because I don't know it. I had to like this flat earth stuff has taught me so much stuff about other stuff. Where like before I was like I was mentioning a little bit about law and stuff like that was kind of like my fascination for a minute and then you start like you find out the fucking Earth is flat and you're like whoa wait a minute like you know what I mean like every time I fly like whoever's sitting next to me just is gonna wonder why I'm taking pictures because I'm like yep still flat. That's so cool. Like I can't help. I actually had a great conversation coming back from San Francisco the other day and I freaking. With this one brother who was a Muslim guy actually who was talking to me about stuff and I just always love how the Quran hits it on the head with that turban. It's just beautiful stuff.
I find people at church are very open to the flat.
Yeah, but
Earth. Yeah.
I thought what's unfortunate though, it's like with law, it's like you try to have these conversations with certain people and like it's like all of a sudden you're in this other world that they're in, like not this, what I would like to consider this dry scientific world that we have, for ourselves. In this chat, let's say, like, it's good that we keep it like that, it's how stuff gets done. And then we have our opinions, but like, I can't have technical conversations with certain heads that are so wrapped up in the Bible or so wrapped up in whatever they're wrapped up in. you know, and stuff. But yeah, I like that the idea that the Christians are there. But it's almost like I can't help to be a little suspect just in the way that like they won't actually look into it in certain ways. They kind of just, it's another person to say okay to, which I don't like that either, which I find some. But I haven't found that really. I can't. Maybe I'm speaking out of my face. I don't know. Yeah, it is good.
Well, all I know is people at church are pretty open to it. I'm just surprised how open they are to it. I tell them about it, and they go, "Oh, I want to hear more about it. Tell me more." And then I email stuff, and I don't know. Something, I don't know. They just seem to be open at church.
Oh, forgive me. Yeah, forgive me for even speaking otherwise. Like, I'm happy to hear it. You know, I love all the church-going people. You know.
Have I walked in on a bit of Bible bashing?
Not at all.
Oh, jolly good.
No, I was just saying, people are very open at church about it for some reason. I don't know.
I think you're lucky that way. Like, I not really jealous of you, but I'm really, you know, it's really good that you have that. It's really cool.
Don't lie, you are a bit
jealous.
jealous.
We have St. Thomas Aquinas to back us up.
Yeah. Okay.
We got St. Thomas Aquinas to back us up. He was a flat Earth philosopher, so.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
Oh, I did a video on him in the Seven Heavens. In my video, the Seven Heavens, St. Thomas Aquinas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tell us now. Assume we know nothing. I do this a lot with some of the guests. I'll say they'll know I know something, but I'm trying to get them to tell people who are watching.
Oh, okay. Well, St. Thomas Aquinas, in his Summa Theologica, Article 68, on the work of the 6 days, you know, God's work of the 6 days of creation, he talks about the different parts of heaven. Like, you know, there's obviously the highest heaven where God is, and then the second heaven is called the crystalline heaven, which is the sea of glass, or the waters above. And his theory was that the waters above are firm because they're like ice. They may not be cold ice, but they're like ice. And then below that is the starry heaven, which is where the stars reside, which is like they kind of like hang off the waters above. In other words, they're sort of like at the very top. And then below that is the heaven of the luminaries, which is where the sun and the moon are. And also the planets they can wander. In his writings, it seems like the wandering stars or the planets are wandering, so they can wander as high as the stars or near the moon and the sun. So they kind of can wander around in that area. And then below that is what they call the ethereal heaven, and that's where you get all those electromagnetic types of phenomena, sprites, aurora borealis, things like that. And below that is what they call the cloudy heaven, which is the highest level of clouds. And I can't remember how high the noctilucent clouds, that's the highest level of clouds. They're about 100 miles up. And that's the highest cloud, noctilucent clouds. And then below that is what they call the heaven of the birds, which is where the birds can actually fly, or the biosphere. And the highest of the birds that fly is Rappel's vulture, so that's like 7 miles up. And my estimate is, and this is just my rough estimate, is that the actual dome or the vault above, and St. Thomas Aquinas refers to it as a vault, so it may be square at the bottom but round at the top. That could, like a vault in a cathedral.
Robin. Robin,
yeah.
Do you say the vault of heaven has got a bottom edge? Do you know what I mean by bottom edge?
Right. It's square. If it's like the way St. Thomas, it's sort of like, you know, the way in a cathedral that it starts square at the bottom and then it rounds as it goes up to the top. And this kind of jives with what the Bible refers to as the pillars of heaven. So
but it does meet the ground.
there may be pillars. Yeah, and these pillars could meet the ground somewhere in the areas of Antarctica. I kind of go into some estimated areas where these pillars are in my video, The Pillars of Heaven, or the Vault of Heaven, I call it, the Vault of Heaven, which is where I got this from reading about St. Thomas Aquinas, where he describes the heavens like a vault. And if you, in the terms of a vault, like in a cathedral where you have things, it starts square at the bottom and then it turns into a round at the top. I don't know if you've ever been in a medieval cathedral and looked up, and it's like that, kind of, is the way he describes it. So it goes from square to round.
Right, I follow you.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know, in my mind, I see the firmament, if you call it that, as like another layer. So if you imagine a flat expanse and then you've got a layer of air and then layers going up, I see the firmament as just another layer with all of the stars and the sun or whatever. Maybe they're in different layers, but I can't visualize a point where it descends to the ground. That's something I really struggle with.
Well, if you remember that news item back in January when they were doing some exercise in Mecca, and they unearthed something called the Ark of Gabriel, and they tried to move it, and it caused all these plasma bursts and killed a couple thousand people, and they didn't know what to do with it, so they called on the Archpatriarch of Moscow, and he came down to Mecca to look at it, and this was a real weird combination of events. So apparently they figured a way to get it onto one of the Russian naval ships, and then the Archpatriarch went to Cuba, where Pope Francis was visiting as well, and Pope Francis gave him this scroll that concerned instructions on this Ark of Gabriel, whatever it is. And so then the Archpatriarch of Moscow and the Russian Navy took it to the only church in Antarctica, which is at near the Novo. What is it? The Novokayarsk something, whatever the Russian station is down there. There's a Church of the Holy Trinity there, and it's the only actual consecrated church in Antarctica. So they took it down there and they performed some kind of ritual using this scroll, and then a Spetsnaz agent, a group of Spets agents, took this Ark of Gabriel further to the interior of Antarctica. And apparently, this Ark of Gabriel was something that belonged to the angels. You know, in the original, when the angels came down here in the Book of Enoch, and so it's possible they were taking it to the edge where the angels could pick it up and get it out of the earth before it caused serious damage. And somehow, this ritual prevented it from causing all this damage.
Kind of like the thing in Transformers.
Anyway, that's.
I was thinking, where's Nicolas Cage in this one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, those stories have got to come from somewhere, and they're going to be. A lot of them are based on biblical stories. You know, Batman and all this stuff. There's loads of religious connotations in all of these movies.
But anyway. Going back to my video on the Vault of Heaven,
I did the levels.
I did an estimate of, I did an estimate of where this Vault of Heaven should be, or the pillar of one of the pillars of the Vault of Heaven should be, and it's interior from that point where that Church of the Holy Trinity would be. One of the pillars would be there. So, and these pillars might not just be a way of supporting the Vault of Heaven, but also they may be a way of like a heaven elevator that goes up to heaven too. You know, like the pillar itself might be a way of getting to heaven. But if they are pillars, they would be guarded by angels. So
Yeah, but doesn't have. See, this is the thing about. This is the thing, though. But man was given dominion over the earth, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
But there was a problem.
Well, there's always a problem. But that's because it's man. You know. Well, check it out.
Well,
you know. Oh, forgive me.
Oh, in the Book of Enoch, there was a problem because the angels got down here and started causing all kinds of havoc.
Mm-hmm.
This is where we get Nephilims.
Yeah, the original.
The Nephilim.
What's cool about? But here's something that's wild, right?
Anunnaki.
I'd like to know: does the Bible refer to them as monsters? Because, like, in law, it's interesting is that, and this is something that fascinates me, is that when people want human rights, and this is why we can't ask for human rights, because a human is defined as a monster. And if you look at it's in Ballantyne's Law Dictionary from, like, 1865, I believe, and it's a human is defined as a monster. So because it's defined as a monster, and then you look up the term it actually says, see term monster. Or see the term monster. You go look up monster, and it says that which hath no inheritable blood. So the thing is like in law, and this is why I say like this allegory of angels is magnificent to me, but I look at it as allegory. Is that like you know, pardon me, like man is the monster. You know, it's that whole idea. So, like, you know, it's like these evil spirits and stuff like that are maybe the drives and animations of emotion that we let, like, you know, ruin us and ruin. Like, it's like the idea that we don't have dominion over the earth. If we think we're on a rock floating through space, it's like I've got too many friends that are dying from heroin and all kinds of shit like that for me to be quiet anymore. Is kind of how I feel. So it's like if we're on a rock floating through space, you feel meaningless and powerless. And if, like, you know, if we can have the conviction of what the Bible teaches and know that our God, like, it's like to fear any man is to say that God doesn't provide a way. So, like, you know, in light of that, it's like, you know, if we can understand that, you know, like some of the what I think of the biblical stuff is actually relative more to the nature of man, as opposed to like the direct. I wonder. I mean, I'm fascinated with the idea of the pillars, but it's like every time I say this where I'm like, I don't know, it sounds too like fairy tale, but then you turn around and you're like, whoa, maybe that's legit. So I don't know about the pillars, but I look at like the spirits and the drives of man, you know. But please elaborate. I don't mean to.
There was another the other pillar was very near Little America, where Admiral Byrd went to find the edge, and where he found the edge. And whatever he found there scared him badly.
How'd you know that?
And so, you know.
How'd you know Admiral Byrd?
Because the fact that they talked about him going to the edge. There was a person who accompanied him. I can't remember what his name was, but he talked about them reaching the edge.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it took them so long, because it's so far out there. It's farther out than, you know, the South Pole is not near the edge. You know, the Edmondson Scott Station, that's not near the edge. There's a lot more mileage beyond that, where they claim the South Pole is.
I'd ask, how do you know that? How do you know that?
Admiral Byrd.
That's interesting.
Because Admiral Byrd talked about a land beyond the South Pole that was as big as the United States. So that means at least 1,000 miles beyond the South Pole.
I wonder if it was in all directions, like let's say as the way we see it.
Well,
he said that there's a land
would have been in a different direction to say the bit that Robert Shortman was on. It would have been a different part of the ice ring, if that's what it is. It would have been different parts.
I wonder if that's what he meant. Like if he meant that it was like this, because if you think about how much land that would take to circumnavigate the globe, then it would be like, or the globe, the what do you call it, the ring. You know, how is that what he meant, or did he mean it in the way that it's like, you know? Did he mean it as a southern projection, you know? Like, was he looking out?
Well, his quote was beyond the South Pole. Well, they what they called the South Pole was Amundsen Scott Station, which was 800 miles inland. So if it was land as big as the United States beyond the South Pole, well, the height of the United States is about 1,000 or 1,500 miles. So it's like beyond the South Pole, so 800 plus 1,500, so it's about 2,300 miles at least to the edge, at least.
That's a long way.
Wow. Yeah.
That makes me think.
I always try to see if I can quantify stuff. You know, I mean.
Does the atmosphere lessen? That's something I wonder too. Like how it's like in a plane, like the atmosphere is so like light. You know, like I forget the correct terminology. Like the air pressure like does the air pressure drop when you're out that far south? Let's say, like does the air pressure change?
Well, it goes.
Like can we? My point is, I guess
since Antarctica increases.
Forgive me. I was just going to say like
the landmass in.
Forgive me. How far does the, or does man only have dominion over the Earth, and is that, let's say, limited to a certain area? Let's say.
Well, all I know is the landmass beyond the South Pole continues. The landmass as you hit the edge of the ice, and then it goes up to about 2 miles in altitude. So it's very high altitude. So the air is very thin once you get closer to the edge.
Right. Wow.
Talking of quantifying things, forget your measurements for a moment, any of you mathematicians, you included, Robin, I'm looking at you. When you look at the sun, how far do you think it is away? When you just look at it, I'm not talking about staring at it, but you look at the sun, how high up do you think it is?
I won't say because I did the calculations.
I know you did the calculation, but you're saying that because there's just no way. Let's say you stand the United States on its side. Could you stick that underneath between the land and the sun as you look at it?
But I don't know.
You're doing math in your head, I know.
I can see you doing math in her
I
head.
know. I'm doing math in my head.
What's your gut feeling?
Look at it and say, can I squeeze an area the size of the width of the United States upturned between me and the sun? Yes or no?
I don't know.
I don't think so.
It may be lower. I don't know. Most people are estimating it 3,000 to 4,000 miles up.
Based on the math.
Well, and the fact that, for instance, when I did the computation for the sun distance where it went set, where I was at versus where it rose, where you were at, the distance to where it would appear to set, is about 7,500 miles, and that works fairly well with Robert Shortman's diagram, that shows the 45 degrees on each side and all that.
Till you turn all of the land masses in on themselves and shorten all the distances, and that would lower the sun.
Mm-hmm.
That's true, but I can't stop doing the math.
No, there's no math to do because we're totally, spitballing because we don't know what the land masses actually do. All maps are wrong, so we're just speculating. But forget the maps, forget the math, and just look up. You've got to kind of go, does that seem 3,000 miles up? No, it just kind of seems about there to me. A bit like the stars.
Well, when you get in a plane, it definitely looks different. So it may be lower than we think it is. Because up in a plane, the sun definitely looks different.
Looks there-ish, doesn't it?
Hey, what did you guys think about?
I like that word, there-ish.
About there-ish.
What did you guys think about that footage where there's a plane flying through the sun? I don't know if that's legit. I have no idea, but I saw it online. I was curious if you guys saw it.
Yeah, I saw it.
I've never seen it.
Looked legit footage. I won't say it didn't look doctored footage.
Yeah, like would they
Wait
know?
a minute. It was a plane. Sorry, the plane flying through the sun.
No, the sun was sort of adjacent. It looked like the plane was almost above the sun. It was sort of in the clouds, but at a point where it looked like you could see almost like see the top of the sun. It was really odd.
Yeah, like we were saying about that projection idea. Is that's the only way I could see? Like, let's say you went through it, and then all of a sudden you don't realize, or you're not, or I don't know. Maybe they, I don't know. Like how are pilots dealing with the sun? Like I know one of the guys is a pilot. I don't know about on here, but I know one of the. Who is it?
Bob, he's on now. Actually, he's on Globebusters. He's the host of Globebusters. To do this, I'm missing Globebusters, as are you guys. So thank you very much.
Yeah, see, I don't even know when Globebusters is on live. I'm like, oh god.
Now.
Yeah, of course.
That's why 14 people are watching us, and about 400 people are watching.
That's good. Better for me. I feel better with that pressure.
Me too, to be honest. There's been a lot of dead air on this. How long have we been going now? 5 hours.
Awesome. So what's the deal?
Do these things night after night for 7 hours. How do they do it?
Wow, really? I didn't even know.
Well, you've done them with us. You know our Skype conversations, Adam, or Robin, or
Yeah.
gone. But some of our Skype conversations can stretch into several hours long. But when they're doing this, we will all disappear, make food. Antonio will often disappear to the shop and leave his computer on. It's just kind of very relaxed. It's not broadcast worthy. I mean, to a degree, I would say probably at least 30 or 40% of this hangout has been unbroadcast worthy. But it's a test.
Yeah.
It's not here for entertainment, although some of it has been very entertaining.
I gotta say, it feels comforting to know that actually all the heads that would be tuned into this are looking at something else. It's like hey, that's all right because hopefully throughout, how long are you going to be running this? 24 hours or?
This hangout I'll run until it runs out, but on the day it will run 24 hours. I'm hoping each person will do 3 to 4 hours. Hopefully even less if I can get more people to agree to it. But I think 3 hours is a hell of a long time.
Oh, that's long.
And the hosts, because I was thinking, if you were to, I know it might be tough, but I don't know how we're going to deal with that spam. If those, the links to the hosts, as we adjust, if we have to adjust or anything like that, just something for someone not as computer savvy as I'd like to be, that works. And if there's others, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean they'll have to get a bit hands-on, the people that are doing it, but it's like anything. You get in what you put, you get out what you put in, and I hope everybody who gets involved will realise that they've got to put a certain degree of effort in. I'm trying to put in 200% effort as an example. Tedious though it is sat here. I'm not saying that it's tedious talking to you guys. What I mean by that is sitting here for a very long period of time is tedious.
Right, hosting, yeah.
It's necessary. Every hour or so, someone new comes on and goes, "Oh, I didn't think you'd still be running. I just needed to test my camera." And you go, "Great."
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah.
I think it was that. What was his name? Was it Eric? Last guy that was on.
Yeah, what was his last? I can't remember his last name.
I'm so knackered now. I can't remember his surname. But yeah, Eric came on and I think he did exactly that. It was like, great, I can actually test my camera. It's like, well, this is that speed. Actually, good club time. So yeah, Sunday, 3rd of June 2016, we're running the Tracking the Sun on the Flat Earth test. This hangout is specifically designed for you to test your camera. There is a link in the description box. Click on the link and you can connect with your mobile device to test to see that you can actually capture the sunset or sunrise on the 3rd of June 2016 from your camera, from your mobile phone, or from your PC if you can put the camera to a window that shows the sunset. So that's what we're hoping to achieve on the 3rd of June, people sharing their sunset, sunrise or sunset from various locations around the world, around the plane, on the globe. However you want to view it, all are welcome. Simply drop me a line at nathanoakley1980 at AOL.com. I'll send you a link, or if it's one of the other YouTubers, try and keep abreast of who's running these shows. About midweek, we'll have a timetable together letting you know who's running what show and at what time. And yeah, keep in touch with them and yeah, get a connection. Show us your sun. Share your sun with us. I could wrap my words around it. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, that's my infomercial bit over, guys.
Oh, nice. Looking good.
Did you say you've never done a hangout before, Issa?
Yeah, this is my first hangout, guys. You guys, you know, actually we got biblical people here. I don't want to offend.
Hey, you know what? You don't. I don't easy, and neither does Robin. So don't worry about it.
All right, lovely. Yeah.
Yeah, say whatever. Say what you want. Like it's not a big deal. It's very hard to offend me when it comes to biblical stuff. So it's all good, man.
Oh yeah, thanks. But I even try to check myself. You know, it's something but you know, it is my first Google Hangout. It's really cool to be on here. Like I said,
well, speak freely.
Thanks, brother. Thanks, man. Yeah, you guys are like rock stars to me, man. I'm so like happy to be involved.
We're not though. We're just normal people.
Yeah, no.
I try and point this out all the time though, because Matt Power.
You know, when I was on Patricia's show the first time, I looked at Patricia like, wow, I looked up to her because I saw her show, but I just see her as a friend now, and I see Nathan as a friend. Like we're just regular people that have a passion, right?
Yeah, I see it, man. I felt comfortable enough to join up, man. I really did. You guys put on a great, healthy debate on all the shows from Mechanics of the Fourth Wall. That's what introed me to you guys, really, and I love it. So happy.
The only rock star is Antonio.
Antonio, no, but he's gotta be. You gotta have a rock star, man. I think
he's the only rock star.
He is freaking awesome, man.
Who, Antonio?
Yeah,
he's the only rock star.
Yeah.
Now you look rock and roll the other day in your leather jacket. I noticed that, Adam.
Yeah, I have all kinds of different stuff, but yeah, I like my leather jacket. Yeah.
Yeah.
Some guy asked if I had a motorcycle. No, I don't.
Midlife crisis.
Well, I'm only 39. I guess it's like midlife, isn't it? I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah. Life begins at 40.
Yeah, I feel I'm happier now than when I was a teenager. Say that much.
Really?
Oh yeah, I was depressed all the time as a teen. I'm way more happier now.
You didn't have to worry about anything when you were a teenager, or a lot less.
You would think so, but it's probably that mental instability as a teenager. I don't know.
Maybe.
Could be. I don't know. I was always
that's all that matters.
Exactly.
Are you still getting a load of grief from your church members?
Well, like I haven't talked to a lot of them in quite a while now, so it's been a while, and yeah, just for me, like I know you heard me mention this before, like just stepping out. Like I believe personally that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, but I also believe you have to search for truth too and expose darkness. So when I started doing that. And I kind of struck a nerve with them, just looking at translations, where they're coming from, and that, and I upset some of the elders and some people, and which I didn't know. I didn't think at the time. I thought that they'd want this information too, or I thought everyone would want to know truth instead of just believing what you're told all the time. And actually, searching for truth and everything has strengthened my faith more than it has made me want to give up. So. But people are at different spots, right? I mean, maybe 10 years ago, I wouldn't have been ready for what I'm doing now. So who knows? Some of those people that are mad at me a few years from now could be doing better stuff than me in the same area. You never know, right? We're all different spots. That's how I see it now.
Yeah.
If I made sense, guys.
I didn't mean to eat in front of everybody, but I was having like blood sugar issues.
That's all good, as long as you're muted, which you were.
I think for me, if I would have just came out talking about flat Earth or the Earth and things that I have found, it would have been better. I think because I started questioning translations and where things come from, they're already mad at me. So maybe that's why. I don't know. But yeah, but Robin, when you did it though, when you came out with flat Earth, like, because you said they more welcomed it, or at least listened to what you had to say. How did you first do it? Like, how did you first start talking to them?
Well, I just tell them I'm doing some research that is related to the nature of the Earth, and that it proves that the Earth is created exactly as described in Genesis. And that intrigues them. And then they ask more questions, and then it goes from there.
If only I had such an easy audience, you know.
Oh, tell us more, Issa. Tell us your experiences of sharing Flat Earth with people then.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
I mean, forgive me. I've had it where thanks. I've had it where it's like I've lost Facebook friends, you know, like or actually family members that they're like, you know, won't follow me until I stop talking about it, and like, you know, whatever. But like, you know, you deal with different kind of people that are very already skeptical. Like, you know, there's no approach to a biblical or a, you know, I'm somewhat religious in a, you know, what I kind of seem to find is an a-religious, you know, bunch of people, and they think they're very scientific, and they don't necessarily want to actually question stuff. It seems like, you know, so you bring up ideas that, you know, we're not gonna, you know, or rockets don't work in space is something that I just think is fascinating. Like, you know, or you know, different stuff about NASA. I've always kind of kept this stuff to my vest after, you know, I was disappointed in the whole little Ron Paul movement. You know, I thought I was political, knew what I was doing, but, you know, trying to wake people up about the Fed and stuff like that. But, you know, come to find out, that's actually not, you know, the Fed is not a bad thing, everyone. But with the flat Earth, it's just been something where, you know, people will either stop, you know, they won't even want to talk to me about it or about anything because there's no fascination or anything. I'm an animated guy, so it's like, you know, what I'm into is what I'm into, and right now it's like I've been flat earthing it all day. So when it's something interesting, you know, the movements of the sun, it just fascinates me, and I'll be like, yo, do you see that? How it's perspective? You know, it's not necessarily and like, you know, that kind of stuff. Like, there's no reason for people to question. They're so content in their little bubble or whatever it is. And I wonder sometimes if it's exactly how it should be. You know, it's actually not a bad thing. Like, the way that I've seen it for me, like, you know, I'm talking about flat Earth, is that it just proves to me more about what I learned about law, which is that, you know, a lot of people they really aren't ready for being woken up, and they need fairy tales, and they need these stories and things. And then I wonder sometimes, I almost feel like I got it's like an idiocracy where you're like, no, I talked to plants. They told me they want water. You know, like, instead of looking at this empirical evidence. And I've had this kind of issue with certain people where they'll abandon my, you know, being associated with me over this topic. So you know, it's more than any other topic. You know what I mean? Or they can't discuss it at all. It shatters their whole paradigm that they're living in. And that's why I feel
you're right.
And to further this awakening, that's why I'm so adamant in a way, and I feel like I would love to discuss it with any of you guys, whether it be independent of this or not, is like, you know, the idea about how law, like, this government is frickin' beautiful, man. We got to know how to operate it. It's like a computer program. Once you learn how to program it, it's like when you have a problem with this legal system, it's because it's like smacking a computer because it's not doing what you want it. And we can program this. We can program this thing, and it's like the most eloquent system built for intelligent people. Because it says right off the gate, humans are monsters. They're gonna just come and, you know what I mean, vanquish. And so in a way, there's this two-party thing where it's a private world and a public world. And in this private world, in chambers, we can have our victory. Because flat Earth is well.
So what you're saying is,
I feel like, you know,
we can control the ring of power. Is that what you're saying?
You're it, man. Look at it like this, bro. marijuana is federally in the United States. This is what pisses people off and gets that. Like, I understand the perspective and the hatred that people have towards this government. I can understand it. I get it. I've been there. I've been there so hardcore that I wish I could explain to you that. Trust me when I tell you that if you are in a certain alignment with these people and you do trust the words in Jesus, let's say, because when Pontius Pilate said to Jesus, "Hey, are you the king of man? Are you the king of the Jews?" What did Jesus say, Miss Poe?
He says, "My kingdom is not of this world."
Actually, does he not say, is it you who says that, or did somebody tell you that? That's what he says. He says, is it you who says that, or is it somebody else who says that? And he
You got
didn't.
Bible to hand, Robin? Do you reckon you could look it up?
Yeah, King James. But
I love Robin because with about 30 seconds
Bible, hold
this
on.
reference.
yeah, I love it. Yes, beautiful. Thank you. Also, remember, Matthew 5:25. And this is my favorite line from the Bible. It says, "Be ye not conformed to the world, but be ye renewed by a continual transformation of the mind."
But it says, you're in the world, but not of the world. It's talking about a system.
Right, man. And it's like I'll be of the world, but not of this world, man. It's fucking beautiful, bro. It's like here's
wait. Sorry, go on, Robin.
It also says in Matthew 23, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's.
Yeah, man. Give them their fiction. Give them their fiction with gold on top and a sundae and everything, and pay your bills with a fucking napkin, because I conditionally accept their offer upon proof of claim that they don't owe the state citizen or the child of God that gave them the permission to do what they do. And I say that in the literal sense. If you want to look at it like this: your birth certificate is an indented deed. So it's a deed. You're giving them wealth when you ask for that U.S. citizenship. And the thing is that,
what Poncho Pete says.
Well, check this out. The U.S. citizen has 3/5 the rights of a state citizen. Because the first U.S. citizens were actually black people who were freed slaves. And they kept the same way it was written in the Constitution, that black people had 3/5 the rights of a white man. And so all United States citizens were first, whatever. But that's another story about money and stuff. But the point is that, like Jesus said, he conditionally accepted his offer. And there's also a story about that Jesus didn't get crucified and walked. So there's also really cool tales that are out there in the world of the Bible and the Quran and all those beautiful religions.
You were talking about John chapter 18 verses 29 and continue.
Forgive me.
This is Pilate. This is 29. Chapter 18:29. Pilate went out unto them and said, "What accusation bring you against this man?" They answered and said unto him, "If he were not a malefactor, we would have not delivered him up to thee." Then Pilate said unto them, "Take ye him and judge him according to your law." The Jews therefore said unto him, "It is not lawful for us to put any man to death." That the saying of Jesus might be fulfilled which he spake, signifying the death he should die. Then Pilate entered into the judgment hall again and called Jesus and said unto him, "Art thou the king of the Jews?" Verse 34, Jesus answered him, "Sayest thou this thing of thyself, or did others tell it of thee?" And then Pilate says, "Am I a Jew? Thine own nation and chiefs have delivered thee unto me."
Yes, because he's calling on because he knows that their legal code cannot look. They can kill a U.S. citizen. They cannot kill a man, and they cannot kill a man with a priority security interest, having a priority security interest in the collateral, which would be the citizen. And so, therefore, you can discharge any obligation as long as you do it politely and correctly. This government will let you rock. The thing is that they can't let anyone know this shit because they're monsters. It's legally defined. Look, this system's been here for thousands of years since the Hammurabi Code. You can pay a mortgage with another bond. It's that we don't know that if we send them another bond. We started the mortgage with let's say you start a mortgage with a process with paperwork. What you don't do is turn it over and sign the back like a check. So the CFO of that bank does. and monetizes on behalf of the bank, and there's a bond created and a debt issued. It's traded on the SEC, right? So they then monetize that bond. If what they want is the payment of the United States Federal Reserve, but the Federal Reserve is meaningless. So the only real wealth is your promise to pay when the United States pays you back. Look, I gave a line of credit to the U.S. I'll pay you after you pay me. Be more than happy to settle the debt. As for that, when you go to the court, this is what's interesting about courts too, is that like Jordan Maxwell pointed out, the judge sits at the bench, which is the bank, and they're doing double entry bookkeeping accounting, and you're giving them a loss, which they can then register in their accounting, which allows the IRS to track the money supply of Federal Reserve notes. That's all they're doing. And it's meaningless to anyone. That's why they can make up numbers, they can come after you, they'll continue to harass you, because if you're a frickin' monster, they know they got to chase you into the ground. And you think you're living on a rock, spinning through fucking space, and you're like a film on it. You know what I mean? And that's where they want us to be if you're in that attitude. If not, if we understand that, as I see it, and we do have faith that the Creator, like you have to die and be born again. It's like, let that name die, man.
What if you're born again through the blood of Jesus Christ and you're joint heirs with Him? Then what does that make you?
Right, that would make you in partner with Christ when you're in church, when you're in there, and you're saying. So when they say, "Is that your car? Is that your house?" I'm sorry, doesn't everything belong to God, sir?
But if you're joint heirs with Christ because of what He did, then when He comes back, what does that make you?
Well, I mean, I look at it as a follower of Christ.
Okay.
One who didn't conform to the world, one who understood that this king, like, when the okay, look at it like this, right? A lot of people under the idea, okay, look at it like this. A lot of people think the U.S. won the Revolutionary War. They didn't. And the evidence of that is in the Treaty of Paris. And if you read the first frickin' line of it, who writes a treaty? The winner or the loser? The winner, right? So the fucking King of England wrote, I'm king of this, that, the other thing. He wrote, etc., and the United States. And now just break this down a little bit back further, is that a lot of this goes back to an agreement in 1215 to the Pope. So the Pope has a priority security interest over everything England owns. England owns the U.S. Therefore, therefore the Pope, what he's saying is that he's the vicar of Christ. And our response to him is, excuse me, sir, where were you in the Garden of Eden where my father Adam was given dominion over the earth? And who are you to come in between my agreement with the good Lord?
Okay, I see where you're coming from. Well, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you something really fast?
How do you know all this stuff?
Brother, I've been on it for, since I was, first time I was arrested was when I was 11 for getting drunk. So, I mean, I've been dealing with these fuckers for a long time, man. It's like, I understood, and even then, God bless my parents, man. Both not here anymore, but they taught me, gave me the courage. I'm related to John Adams. I take pride in that. And, the only guy who didn't own a slave, by the way. And, it's like, this was just bred in me. And, my mother was a musician. I just have that spirit, brother. I don't know what it is.
Very cool. Make me one promise.
What's that, brother?
You'll look at Mr. Pancho Pete.
Yes.
I promise you I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
Your new god.
I'll do it right now.
Oh, shit.
No, not really. But you know what I mean.
No, Mr. Pancho Pete, if I'm not mistaken.
Mr. Pancho Pete, yeah. The best river dancer out there.
Best river dancer. I'll be sure. I got him queued up.
I do want to ask you something.
Values for certain. Yeah, you'd be surprised. You and he share very similar values.
You know something?
Yeah,
I've even said to folks, it's like, you could actually go into court and be like, you could have a fucking routine. You'd be like, hey, how you doing? I'm conditionally accepting here any and all offers. You know what I mean? You could come in as Joe. Hey, how you doing? I'm here to conditionally accept your offer. Proof of claim. I'm not here to settle all claims outstanding. How you doing, Your Honor? Hey, what's going on? Or you could come in hello, Your Honor. I'm here today as the priority security interest. I would have an interest in all property and collateral, both registered and unregistered. So how you doing? You know, you could freaking lay it on, and that's what like Shakespeare said, man. The world's a fucking stage, bro. And the courts, the courts are freaking, like, I honestly think, like, if cool heads got together, our real thing would be going after the banks. Nobody knows how to do that. I think I got an in. You know what I mean? I'm saying, like, you know, that would be and it's in partnership. It's an agreement, and it's an agreement with the good Lord. It's an agreement with their statutes. It's an agreement with what's lawful versus legal, all that business. You know, and so, like, if we understood that if we didn't fight them, even if they put their hands on it, when they can tell you to get back in a police car, you say, over my objection, under threat, duress, and coercion, I'll do whatever you want me to do and say what you want me to say, so long as you put your hand on me. And that nullifies that offer, man. And the judge fucking knows it. And just like a cop, when he says to you, well, tell it to the fucking judge, I want to see the judge. Because I want a genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection, or else it's agreed you're denying equal protection due process of law.
Sorry, that's gone right over my head.
Yeah, it's okay. Like, you're looking at it like this. Like, look, they're charging you. Forgive me. They're charging the citizen, which is an employee of the government. Okay, Title 5, 552A. What do you call it? It's an employee of the government. So they're charging the employees done an infraction against the corporation, the United States, or actually the state. Because you got to remember, the United States citizen is a enemy of the states. So the United States citizen is the enemy of the states. So that's why when the states get a hold of one of those suckers, they're going to arrest them, and then what happens is that bond that you gave to to get your citizenship is being traded on the SEC and being made money privately, if you will. And but it's not, whatever. It's like, you know, used as a bond. So like when a county gets to arrest the U.S. citizen, they get to put a lien on that bond. So now they've got revenue streaming in to the county from that bond that's being whatever. That's how you get a triple life sentence, where they get to monetize that bond for 90 more years or whatever it is. That explains why you get a fucking triple life sentence. I haven't found anyone that can explain that to me. Aside from that, also the understanding of what money is, but that's like probably where Pancho Pete comes in, because he's probably laid the groundwork on that. But the fucking thing is that I think if we understood that alongside this confirmation, the flat earth is a fucking confirmation for me for everything that I learned about law. Because it's like, you know, holy shit, man. And they know, because I don't put it past them. They already know. They're just chilling by the wayside. It's like they fucking know. I don't think they don't know. And, you know, I think some people, they know, and some people don't know. But and it serves them well that people don't know. So whoever it may be, I think they respect intelligence, let's say, in a certain way, and we have the opportunity to be intelligent. And I think part of this flat Earth movement is what, for me, like, is just so beautiful, that it brings everyone in, even if you're not, you know, even into any of this, what I am into with like law or even religion. It's just holy shit, we're all here together. And
I think you're getting a bit of an audience, because there's a few people in chat asking if this is the after party, so I can only assume that the Glowbusters has just finished.
There you go.
Right.
So, yeah.
I wanted to ask you a question, but I don't know.
Oh, please.
Just because just earlier, because actually I liked a lot of things you were saying and approaching from a legal aspect, which is really interesting, and I heard some of what Pancho Pete had to say. But I want to ask you something, and I don't want to offend you. I'm just asking a question, because you know some scripture too, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. My question is, just from a legal standpoint, if scripture is right, and Jesus will return as ruling king one day, and over this world for like 1,000 years, and you're not joint heirs with him, then legally, what will happen to those that are not joint heirs with him?
Why would you think I'm not joined? Why would you think I'm not joined heirs?
No, I don't know. I don't know your heart. I'm just saying, what would happen? I'm just legally in that sense.
Well, legally, look at it like this. I think that if you don't have that, like, you know, pick up your cross and come kind of attitude, then you're not going to ever get to like the point where you're going to be legally you're if I ask someone if are you a U.S. citizen and they say yes, then legally you're dead. So like and legal and lawfully you've just confirmed it because I asked you. So legally and lawfully you're freaking dead, I guess, because like I said, in that sense that it's you want to go into Pancho Pete land, I can only imagine, but saying that it's a dead corporate entity or something like that to that effect is that you're gonna accept being that, and that's the thing where you bring in like the Abrahamic code of where now you've forsaken God. Look at it like this, man. I look at it like
hold on. The only thing is, like, to me, that's just a general question. No, I didn't mean that, but I mean, generally, only God knows the hearts of men, right? So God knows, like, someone could say they're a Christian or they're born again and they live like the devil and they don't even know him. So when it comes to that, only God is the real judge of the hearts of men or who belong to him.
Right,
I'm
gonna Adam.
So
I'm gonna stop you there.
I totally get what you're saying.
I believe that.
Sorry to interrupt both of you.
Yeah, I'll stop you.
That's cool. Starting to get a bit more of an audience, and I want to explain what this feed's for because somebody's asked.
Okay, that's cool, Rita. I'll be right back anyway.
Cool.
Come back though.
So the reason for this feed is because on Sunday, the 23rd of July 2016, we'll be holding a test called Sun Over the Flat Earth Test, where we will be measuring or tracking the sun over a flat Earth, and we'll be measuring the sun over a 24-hour period on a string of hangouts that are going to run one after the next, so me included. So if you want to get in touch with me, if mine happens to be at the time that your sunrise or sunset happens, get in touch with me at nathanoakley1980@aol.com. I will send you a link to the show in the same way there's a link in this description box for this show that you can click to join now to actually test your camera and see if it works, see if you've got a good enough Wi-Fi signal or 3G, 4G signal, and you can actually share the sunset or sunrise from your location in preparation for the 3rd of July. So that's the main purpose of this hangout. Feel free to join if you did want to chat, but as I say, the main reason is to test equipment. I've been doing it now for about 5.5 hours. I intend to stay as long as I possibly can, just so anybody else who has asked for the link on the 3rd has the opportunity to try out their equipment. So that's enough plugging from me. Robin, you've been listening very, very calmly to a lot of that, and I could see you grimacing at stages.
Oh, not really. I just thought it was interesting that when he was talking about, those who follow Jesus Christ, what Isa said about that they need to take up their cross and follow him. I think a lot of people don't understand the impact of what that means. So I just thought that was interesting that he said that.
Fair enough. Glad I broke it up a little bit because I don't know, some of the audience members may come in and go, is this a Bible study? It's like, no, well, actually, no, we're tracking flat Earth and we're just chit-chatting to kill dead air while we test equipment. Hopefully any minute someone will join and say, hey, can you see my son? Can you hear me? And everyone will get the general picture of what we're doing. But unfortunately, my son has long gone down, so there's no point in me sharing my camera anymore. Hence, you've got my pretty face on the iPad, which was sharing the sun for me until it went down several hours ago now. But yeah, Adam has also joined us earlier at the early stages and shared his sun by doing exactly what he's doing now, pointing his camera out, which I'll show you. You do that again, Adam?
That's where I'll be. That's where I'll be. The sun will rise over there.
So yeah, Adam's on his mobile phone. He's literally clicked the link on the email that I sent to him, and he's now sharing his sun or lack thereof. I might as well point out at this point that even though Adam can't actually see his sun, it's important to know that, do your best to be in a position where you can see the sun. But ultimately speaking, we're just hoping that people will try. They'll tune in with their ability to, point their camera at the sun. If it's all chemtrailed out, that's unfortunate, but at least try. That's the only way it'll be a success. Some people have more success than others and have a really beautiful image of the sun as it's going down. They might see it going beyond the horizon or the chemtrail horizon. Some people, it'll just disappear behind a building, and they'll say, well, it's kind of over there. You can't see it. But that's fine. We accept that that's how it will be. We are all amateurs. There's no shame in trying. Some people may try thinking that they're not going to get anything, and then the sun magically appears to produce a beautiful shot live on air. Last but not least, when you do tune in, try and point your camera immediately at the sun and state your location, state your time, because yeah, you may be in a position where your camera breaks up and we don't get that information, and all we hear is, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" So yes, I think, am I right? in
Someone
saying
just joined the call.
David, is that? God, let's see if I've got the names right. Is that David? He says yes from the chat, but he's not got his sound as yet, so he's probably sorting out some bits and bobs. Hopefully David will give us a great example of the same thing as he did it earlier, and shared his camera with us, just to give another hint now that he's joined the Hangout. So yeah, I'll give it another plug, because no one's interrupted me. So yeah, Sunday 3rd of June, so 3rd of July 2016, we'll be tracking the sun on a flat Earth. Tune in by keeping in touch, NathanOakley1980 at AOL.com. There'll be links to various Hangouts which we'll set in the week. We'll get a timetable together so you can see who's running the Hangout at the time that the sun comes up or goes down in your location. It may be different Hangouts, so yeah, keep tabs on what we're doing. I'll try and keep some updates out throughout the week so that people can know what we're doing. So yeah, anybody else want to stop me from waffling on about tracking the sun over a flat Earth?
I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, if do the best you like to emphasize what Nathan said about do the best you can, because you may not get a perfect view of the sunrise or sunset. I mean, when I did it the other night, I was like, because I have so many trees here, I was only able to get, like, I was turning my camera towards the trees, and all I could get was like a little sparkle in the trees. So, I mean, that's all I was able to get. It was across the deck, there was a little sparkle through the trees, and that was the sunset. So, whatever you can get.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're not looking for super shiny quality. We also had Chris D of channel Take Back Space, formerly CD, and he was, in email exchange saying, "Oh, I don't know if I can get my kit together, and I'm struggling with this particular element of," and he was into the fine details of it, and I had to say to him straight away, "All we need, Chris, is your camera phone. All we have to demonstrate is that you have the sun in your location, and then from there we can extrapolate data. Whereas not taking part because you can't get your telescope with high definition 4K streamed through Google, don't need any of it. Camera phone, that's all you need. Click the link, point it at the sun." I'm in Texas, it's my sunset, it's currently 9:20 p.m. That's what we need, that's it. Once you've done that, we can chat to you for filling dead air, but until the point that you actually state your location, state your time, state, if it's sunrise or sunset, that might be obvious by the time you've given us that information. Following that up, we can give you other bits of information. We can look it up live on air. That's part of the amusement for us. Finding out where your elevation is, finding out your exact latitude, following, all of these different things we can figure out on the air, and that will hopefully encourage other people to join in, because they might find some stuff out about where they live that they don't know. You never know. So yeah, plug.
Left.
Anyway, are you going to be leaving us soon, Adam?
Yeah, I am actually. We're going to go wash the car and go out for a bit.
Nice.
Cool. Thank you very, very much for joining me and keeping me occupied for many, many hours.
Yeah, nice meeting you, Issa, too. It was really
Hey, man, nice meeting you too, brother. I hope we get some, talk some more, man. Actually, where were we? I forgot.
Like what we were talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, I think.
Well, we can talk about that later. That's okay.
Well, what are we gonna do? What we got? Fun.
Say that again.
Nice. No, I was just saying it's nice. It's fun. It's nice to talk to like-minded people that even consider the Earth is flat. I'm telling you, it's great for me.
Yeah. Do you have Skype? You can put me on Skype if you want.
Huh? You know what? Yeah, but I don't even. Is there? Yeah, I can figure that out.
Yeah, actually, just send me a message. Just go under YouTube, look under Adam Joseph Dowdy, and you'll see me. And send me a private message, and I'll give you my Skype username, or whichever way you want, Facebook, whatever.
Let me see.
Brilliant. Well, we'll leave you to wash your car, Adam.
Yeah.
Thanks
See you
again.
guys.
Hold on, Adam. What was
Keeping me busy.
What's that?
Forgive me, guys. What was your? I was trying to look up your thing. What's your Adam?
Oh, well, I don't want Adam Joseph and Doughty Doughty. You'll see me right there. Send me a private message on YouTube.
Yeah, I got it. Awesome, brother.
All right, see you guys later.
Nice,
See you, Robin.
nice to talk to you, brother. Bless.
All right, bye.
So,
See you later, Adam. Thank you very much again. So yeah, we were talking about all sorts of elements of law and Christianity. That's where we were at.
yeah, that's right. I think I don't know. My goal would one day to be get a group of like-minded people, and then find the fanciest house in town, and get it, and then get a mortgage on it or something, and then discharge it, or even help people that are going through it. Like a lot of people losing their houses and all kinds of stuff. But I think it's something where, in simpler ways, it can help us just navigate life, man. Learn how to contract with people, learn how to deal, especially dealing with this flat Earth subject. I've never used more polite conditional acceptances in my life, because you have to, and you guys do it so well, eloquently too. It's just, because people, when they come at you with, well, what about, you'll try to raise an issue and then they'll yell at you about one thing, and it's like, well, I'd be happy to, as long as you can tell me that, this couldn't be a possibility. I find that the rail gun is interesting. Let's say, dealing with friends who do or friends with military guys, that are into that stuff. The rail gun is an interesting topic. You know about that, I'd imagine, right?
It's like this massive, great big long gun that fires things at ludicrous speeds.
Yeah, for and
it uses
doesn't have a navigation.
Magnetic fields to drive them.
Right, it doesn't have a.
Yeah, it uses magnetic fields to drive them around.
And it's a what do you call it? It's a projectile, not like a navigated missile or anything. So it's just going over a flat plane for frickin' 2 miles. There's no way it could account for anything like curvature. So it can strike. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff is pretty interesting. They don't account for any of that stuff. Because what do you guys think?
For me, it was the radios, because there's these line of sight radios, and they shouldn't be able to work. And I've shot line of sight 115 miles. There should be huge, almost a mile of curvature between me and the other station.
That's crazy. That's something for me. When I bring that up to people, they just cannot swallow. They can't fathom. They can't think about it. They've never thought about the topic before, I find. So it's so out of their element to
what
talk
blew
about.
my mind with those relays, Robin, was the way that they had them set out, and the mathematics worked out really nicely to show curvature. The way that the mathematics from when you told it me is probably about 8 months ago now. It was almost like the relays were set up in such a manner that it would be because there should be curve in the way. But yet you do a straight shot for over 100 miles, and it works fine.
Well, part of the reason is when you're a signal officer or a radio communications officer, you know the math. You know the math involved in curve and everything like that. So if you were to routinely make 100-mile radio shots, eventually somebody was going to ask a question, because we're all math heads. So that's why they limited it to 35 miles, so that we wouldn't be going over the curvature. And it was just an arbitrary limit to keep us from questioning curvature.
How did they impose that limit? What do you mean?
They just said this is the planning distance for this radio is 35 miles. So you would not exceed the planning distance.
But you're obviously doing that.
Well, I had to get a radio shot in, and that was the only way I could do it, so I just pointed it that direction, hoped it worked, and it did.
And how far out was it?
115 miles.
Wow.
I know, man. Awesome, isn't it?
And then they found out I shot at 115 miles. Yeah, and they found out I did a line of sight at 115 miles, and they made me take it down, even though it worked just fine.
What do you log it and they made you take it out or something? Or what happened?
It was perfect. Just the radio signal was perfect. And then they told me to take it down.
Yeah, that to me, like, again, just confirms, like, again, like, that there's this epic deception. Now, once you just fucking
They know.
Yeah, like, they know. And you know what the cool part I find is that, well, I like to believe, maybe, I don't know, maybe it's naivety, I don't know. But it's also, like, I think when we come with them with, you know, common sense and we're polite and nice, they really have no ground to come again, you know, like, in the idea of, like, you know, that they would want to have, like, why would they hold this back? You know what I mean? Like, why would they do that? To fit their mathematics? Which then, why would they do that if it isn't, like, the whole end goal isn't, like, to understand that, to get the person or the whatever to give them what they want.
I mean, my answer is that it makes you insignificant. Ultimately speaking, if you said it earlier, you're on a spinning rock, you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, you're traveling around the sun at, what is it, 500,000 miles an hour,
and you think
67,000 miles an hour, then you're traveling around the galactic center at 500,000 miles an hour. You know, expanding out from the Big Bang at a phenomenal rate. You know, your overall speed is ridiculous. Well, when you're that tiny speck of dust, when you go back to Earth from that point, from the massive expanse of the Big Bang, we're tiny. We're so insignificant. We're nothing. Yep. And then we're told, literally in our recent history, in the last, I'm going to say, I hope I'm not wrong, it's in the last 12 months, they told us that aliens are a mathematical certainty and that there are definitely other beings on other planets. They've told us there's other planets for the last 20 years. So we're totally and utterly insignificant. Stick us on a flat plane, we're it.
Oh no, think about it. The psychology of people is so at the point where they could identify with being like a mold on a rock. Like they can, you know what I mean? Like they could really, like, they can identify with that idea.
So unimportant. Important in the balance of life. Yeah, right.
Or who knows?
Important.
Consider the predictive programming that's just coming out, because that new Independence Day movie with the aliens coming back and all that, and they're even taking that Independence Day movie and melding it into Army promotional recruiting advertisements.
Right, but what's, again though, like, my thing is that what's that say about the people around us, man?
I had an interesting point with the original Independence Day. I haven't seen the remake, so I don't know if it's still true. But if you picture a lot of the promos for the original Independence Day, and when they are showing Will Smith going outside, picks up his paper, and everyone's stood like this. They're not stood like this. So they are looking out across the plane, seeing the aliens come through the clouds horizontally. That's how they arrive in Earth. There's like fire from the clouds, and then they come through.
Yep.
Yeah, they show it coming from the moon at the beginning, but when they come onto Earth, their view is all looking out across the plane.
Yep.
That's how they see them come.
Well, yeah, what about...
Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, like, you go on that because that tells you that they know. It's like, and then you got the flat Earth map in Back to the Future. You know what I mean? You're like,
the reason they stick flat Earth maps in films is because, like with keeping it in the educational system, and Neil deGrasse mentioning it, you know, he'll mention that the Earth is flat from your perspective. He'll say the words, "The Earth is flat." Now, you don't. Those words have been written for him. You know, he's got to be trained in how he presents this information, and the training is including saying the world is flat when Neil deGrasse speaks, and when we are trained at school. But we then have it extrapolated out of our cognition with nonsense, with complete rubbish, right? So that is left in there on the surface, just a little bit below the surface. It's still very much part of your cognition, so that it can be later ridiculed. So they keep flat earthing things, not necessarily to point out that it's flat.
I wonder though, because I honestly think it's like you look into their movies and stuff, and it's like I like there's one guy he calls himself Jack Smith who puts it like, you know, if what we're living in isn't real, what they tell us in the movies is. You know what I mean? So it's like they have the license to, like, you know, speak to us and give us a little bit of truth in that arena.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, truth in plain sight.
Yeah,
but the more I think about it, the more I think it's just lots and lots of nonsense in plain sight.
Well,
and
I
when
think
you scratch the surface of stuff that they say is hidden, you find the next layer of programming. Basically,
that's why that whole idea of making a new map is so interesting. Like, you know, like that's just a fascinating, because to talk about taking it away from any presupposition is like being able to be like, look, you know, okay, let's do it ourselves. Like now, how one would go about that and how we would go about that. Let's say. I
mean, for me, the Azimuthal equidistant map was custom designed to have the flaw that Tiger Dan exposed in it. That was its entire purpose when it was produced, was to have this well, not the purpose as in the outcome would be that way, as in it had the very intentional flaws put into it, so that if it was ever used as a genuine representation, it would have some glaring problems. You know, they even tell you from the outset it's only going to work from the center. It's an equidistant projection. You know, it's got a very set way of working to begin with, so it's never going to work as a map other than to work from the center outwards. So from that perspective, it's kind of always going to be a bit nonsensical. But there's very, very big problems with it. They have moved and manipulated the continents on it, so it's bad. It's been engineered that way. Well, who's it been engineered by? Well, the people that bullshit to us about the globe. So no matter which map you look at, it always kind of has this problem. And I noticed Matt Powerland recently saying that, you know, the Japanese map is a genuine map. And I'm like, well, I don't necessarily think so. I think it's just got all the same. It'll have all the same problems. And it's been introduced into an arena that's, you know, hot for flat Earth. So it seems like the same old nonsense to me.
Oh, that's what gets it. I like that the argument or the discussion you guys were having at one point about the rendering, about you know, about the idea of when you hit that, like, does it just keep making itself? You know, like that. How long? You know.
Believe that. I mean, I like exploring that idea, but I definitely don't believe it.
Right.
It comes off as a little too platonic to me. You know, the whole Plato thing, that thought is reality instead of reality being reality. I don't know. I never bought Plato very well, but you know.
Yep.
Yeah, Antonio summed it up for me when he said it's just an expansion of the skeptical argument.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good way to put it.
One of the things that dawned on me when I was looking at the Azimuthal equidistant map last night was this idea of the ancient Greek symbol of the triskelion, and where they have these equal legs that come out of there's like 3 legs coming out of a center, and
it's on the Isle of Man map. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. I got a copy of that Azimuthal equidistant back here. I don't know if you can see it. I'll try to. I got to unplug my headset here. But the thing is if the Earth was laid out like a triskelion, right? What you would have is South America would be over this way more, and possibly Australia might be a little more this way, but I think South America is in the wrong spot. That's the one that's the issue. So, and it means that these points where the legs touch the rim would be kind of equidistant.
Right.
I don't know, just dawned on.
Antonio was saying, he said it would look like a Mercedes-Benz sign.
Yeah, that's another example. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was thinking more curved because, like, the triskelion, the Greek ancient symbol triskelion.
Yeah, that's similar to what I said. I said like the legs on the Isle of Man flag, which are like 3 legs that are joined together.
Right. The Isle of Man flag, exactly.
But I think there's a certain feng shui or beauty to the symmetry that the world should have you know, let's go. Why not go religious? If God created it, why wouldn't it look beautiful from the air and nicely laid out? Why would it be that big old wibbly wobbly mess that we see on the equidistant projections?
And furthermore, where did this ancient Greek Triskelion symbol come from? You know, it's very ancient.
Sure. Do you lend much credence to this Japanese map?
I don't know. I think the edge is farther out than most people expect it to be, but I don't know how far out it would be. I don't think it's as far out as they show it on that map. That may not be, what I'm saying is that may not be to scale.
Interesting. Antonio likes that element of it. He says he likes the landmass sizes, scale of them.
Well, the behavior of sundogs and rainbows seems to indicate that the actual dome is a lot more further out than like just hitting the edge of Antarctica, you know, like the South Pole. So, you know, this idea that maybe from the ice ring back 23,000 or 2,300 miles would be, you know, at least that much. So, and maybe even further.
It's back to these vast distances we spoke of earlier, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you've got minimum. What was it? You came out to something like 3,500 miles to the edge of the ice rink minimum, based on what Bird said.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 32,
yeah.
3,500 miles.
But based on that, you know, Robert Shortman is scratching the surface. He's right, you know, he's on the beginning part of the edge.
Yeah, well, I just remembered that Admiral Byrd video where they showed, you know, where he said there is beyond the South Pole a landmass as large as the United States. And that it actually gets warmer, too. So that's kind of interesting.
But then we're into second sun theory, which is, you know, definitely infinite plane theory, which kind of flies in the face of the dome. Go on.
Or we may have reflecting sun. If the dome is a highly reflective surface, the closer you get to it, the stronger the effect of the reflection could be, to the point where it might actually even reflect infrared radiation back.
So let me get this straight. So you're saying that because it's closer to the bottom edge of the dome, it's producing more heat from this original our sun?
From our sun, because it's reflecting it back. Like if the dome is highly reflective.
I still don't understand. You'll have to explain it again. Sorry.
Well, one of the things that people say, there's a phenomenon in the Antarctic, is occasionally they would end up with two suns.
Right.
But if I watch some of those videos and you've got the sun going one way and the reflective sun going the other sun going the other way, and it's kind of blurry, so it seems almost like it's a reflection, like a mirror image of our own sun.
I see. So, in other words, at the bottom edge, it's close enough to actually reflect directly off itself, rather than just being a reflection down.
Yes.
Interesting. Makes a lot of sense.
Well, I just got that idea. I just got that idea because when they were showed these double sun videos, the other sun was always going the opposite direction of our sun, of the original sun. So.
Yeah. Were you on earlier when Robert Shortman was talking about? Oh, we weren't airing. While I was sending out a bazillion emails, Robert was telling me about some of the footage he'd been trawling through from Antarctica, some of the fake stuff, and how it was lots of repeats and anomalies that he had observed. So he's in Antarctica, he's looking up, he's seeing something that's odd, and at the time he's not a flat earther, he's thinking of UFOs and all these things. So he's having all these thoughts embedded, you know, what's the words? The neural pathways are being formed, but they're being formed with aliens. right? So he remembers it distinctly. So now, as a flat earther, he's going back looking at this footage with things like double suns, and what he's noticing is the anomalies that he spotted when in Antarctica, but reminded him of aliens and whatnot. So he looks at these anomalies and goes, oh, there's one of those anomalies. Then he goes through the footage and sees the same anomaly later on in exactly the same place. So he's like, this is just repeated footage. It's just it's been cut together to repeat over and over again, and they haven't spotted this anomaly. You wouldn't, because you'd have to be in Antarctica noticing these things every now and again for it to stick in your cognition. If you're just editing a load of footage together, you don't give it a second thought because it's just a dot on the screen or something. But for someone who's been there, these little dots on the screen represent quite complex parts of his cognition.
Then also in Antarctica, the sky seems to be much bluer, and if you were close to the dome and there was some color in the dome that causes the sky to be blue, you would see it at a much more intense level as well.
Yeah, it's such a pity he's not here. Because at this point,
maybe on another hangout.
Oh yes, I've got 5 photos of that, and he'd go click, 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 and you'd be like this. Looking at these, he's been ever since we've met him. We'll have one of these conversations, and like I say, you're looking at the photos in absolute awe. And some of them, he's like apologising. He's like, "Oh, I only had a 1.2 megapixel camera, it's wherever it was, 2007 or something." So he's apologising for the quality, and I'm just there like this. Absolutely gobsmacked. Yeah, he's a real interesting guy.
One of the things I want to ask him is, did Prince Harry really go down to the South Pole on that trek to the pole or something, or was that something that was just a fabrication?
I think he did. I think he went down to the where they have the ceremonial rubbish. But ultimately speaking, they didn't do any of the stuff that Robert described in detail that you have to do to survive there. So what he said is the way the media propagandise the South Pole is they send people down and send them out on expeditions. Well, they're not anywhere near acclimatised. So the fact that they get there and there's, it's a real struggle and nearly lost one guy, and sometimes they even claim there's deaths. Well, no surprise. When Robert went down there, got fully acclimatised. He said then, when he gets to about 0, and he's, in his words, in the way he's phrasing it, that's warm, he's in a T-shirt.
Yeah, well, that's 0C, right?
Sorry, yes, 0C.
Okay, yeah, because I posted, one of the things, it reminded me of when I was stationed in Alaska, and when I first got there, I was in the bachelor officers' quarters, and a bunch of guys were in the room across the way, and they were all sitting there. It was about 50 degrees out, and they had all the windows open, and they were sitting there in shorts and T-shirts drinking beer, and I thought they were nuts. But the next June, I was right there with them in shorts and T-shirts. So.
Can I tell you guys a story? I'll do a plug for the Sun thing afterwards, after my story, because sod it, man, no one's going to be watching this bit 6 hours into this hangout. No, people are going to be so bored they're never going to get this on the rerun. So no one's going to be tuned in at this point. Okay, so I was in Switzerland, and my brother married a gymnast, Swiss Olympic gold medalist gymnast. I kid you not, he's not married to her anymore. But anyway, at the time, he was married to this gymnast. And we went to the Alps, and they lent me a snowboard, and we'd done snowboarding and all the rest of it. And we're staying in this cabin, and this very pretty girl comes along with all these invites, yeah? And apparently they're quite expensive, the equivalent of £50 or $80, say, these invites. And we get given them. And it's all in Swiss German, but I can very clearly read the words beach party, yeah? Now, bearing in mind it's -10, is absolutely bitter, right? You read the words beach party and you assume that you don't know enough Swiss German or German to understand what this means. You just don't get it. It means something different. So we go up to this party, right? And outside, everyone's very, very cold. but there's several people standing around that are, like you say, they're in shorts. They're looking very summery. None of this is making sense, right? Until they open the doors and everybody is in tiny thongs, bikinis. As soon as you walk in, I was blasted in the face with a water pistol and they threw water all over me. And when you walk in, they've got the place, it's like 100 degrees in your numbers. You know, it is ludicrously hot. So immediately you either strip to next to nothing or die. And so you're like, what? There's sand everywhere. They've covered this entire cabin in plastic so they can chuck water all over you non-stop and booze. And it was just like a Swiss orgy. Everybody writhing around semi-naked, covered in booze and water on the top of the mountain. It was the most insane thing I've ever experienced. It's just nuts. There you go. Glad that was 6 hours and 5 minutes in, so no one gets to hear that again. That's just for you and the 26 people watching.
And all
Anyway.
the concavers in chat.
Yeah, I've been watching. But yeah, I'm going to do my plug. Why not? Just in case. So to you 26 people or anybody who's been tuned in for 6 hours on the 3rd of July, you can tell how long I've been doing this now, 60th time. On the 3rd of July 2016, we'll be tracking the sun on a flat Earth. This doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be a flat Earth to join in. Concavers are welcome. If you would like to sell Earthers, have a bit more respect, Nathan. So if you are a believer in the sell Earth or the heliocentric model, or you don't care, you're just a truth seeker, or you're just interested, or what we would like you to do is to share your sunset or sunrise from your location. And the way you will be able to do this is to contact me or any other flat earther, like this lady who has just joined in. Hopefully we'll hear from her. We can hear and see her. I'm going to shut up because this lady has tried vehemently to get in. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Thank you, Nathan. I tried to catch you earlier using my very old iPhone. So I wanted to be outside, and I thought, well, let me check inside with the laptop. So I did want to join in and film the sunrise and possibly the sunset. My name is Victoria.
Where are you from, Victoria?
I'm from Tennessee, very close to the Kentucky line, up in the mountains a little bit. I'm on a hill with a 360-degree view of the sky, and very beautiful. So thought you might like to see it too.
Yeah, we did get to see some of your view while you were scooching around for a few seconds. We did get to see some of it. What time does your sunrise or sunset where you are?
Oh goodness, about 5:30. 5:30.
Sunrise.
Yeah, Central Time. I'm on Central.
And what about your sunset?
Oh gosh. You know, I'm not for certain. I'm always out working in the garden until absolutely dark. I don't have a watch, so I really don't know. I'm thinking, you know, around 7:30, 7:45. Yeah, it's very late right now.
What time did you say was there?
Pardon?
What time is it there now?
Right now it is 6:08.
Oh, wicked! Can you point your camera at the sun? Do you reckon? Are you on a laptop?
I am on a laptop.
Do you reckon you can point your camera out the window?
I can, yes. Actually, I'll just walk outside, if that's all right.
Oh, getting me excited.
Ah.
So this will hopefully be a perfect example of why we are doing this. Wow. Here we go.
Let's see, where is that sun? Oh, there it is.
Wow! Stop right there. That's fantastic. This is brilliant. This is what it's all about. Wow!
Good. You can see it?
Well done, you. That was worth the effort. You've tried so hard. Well done.
All right. Well, I'll join you Sunday morning then, or Patricia, maybe, if she's having
It may even be Robin, who we've got with us now. Say hi,
Okay.
Robin.
Hi.
Hi,
Victoria.
Robin. Hello.
Yeah, it'll be most likely Patricia, but in the early morning, but later in the evening for sunset, you might be on mine.
Oh, okay. Okay. I have a beautiful view here of the sunrise in the morning, and I do like to get out. It would be off in this area here, where you'd see the sun coming up there behind me. So maybe yeah, and I'm an early riser, so.
Nice. Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good. I see what he's smoking there, good boy.
What you worried about now? Some of Tennessee's finest, I'm sure.
Yes, yes, I'm sure it is. Yes, I love to garden. I have lots of wonderful plants. I've been picking blueberries today, so.
Lovely. Glad to hear it. It's always good to get your hands dirty, you know?
It is. You know, I wanted to explain that I don't join the chat very often because I'm listening and just not always close to the computer to start typing. And when I do come in, it's because it's really something I want to listen to, and I don't want to read the chat at the same time. So I'm always here, and I love you all. And please know there's lots like me who don't chat, who don't make videos, but we're here, and we love you. We love you. We love what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you for being the voice. We needed you. And I've been waiting all my life for you. I've always known that it wasn't right. And nobody would talk to me about it. And it was very lonely. Of course, I didn't want to be, you know, thought as a crazy person either, but golly, there's just no one to talk to. So, you know, I learned to keep my mouth shut long ago. And yes, I'm vegan. So that doesn't go over well with many people. So you think flat Earth?
Don't make any apologies. I heard it in the tone. You're like, yeah, I'm vegan. Don't make any apologies.
I'm not. I love it, but so many people are slamming that, and I thought, gosh, what a great mind awakening when you clean out your body, and you just think better. And if everyone did that, golly, it would really solve a lot of problems. And you know, I did it for my health, and holy mackerel, I've just healed. I've healed everything, and I would never go back. So, yeah.
Did your eyes change color?
They are. They're going back to the blue. And I'm an iridologist, so I study the eyes and diseases of the eyes. Just actually, our whole body is connected to our irises. So you can see any problems in the body in the iris. So yes, my eyes are cleaning out. It's mainly a GI tract and acidosis throughout. It's just, yeah, it's cleaning, and
Yes.
it feels good. It feels good.
Yes, that's awesome.
If you were reading the chat, you'd be reading what I'm reading, which is someone going, oh. So I think people love you like we do.
Well, thank you. I don't have the chat on. I don't see that over here. This is the first time I've ever joined a hangout, and you know, of course, I'm a little.
Says, oh. And someone says, here we go. Oh, it's no one's flower. So Nora says, we love you too, Victoria.
Well, thank you. I read you all the time, No One's Flower, and oh gosh, just all of you. I love you all. So, yeah, you're very entertaining, and you are just what this old lady needed. And I just needed to see you well, about a year ago, I guess. I was like, oh my gosh, they're here. They're here. They're talking about it. Finally. So, yeah, I had never, you know, gone on YouTube except for health advice and, you know, different things. My doctors have a YouTube channel, and, you know, but conspiracy in the medical community is, you know, what I see all the time, and I talk to people about, and I watch videos on that, and sure enough, there came Flat Earth over there to the side. And I thought, oh, this is wonderful. Here you are. Good. I'll watch and see what you were about. And it's been wonderful to see the you know, the advancement, really. Don't think that we're not going anywhere, because you're reaching so many people that you have no idea. You have no idea how this is spreading. So, yes, and I do talk to people, and yeah, they just think I'm crazy anyways. I'm not. Yeah,
Well, again, not according to the chat. Everyone's saying they all love you. So yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I can't speak for the chat. That's what they're saying. I'm not going to lie. But from my point of view, you coming on and doing what you've done has absolutely made my last 2 hours. You know, I'm not going to say more than that because there's lots of people who've made more. But you've really made, you made this worthwhile, because that's the whole point of this. This was a test to get people to check this stuff was working without worrying that, oh no, am I going to mess up the whole thing if it doesn't work? It's like, no. If it didn't work on the day, it wouldn't matter. But people are more comfortable to sort of just join one that's a bit more laid back, I think. And you're a testament to that. I'm really, really pleased that you shared your son.
Well, I hope more people do too that haven't done anything like this before, but just want to be a little part of it, maybe just a little bit, and yeah, I'm an okay person, and I just live really simple and quiet and out in the middle of nowhere in Tennessee.
It's very quiet there.
It is. I actually live in a she shed.
Very nice.
Very simple. Yes, it's a nice life. So.
It's beautiful where you are. Absolutely beautiful.
It is. Yes, I've owned this place for 15 years, but I spent some time back in Florida and in Costa Rica because I love the fruits so much.
Is that so?
So I'm back here in Tennessee, and maybe I'll get back to Costa Rica in a little while. We'll see. Through the winter would be nice.
Good stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, there's something bothering me. Could I just speak something about the poles? This may not be the time, but it just keeps bothering me that everyone talks about it being the North Pole in the center, and we know that that is the South geographic pole, and it's no secret that that really is the South Pole in their center, and God spread out over the north the barren places, his firmament, and it seems to me that the whole outer edge is the north, the outer edges, and everything is backwards. So I just wish people would talk more about that. The South is in the center. Okay, I just, I did a lot of research on it, but it's so simple to find. It's at physics.org. And I was like, well, why aren't they saying this? Why did they tell us it was north? And it isn't. It isn't. But they're finding in the Bible how God spread the firmament over the north, over the barren places. Well, that makes sense.
That's a great idea. Wow, that's such a good look.
Well, it's just a thought I've had, and I just wanted to pass it on in case anybody really wasn't giving it much thought. I think we should, and we should start calling that the South. Our center, the center of this flat plane, is the South. It's a South magnetic pole. So, yeah. Okay. I see you thinking, Robin.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the sun following in the magnetic field. So let's see, following the right-hand rule, the pole would be facing south, and if it was facing north, the sun would go the opposite direction. So I think you may be correct in that magnetically it is south. Mm-hmm. But that means that where the North Star is the magnetic north in the firmament itself.
I don't know. There's something about the salt water around the edge that is the opposite that what a battery needs. It needs the anode and the cathode. And it just seems to me that that is part of it. All that water has a purpose. That's salt water. So.
Well, it may be part of building the magnetic field. The thing is if this is a dome, then our magnetic field on our Earth is a big toroid, and in the center of that toroid would be the sun and the moon, and the E fields within the center of that toroid would drive the sun and the moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, I do believe it's a toroidal field. I don't quite understand how the stars and all move, but it just seemed to me that maybe if we understood that that was the south magnetic pole, and actually it's probably really important, maybe more important than Antarctica, but I don't know.
Well, the toroidal magnetic field would drive a circular E field that would go clockwise around the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
In a circle over the Earth, there would be an E field, which is where the fact that this E field exists in this certain structure is where there's a clue to where to get free energy too, because if we can tap into that E field, we can get free energy.
Yes, I know. Well, there's a lot of smart minds that are getting together and talking, and even if you just are brainstorming. It isn't like I love the hangouts where you're just talking about anything that comes up, and it's not just set, let's talk about this or that. I understand there has to be some structure, but I think the brainstorming is great, and people are going to figure this out, and I don't know if it'll ever come out in my lifetime, but I think that if a critical mass can be reached, that a lot of people are already questioning. I didn't realize the extent of it. I think I shut my mouth after 9/11. I got into a lot of trouble, and that's when I just kind of went away.
Well, I just think of it in terms of in electrical engineering terms. You got a toroid field and an E field, and the salt water is the only waters that respond to tides. Fresh waters don't have tides.
Right.
So there may be something to that too, because it's related to the electromagnetic fields around the Earth, that the tides are driven by electromagnetism, not by gravity or something like that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Absolutely. So, okay. Well, keep on, y'all. And
wow, it's a pleasure.
Oh, it was a pleasure to be here. And,
yeah, good to see you.
Okay, well, I might join in another time.
And there are no ideas too crazy.
Okay. Well, I knew I could say that to you. I saw you sitting there, and I thought, oh, well, talk about this. And so, thank you for listening to me. And I will be back. And yeah, keep it up. Thank you.
That's cool.
Yeah. Interesting. Like I say, no ideas are too crazy at this point.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Because you think it's just out of this world, and people will go start showing how it fleshes out into something real.
Well, people would rather believe in aliens. In that sense of like, well, what trips me out, I gotta say, is seeing that, let's say we don't know what's going on up there. Like I was up in Maine, and I saw this like beautiful shoot. I don't know what they are, anymore. It's like, but this thing came through, and it was bright, and it was beautiful, and it just burned out, and it's like, what are these? Like, what is this really? Like, and now that like if once you consider that it might not be a meteor or meteorite or something like that, it's like, what is this stuff?
Well, I know that Mark Sargent said that he took a pair of night vision binoculars and just turned them up and looked up into the sky, and there's all kinds of things moving around up there and showing intelligent motion and like interacting with each other up there. So there's more up there than we realize, you know.
Yeah.
And I even saw some of that too. I saw something like some kind of thing going across the sky, and it wasn't like the ISS or some satellite, because this thing was actually moving in a like a fish would move through water, like that. And it was pretty high up too, because it was above the clouds. And the only reason I saw it is because the clouds cleared up, and it looked like it was heading, and it was going really fast too, really, really fast. So it wasn't a jet. No jet could go that fast.
I've seen all sorts of stuff like that.
Yeah.
My folks, I've said this a few times on various different hangouts, but they've moved now. My folks used to live in Shropshire, and in the UK, it's the area of the least light pollution. So there's nothing around there to cancer up your view. And as you sit and look, and your eyes adjust to the very low light levels, you can see further and further out into infinite space. Or so I used to think. You just see more and more stars, but you also see stuff whizzing on by, little things going here, there, and everywhere. The more you relax your eyes and become accustomed to it, the more you can see, and the more you become aware of the fact that there is stuff whizzing by and whizzing around up there. There's no doubt about it. We've just had someone called Dionysus. Is that
Dionysus?
Dionysus. How you doing, Dionysus? How you doing? He's on mute. She's on mute.
How do I get to look at the chat? I'm trying to see the chat.
How do you get to look at the chat? Was that you, Isa?
Yes, sir.
Chat for what? For the hangout that's running live?
Yes, yes.
I'm not going to tell you, because if I tell you on this hangout, everyone who joins will want to do it. And I don't want it, because it'll just cause feedback. Don't worry about the chat. There's only about
got it. Okay.
Problem with the chat is, Dionysus has left. Hopefully, actually, I'm sorry to cut you off, Isa. I will let you get your words in. I just want to plug, because this is why the point. Oh, he's back. Hopefully, Dionysus will give us a share of the sun. Yes.
Actually, yeah.
How you doing, Dionysus? We think we can hear you. Say hello if you can hear us.
No, all I see is dark.
Yeah, just got dark. Well, I'll give a quick plug as he's joined. The reason for this hangout is because we're testing equipment to use on the 3rd of July 2016 when we track the sun on a flat Earth. So we're inviting people to share their sunrise or sunset, and hopefully Dionysus is going to turn on his camera, point it towards the sun, and check that he's got a decent Wi-Fi signal and everything's working. That's the reason for having this particular test hangout. Oh, is that Robin doing exactly that? Pointing out the exactly that. So what Robin is sharing with you currently is what we're kind of hoping to achieve from people who join this call, and this call is just a test. So there is a link in the description if you want to join randomly. Maybe you'll see this, hear this, and think, oh, I'll show you my sunrise or sunset on Sunday the 3rd of June, which is a week today. That's what it's all about. So we'll give another try. Those dropped out. So, yeah, so the idea is that you take your mobile device to a location, and it may be that that particular lady or gentleman couldn't actually get a decent 3G signal, and they'll keep trying. We had Victoria on earlier, which was phenomenal. I don't know where she's gone. She's disappeared in the meantime. Any ideas, Robin? Did she say goodbye?
Yeah, she said goodbye.
Am I just too tired to have noticed? Was I here?
No, I don't think you were, actually.
No, I think you were getting a drink or something.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going nuts for a second there. I'm doing a lot. I've been at it for what is it? 6.5 hours now. But at least I'm prepping myself so that if nothing else, if loads of people go, we all have a massive bust up. So Patricia Steer decides that I'm evil. David Weiss decides that I'm a sod. Then a few people drop out. You decide I'm the devil. Then ultimately I might have to do 24 hours non-stop myself. So this is conditioning for me, if nothing else. Keeping it going, keeping it together.
I won't bail on you. I won't bail on you, Nathan.
Oh, thanks, Robin. You're a superstar. There's no alcohol in this, by the way. It's just Coke. It's not. I'm not slurring my words through alcoholism. It's just exhaustion.
Where's Antonio?
Where's Antonio? Well, that's karma. So Antonio dropped me a line on Skype and said, drop me a line when you're free. And I said, well, here's the link to the chat. We're still running live. And he went, no, give me a link. So I gave it him again. He said, no, link to the show. I need to compose myself. I don't think it's like us with the story we told earlier where the girls riding against each other. It's 6.5 hours into the show. No one's ever going to hear that. So I don't know what he's worried about composing himself.
Yeah, is he gonna? Well, no, is he washing his red sweater?
He's hand washing. He's just got the one.
He's hand drying. Word up.
What he did he not do his hair and makeup?
No, all he said was he wanted to compose himself, whatever that means.
That's awesome. I freaking love that guy.
He doesn't. Maybe he's not been watching, so he doesn't know that people have been calling him a rock star and a superstar. These are the words that have left people's mouths about him.
He is.
Well, you can read that out if you like. Got a few people going in the chat. ADR, why aren't you in here testing your equipment, making sure that you can share the sun on July the 3rd? Just chatting in the chat room. Yeah. By the way, if you do want to join, you don't have to share any verbal information with us at all. If you just want to be totally anonymous, you can tune in, tell us from the chat. You guys got anything you wanted to? Oh, what a surprise! Mr. Superats. Join, you don't have to share any verbal information. If you just want to totally anonymous, tune in, tell us from the chat. Can you mute your watch page? You guys got anything you wanted to? Oh, what a surprise!
Nice.
Can you mute your watch page, Antonio?
Hello, people.
Yo.
Sorry, my bad. I had the page running. I hadn't muted it. Smack on the wrist from Nathan.
It's all right. It doesn't matter in the slightest. This is like the scrappiest session you will ever be involved in.
Is my makeup looking all right?
Looking good, man.
No, guys, are just long series of nights with no sleep, driving for 5 hours. I just needed to get my head down. So when I
just got back from Germany, Nathan's 40.
No, I just got back from the Bedford Level experiment that was going on. So,
awesome.
So I just needed to wake up. That's what I meant by composing myself. You know, a lot of face smacking going on.
Tell us about Bedford Level, Antonio. I've heard a bit from Robert.
Yeah, the visibility was too poor from my perspective. Although we did see the boat way beyond where we should have seen it. But this is all on the cameras, you know, with the zoom. So with your own eyes, you really couldn't see much. But we didn't do it from 8 inches above the water. Are you there?
Yeah, listen. I'm keeping it muted just so there's no feedback and stuff.
All right. So we'll have to see what the video show. Because from what I could see, there was one point at which I saw a little white flash, and those were the paddles. But this was through a camera. So we'll see. We'll see what it shows. But the visibility was poor to the point where trees that were 200 yards away were already showing diffusion from the trees that were 10 yards away. You know? So if there's diffusion in 200 yards, how much is there in 6 miles?
Well, Robert was confident in 5.5 miles. He was really chuffed with his results.
Yeah, well, the thing is, we did see it further than we should have, that's for sure. You know? But whether it was under the bridge, under the next bridge, I don't know. I'm going to have to wait for the videos just like anybody else. But it was cool meeting the people there, you know. There are so many more people that are happy to do things like this, come on hangouts and actually engage. You know, maybe make their own videos, maybe just tell their own stories, you know. It's all good. It's all like really cool because everybody's like massively educated in a whole series of different conspiracies. We've all been analytical researchers before, and now it's like there's just this wealth of knowledge in where there's lots that overlap, but there's lots that doesn't. You're like, dude, I can learn so much from you. You know, we all have lots to learn from everybody else. It's cool. It's very cool.
For real.
Yeah. Now, guys, I'm gonna go and make a coffee. My second coffee, by the way. So, but I'll be back.
This is just basically like our usual Skype conversations. Actually, Antonio, I've been disappearing. If you can hear us, that's cool.
I noticed.
That Victoria, wow! I mean, wow! Who is she? Just out of nowhere, and she said, what was it she preempted? The north is south and south is north with something along the lines of, well, I don't know if this is an appropriate time to bring this up, but here's a little revelation. It's like, what? Wow! That was ace.
Yeah, she was killing it.
I don't think we speak. Sorry, I still didn't hear you.
Ah, no, she was interesting, man. She was that was interesting.
Yeah, I missed that. What went on? I only caught the very last exchange between Robin and that woman.
Victoria.
Yeah.
Oh, Victoria.
Yeah. What was going on?
Oh, she just popped
She
on.
was talking about how the South Pole.
Go on.
She was talking about how the North Pole is actually magnetically the South Pole, and if you consider the movements of the Sun and the Earth, the magnetic field above the Earth being a toroid, then yes, that would be the case because if you use the right-hand rule, right, the Sun goes clockwise around this way, so your right-hand rule is that you're pointing towards the South Pole is creating that electrical field that the Sun drives in.
So the Sun.
So yeah, she was right.
Within that.
Okay, well, if the center is one pole and the ring on the outside is the other pole, you're going to end up with the donut-shaped toroid magnetic field.
Yeah.
Now, if your magnetic field is like if it was a north pole, which would be a pointing up type of pole using the right-hand rule and electrical engineering, right?
Yeah.
Then the Sun would go counterclockwise. Right, but since if it's a south pole with the thumb pointing down, then you're using the right-hand rule, the Sun going clockwise would go clockwise around a south pole.
Right. So we've determined.
So she was right.
We've determined where the polarity is.
Yeah, depending on the polarity, with the North Pole is actually magnetically south, but if you look at the whole donut, up at where Polaris is, there would be a magnetic north on the top of the dome.
I get it. So it's going from our geographic pole out, and Polaris is the point.
And back over the dome and back down again.
Huh.
Yes,
Wow.
and since sapphire is a highly paramagnetic material, that's why I think that the dome is made of sapphire, because it's very paramagnetic and would drive the magnetic field in the direction into a toroid.
I'm going to start selling anything made out of glass and tell people that it's the dome.
No, sapphire, not glass.
Well,
Sapphire.
Nathan's
Let them figure it out.
Yeah, I'll tell them that it's sapphire.
But Nathan started all this because he asked why the sky was blue a long time ago, and got me going.
So Nathan, question: have you and Robert made a small tutorial about how to jump onto a Hangout or how to start your own Hangout?
I've just been doing it on a rolling ad. So what he and I filmed earlier was how to create a Google Hangout and run it. Now, as it stands, I'm still glad I did. It failed to upload after about 7 hours of uploading because I was running this show, but there we go. I will upload that because we're still short on YouTube content providers to actually do this. So I'm hoping that a few more people will come forward when they realise that I'm appealing to literally novices to do this. It's that or do. I don't know. I don't want to do another one of these, even though it's 8 hours. This is just a scrappy test, but I just think it's less good than having somebody do 2 or 3 hours, followed by another person doing 2 or 3 hours. Even if they're not lined up in the globe, the fact the sessions are lined up is all that really matters.
So are you thinking better to have many shorter or fewer longer?
Somewhere in between. So maybe if we had 4 pairs doing, what would that be, 6 hours each, 4 hours each? Sorry.
4 pairs?
Yeah, doing 4 hours each. Is that right? 4, 8, 12, 16, no. That's about, I don't know. I'm too frazzled to work it out.
Yeah.
I did have all of this completely cognitively sound this morning in the shower.
That's why
what we need is a few more people. I think we've got a few already. We need a few more so that it's covered on all bases basically. And several people have already said that they'll do it.
We have a week of communicating for people that we're in contact with on Facebook, on email, various different things. Anybody who's already seen any of this or who will subsequently see it, we have however many days until Sunday for people to pass on details to friends, because I just made a whole bunch of flat earthers that don't provide any content but are happy to. They just don't know how,
Okay, well, to answer your question, which is what you actually asked me, so yes, after this Hangout, which is the test for other people who have received an email, clicked on the link, and then managed to join the Hangout, like Victoria, she struggled for several hours, or maybe a couple of hours to get on. Eventually, she's cracked it, she's got in, she's tested it. That was the point. Well, now she's got it. Hopefully, she'll definitely be a content provider for whoever's running that Hangout. What I will do after this show finishes, tomorrow or the day after, is run another show, but it will only be for 5 minutes, and it will just be so that a show is running, and I will film myself on my wife's phone using my phone to connect to that Hangout, so that the person from their perspective sees a phone getting an email, clicking on the link, and then connecting to that show with the show running on this screen. So I was going to do that in this, but by the time I'm too frazzled to do it now.
Yeah.
Hey, Nathan, I can do it on my phone.
Yeah, do it.
You want me to just do it on my phone real quick?
Well,
okay.
No, because what I want to actually do, Robin, is have it so that it's on a short 5-minute Hangout rather than 6 hours into this one. So tomorrow I'll do one that only lasts 5 minutes, and it'll only be for the purpose of showing anybody else in the next week how simple it is to just click on a link from an email I've sent you, which is all it is.
Yeah.
If you did it now, Robin, Nathan would have to wait until the Hangout has finished, until the whole Hangout has rendered, full Hangout, and then look for the clip, which would be a flash, of you showing it.
That said, Robin, there's 34 people watching, and one of those people might think, well, they say it's simple. How simple is it? As I'm doing this, I'll explain now. You try and do it. So, if you were to join, you would email me at nathanoakley1980@aol.com. I would reply to that email with a link, which Robin will show you now.
Yeah. See, I got the link. I got the link in an email. Okay. I just need to go to my email. Okay. Let's see, here it is. I send it to my Hotmail account, so I'm clicking on my email.
A bit further.
There's the link.
Yes.
There's the link. Here's the link. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I click on the link.
Victoria, bring it over towards your face.
It's not Victoria, it's Robin.
Sorry, Robin.
There we go.
Go through it again, but bring it near your face, because when you were pressing the link, the camera was out of shot. I mean, the phone was...
okay. Okay, I got this email sent to me. Can you see it? And then I'm going to click. Oops, I'm not right. There we go.
Lean back a little bit with the phone just as you have it.
Okay.
That's it.
There we go. And then I click on the link. There we go. Can you see it?
Yes.
Yep.
And there, I'm in the Hangout. I can go over to the window, and I can show it anywhere here. You can see it. I think it froze up on me. Oh, it's going to my main Hangout, or my 2 Hangouts. So.
Yeah.
Oops. Wait a minute. Here we go. Let me try again. There we go. Click on the link now. Where it says join video, I join the video. Let me go back. So click on the link. Now it'll say down on the bottom, right here, join video. So I join video. And it'll give me this little thing. You just say I agree, and then hit proceed. I guess I should show that step because a lot of times it will show that step there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's all right, I can use it, don't worry.
So you come out the window. I'm going to hang up. You got a little echoey there. But
bit of echoey feedback because you had 2 mics in the same room. But yes,
Yes,
brilliant. That was a fairly concise demonstration. So yeah, you get an email from me or whoever's running the Hangout at the time. You press on the link. It will take you to Google Plus Hangouts on Air, and it will say, are you okay with broadcasting? This will be broadcast. Please accept. And you just press accept. And then at that point, you will join the Hangout like Robin Poe's Second Connection joined us a moment ago. And at that point, all you need to do is turn your camera towards the sun. Ah! Is that a new person? Oh, no.
Just...
There we go. Got 2 ISIS.
Yes. Cool.
So it's as simple as that.
So who's in chat?
Say 37
Is Nora,
people.
Is Nora in chat?
Nora's in chat, yes.
Why doesn't Nora give you a call? Nora, give
Nora,
us a...
camera, shouldn't she?
Say again?
Nora, no one's flower should be testing her camera, making sure that she can get a kit to work, should she not?
Yes. Have you... Do you want me to send her a link?
Yeah, that'd be brilliant.
Okay.
There's one in the description box, though, so she could just click it.
All right, okay, so...
For this, not for the actual event, but just for ease, for people to just be encouraged to just try. It's in the description box of this video. So for now, or next probably hour and 10 minutes approximately, you can try a kit here. You can just click in the description box, and it will show you Google Plus Hangouts on Air from any device.
I'm excited.
Yeah, we've had a few sun shares. We've had about 12 people, 10 or 12 people, do you think? Actually share their sun. No point in us doing it now, eh, Antonio? 1 o'clock.
No. So, did you have a good weekend?
Who are you asking?
You.
I worked and then ran this Hangout. So it was
sounds like
lovely.
Sounds like Antonio had the best weekend going to the Bedford Level experiment.
It was fun. It was fun.
No.
Hello, Mo.
What?
Somebody's coming on.
I was
How you
just
doing, Mo?
speaking to you later.
What's happening?
There's somebody testing out their camera and testing out their...
Exactly. I'm from Amsterdam. Speak to you later. Bye.
All right, cool.
Where are you from, Mo?
Amsterdam.
Amsterdam. Superb. So it's going to be pitch black there.
It always is. I'll speak to you later, okay, guys?
Hey, before you go,
Yes.
Mo, are you in contact with GeoShifter?
Yes, and also with you on Facebook.
Right, good. because he's making a channel for all the Dutch speakers.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
so
no problem.
Please
excellent.
share your fun with us on Sunday the 3rd.
I will be there. Don't worry.
Good man.
Thank you very much. Oh, wasn't that nice?
Yeah.
A nice example there of somebody nice and easily joining the chat. And
I don't know how
sharing
to
it.
stop. Let me see.
Are you trying to switch your
Well,
camera
log
on?
me out, please, if you can.
Ah, it's dropped out.
Yeah.
No.
So Nathan, you know that you've got 2 screens.
Yeah, one is the reason the other one is running off the webcam is so that if anybody joins and they just want to see, oh, have I joined? I don't understand what's happening. Am I in this chat? Is it working? They can immediately see on their screen, oh, there's me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then they can freak out.
I would stick it on them like it's on now, and Robin, if she just joined, would know that she joined, if you know what I mean.
Cool.
I mean, on the day, I'll actually, where that screen is actually where my sun sets. So if I'm lucky enough to be running a Hangout when I get a sunset or sunrise is actually out the window I had it on originally. But yeah, anyway, that's where my camera will be. So what my intention is, I'll connect like I have with this iPad. So I'm actually talking to you through the iPad, although the mic is from the PC, which is a bit weird. So where you see me now, I'm talking to something that's muted, right?
Right.
But that's because this is like this is what I'll use to share the sun. So this is my mobile device.
Yeah.
And I'll take that to the window and hopefully film sunset. If I might not get to do that, I'm sure I'll be in someone's chat because I'll certainly share on whoever's, running when my sunrise or sunset. I'll join Jeff Stewart's show. If Jeff Stewart's show's running when my sun comes up, great. I'll be in Jeff Stewart's show sharing my sun with this.
Yeah. Cool. I think Adam might be hosting one himself. Adam Joseph.
Do you think so?
Yeah. I'm just going to ask him right now. I've just assumed that he would.
No, he hasn't even got a PC. He uses his phone.
Yeah, if I'm on my PC, the only thing I can get is my sunset.
Isn't ADR in the chat?
I think so. Nora's piping up now. She's not
Yeah.
joining us to share her sun though.
Nora, what I was saying was, why don't you practice yourself hitting the link and coming in? If you don't want to show your face, just point this phone away. Don't worry about it. There are people. I think it's totally fine if people want to come on and not actually show the face. It's to their own.
It's a test run, so join just to test your stuff works. That's the whole point of this.
Yeah.
If you're worried that you're going to join and suddenly it'll have your face and you don't know how it works, no, just join. We're 7 hours into this now. No one's going to be watching this on the repeat. So the 35 people watching, that's it.
Every time you say that, we have like a great conversation now.
That's true.
Every time you say that, it's like something magical happens. A spaceship. I was waiting for the spaceship.
Yeah, like Victoria joined last time I said it, didn't she? And then she's like, I don't know if it's important, but north is south and south is north, and yeah, we should really be looking at this.
For real, man. What the fuck? That was awesome. Antonio, man, it's such a pleasure, brother. I like a rock star to me. I don't know if you got wind of that, but I've been calling you a rock star out here.
I was sitting here, when I said I was composting myself, I was listening. I'm like, what is all this talk about Rockstar?
That's right.
I mean, dude, like, I'm sending you gratitude, but I'm just no Rockstar.
Hey, yo, I tell you what, brother, I hear you, man. It's like actually like in kind of Victoria's sentiment, you know what I mean? It's like someone looking from a side. It's like to see Mechanics of the Fourth Wall was just like, yes, oh my God, like I love you and Nathan, man. You guys.
Sorry to cut you off from praising.
Go for it.
But we've got Scott and Twilight just joined
Nathan
us.
does it all the time. Whenever anybody asks
Even not 1 minute, not 1 minute of glory for you, brother.
That's not true at all. I'm just making sure that Scott, who's been confident enough to get his stuff together, gets to at least say hello.
No, good. Nice job, Nathan. Nice job.
Oh.
How you doing, Scott?
Oh, he says his headset isn't working.
Okay.
No problem. We'll leave you to figure it out, Scott. Well, that's the whole point of this. So, Twilight Zone, how you doing? Can you hear us? He's figuring stuff out too.
Yeah.
Well, this is the whole point of this hangout. I'm going to plug at this point, Antonio, sorry. So on the 3rd of July 2016, we're going to be sharing the sun on a flat Earth. The whole point of this hangout is to test your equipment, make sure you can actually connect to the hangout, share the sun, point the camera at the sun at sunrise or sunset in your location. When you join, all we're hoping to see is a picture of outside, so we can see that it's actually working for you. And hello, how you doing, Twilight Zone? We can see you beautifully.
And Trendstrom just joined too.
Ah, look at that. How you doing, Trendstrom?
He might not have a headpiece that he can hear.
So yes, I'll carry on with my plugs while we see speed.
If I can just jump in on your plug though, Nathan.
Yeah, of course.
The gentleman in the blue shirt, his mic isn't working. So for anybody, who has visual but doesn't have sound, who has visual but doesn't have sound, instead of stress, just when you're pointing at the sun, just point down on a piece of paper and write your location. If you can't speak, just say, Florida, Miami, wherever. Just write it out. As long as we know where you are, that's the main point. Instead of stress, just when you're pointing at the sun, just point down on a piece of paper and write your location. If you can't speak, say, Florida, Miami, wherever. Just write it out. As long as we know where you are, that's the main point. The gentleman with the dreadlocks, can you hear us?
Hello, with the dreadlock.
Yes. Good. Where are
He's
you?
wondering about the Theodolite app on the phone.
Yes, I can hear you.
Where are you? Yeah. Good. Where? Where
Location.
Okay, let me see.
He's wondering about the Theodolite app on the phone.
You can hear me?
Yes.
I'm in Washington, close to Seattle.
Okay.
In Yelm.
Oh, it's my Italian friend.
I'm using the phone, but I hear myself in the computer.
You have to mute the channel in the computer. You have to hit mute on your YouTube.
Why I cannot hear you so good?
I don't know.
Mute your,
okay,
mute your
I'm gonna figure it
computer
out.
channel.
Hello, Paula.
Hey, Antonio and Nathan, I'm gonna dial out and then try to get back in on my cell phone.
All right, cool.
Okay, see you.
Again? Oh, okay. See you. Nora, what's happening?
You can hear me?
Yes.
I'm in Washington, Seattle.
Wow, whose feedback is that?
In Yelm.
Oh, it's my Italian friend.
I'm using
I don't know, somebody's got quite a lot of feedback.
I think it's Trendstrom.
Yes. No worries. So I've muted him temporarily. Hopefully he'll drop us a message if he's manages to mute his feed page. So Transtrom, if you can hear us, all we need you to do is give us your location. Tell us where you are and what time it is. No,
He's gone.
There he is. How you doing, Doug?
Might not working. Doug, if you can hear us, we can hear you, but we can't see anything.
Oh, I'll have to figure out how to turn on a camera, I suppose. I don't really use my phone for these things as a rule.
All right. Anything that you can use that has a camera function, you know, even if it's just your laptop.
Yeah, right, and it is easy enough. So I'll do that without bothering you. Nice to talk to you guys.
No,
and,
no, don't do it.
No, stay.
Do it. If you do it now, you can jump back in so that you can test the equipment. Better than it being dawn or sunset and then finding that it's not working. If you join us through your computer rather than through your phone, you will have access to your camera on your computer, on your laptop.
True enough. I'll get myself up to the 21st century here in a while.
You'll have it in no time.
But yes, Doug, this is the purpose of being here. So to test everything, to see if you can get it working, ask us how to do it. Feel free. You're in the right place, and not knowing how to do it is the reason we're having this test hangout. So ask away. If you think you can get it working, wonderful. Again, we'll work with Transtrom. Hopefully, we'll get him to tell us his location and point his camera at the sun. Hopefully we'll get these things out of all of you in time, but that's the whole point of us doing this.
And
joining isn't hard, and this is just a cheap Android, which I haven't bothered to use for much, so it'll be fine. Thanks, you guys.
Okay, but try joining us from your laptop through your laptop.
No, it's all right, Anthony. He's joined us. It's all good.
No, I'm just thinking for testing camera, for testing equipment.
Here we go. So we've got a picture of the sun from Transtrom. It's making me excited. Hopefully we'll get his location too soon.
Okay.
Where are you from, Transtrom? What's your name? Where are you from?
I'm from Yelm, Washington. My name is Ralph.
Washington.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you just about.
Sorry?
Are you near Seattle?
Yes, I'm near Seattle. I was at the Flat Earth meeting in Seattle with Paula.
We all saw you.
Eh?
We all saw you in the video.
Yeah. Okay.
So what time
I love you all, guys.
Where you are, my friend?
Again, Nathan?
What time do you get the sunset?
Here in Washington, I don't know exactly. Like 7:30. I have to look.
And will you be joining us on Sunday 3rd to share your sunrise or sunset?
Yes, I will. I will try, of course.
Good.
Superb. At this point, Transtrom, that was a success. We've got your location, your time, and a picture of the sun. Resounding success.
Okay.
Thank you very, very much. That was superb.
Yeah, it's the first time that I use the Hangout, and I put it just now in the iPhone, and so I don't know exactly how it works, but I think I got something.
Should be 9:10 sunset up there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I thought 7:30 is too early. I'm a little tired today. I'm sorry.
That's late. You know what I mean? That's late. You know.
If it's 9:10, you need to maybe tune into the Hangout that's running for your area or your time. Sorry, maybe 8:30. You know, because it might take you 10 minutes to connect. You might have a problem. So you know, try to connect earlier than that. Otherwise, you'll just connect in the darkness.
Okay.
Super. Excellent test.
Yeah.
It's people like you that make this worthwhile. The last hour of sitting here uncomfortably needing the toilet.
Now, Antonio had wanted me to try my laptop. I'm in the middle of sticking Linux on that. That's just not going to work. Probably next week I'll just stick a portable camera on.
Try the phone. Try the phone now.
Oh, actually, I'll do that. But I'll turn this thing off and come back in a little while. If you want me to, I'll go ahead and I'll do it with the phone. It won't hurt me to learn how to do that.
What kind of phone you got?
Yeah, do it with the phone. I mean, all we want to do is just see that you can do it. Just so even if you're pointing at the outside, it's just a test.
Yeah, I can do it. I'm not worried about that. In fact, I'm going to say goodbye for now. Thank you guys for what you're doing, and it'll be fun to talk to you next time.
Pleasure. Hopefully we see you on the 3rd of July, Doug. Pleasure meeting you. Absolute pleasure.
Give you a little shot of the sunset from Northern California.
Nice.
Can't wait.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Thanks again, Doug. See you soon. Hey, Robin. Sharing your sun beautifully. Look at that. Much better shot.
Hey. Yeah, I'm out. It's far away from my computer.
Good, though. Nice shot of the sun. What time is it there now, Robin?
I tried to get... Huh?
What's your
There's
local
the sun,
time?
but it's way up in... Oh, it's a little after 3, or excuse me, what time is it? 4? I have to go inside and look. I don't have my clock with me.
It's 5 past the hour. What time? What hour?
Huh?
It's
Yeah,
5 past the hour.
So it's 4 o'clock. 4 after the, it's in the 4 o'clock hour, but the sun's way in the high in the sky still.
Probably 5 o'clock, no?
I'll make a halo around my head, see?
And where are you?
Oh, I lost track of time on your crazy hangout.
No, where I just want you to say your location, just as an example to others.
Newcastle, Washington.
Cool.
And it's just 5 past 5 o'clock.
So believe it or not, because you've tuned in on a phone instead of your laptop, I'd class that as a successful test, Robin. Even though you've been with us for a couple of hours.
Really?
Yeah,
finally.
Your phone, giving us your time, giving us your location, and share the sun.
Yes, and it's still high in the sky. When it sets, it's going to be past all those trees. So.
Cool. Very cool.
When I get the sunset, I can get the sunset, but it'll just be a sparkle between the tree branches, maybe. This is my garden here. I have lots of
Very
vegetables. Yeah, it's a not so flat Earth where I'm at, so everything has to be terraced.
Nice.
Yeah, me.
We can hear you, Transtrom.
Yeah, me also. I have a little tree, so probably I cannot see the sunset. I have to do it a little earlier.
That's okay. That's cool.
Okay.
You know what? I've just had a really nice little welcome sign from Google+. Do you know what it said in my top right-hand corner? It says your broadcast will be terminated in 1 hour.
Oh. Lucky you.
Lucky me. I'm going to do another. I was going to do them every quarter of an hour or half an hour, and they've ended up being every God knows when. So, on the 3rd of July 2016, we are going to track the sun on a flat Earth. This is a test hangout. The people who have joined in have shared their sun as a test. So they've plugged in by clicking the link in the description box, which is still running now if you're tuned in live. You can click on that link and check that your mobile device, laptop, PC, if you've got a camera that can detach and point out of a window with the sun setting or sun rising. But basically, yes, it's a test to see that you can actually share the sun with us from your location, like Robin Poe and Transtrom are currently doing. So, if you want to join in with this event on 3rd July 2016, drop me an email at nathanoakley1980@aol.com. I will send you a link. It may not be to my Hangout. It may be that your hangout is run by somebody else at the time of your sunrise or sunset. It may be different for both of those different things. It might be 2 different people running a hangout for your sunset and sunrise. So keep in touch over the week. We will update you with a timetable of who's running what hangout at what time, and hopefully we'll have a full 24 hours of timetable filled with YouTubers chatting away and sharing sunrises and sunsets across the flat plane, globe, or cell Earth, whatever you believe it to be. All are welcome, so there will be no ridicule from me as a panel. Unfortunately, I can't speak for everybody, but all we're interested in is you sharing your sunrise or sunset from your location. So when you tune in, once you've got a link, be it from the chat box, from a friend, from me on an email, you click on that link, say, yes, I accept that I'm going into a hangout. You point your camera at the sun and say, hi, I am broadcasting from Newcastle, and the time is 6:58 in the evening, and there is my sunset, or there is my sunrise. That is literally it. All we're asking is that you tune in and show us your sunrise or sunset so we can get an idea of where the sun actually is. So we need to know your location and your local time. That's pretty much it. So there's my plug over. I don't know if Antonio wants to add any detail to that I haven't covered already. You're on mute, by the way, Antonio.
Sorry, did you say something, Nathan?
I said, did you want to add anything to my little plug that you've probably heard about 20 times?
Only that if you can't get your audio working, to just show us anything that is your location. That's all. So if you can write it on a piece of paper, it's not important as long as we can see your location.
Are you talking to me, Antonio?
No, just 1 second.
Thank you, Antonio. So yes, we do have on the Google Hangouts a chat box, so that's a last resort. May as well mention it. So like, I can't remember any of these people's names now. I keep calling all of them the same person. Probably Steve, who came a moment ago, and he didn't have any facility to talk to us, but he just mentioned the Theodolite application for an iPhone, and yeah, that made it on. And if you just typed in, I am in California, the time is 9 p.m. and this is my sunset, and that would have been enough information from the chat box. I mean, he joined us from his PC, so he wasn't actually sharing the sun. But nonetheless, that's the main purpose. Feel free to join in as well if you don't have the facility to share the sun from your location. If you're on a fixed PC, you just cannot do it. It's a pity. You will still be welcome. We'll still chat with you. But the idea is that you share your sun, your sunrise, or your sunset at your location by clicking on a link and joining a hangout, which will be run all day on Sunday, the 3rd of July, 2016. I could say that sentence perpetually, I reckon, for about 20 minutes in a different series.
We have Robert Shortman.
Hey, hello.
You are, Antonio?
We have Robert Shortman.
Nice.
Ah, Robert. Excellent. Robin had several questions she wanted to ask you.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah, one of the things is the color of the sky in Antarctica. Some of the pictures I've seen, it seems more blue than the blue sky you see here.
Yeah, it definitely looked more blue. Whether that's because there was less pollution, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see. But yeah, pure blue skies, crystal clear blue skies almost. It was quite. You can't explain the skies until you see them really, and I think some of the pictures do it justice. You know, they give me an example of what it is. I'm gonna have to put more pictures up so everyone can kind of analyse it.
What about the
Can
double
you
sun?
move your mic up a bit? You're very
Oh
quiet.
yeah, the double sun. Because I have a theory about that. Because whenever I've seen these videos of the sun going, like two suns, one's going one way and the other's going the other way. Now, my theory is that the dome itself is highly reflective, and in Antarctica you're closer to the dome, so you may be getting an actual reflect back of the sun. It almost looks like it's a mirror image.
That's what I thought of the twilight. That's where I felt the twilight was coming from, when it wasn't total darkness, you know. And that was. I explained it to Antonio the other day when it was just starting to go dark. I said, "Well, this is what it is. This is not dark. This is how it was." You know. But my suspicion is that if it's nearer the edge of it, you're going to get more reflection because that could be closer near the dome. You're not if it's a dome, then the dome is naturally high at the top and lower at the edges. So if the sun's coming through, then you could get that reverse reflection off that, or light reflecting nearer.
Well, yeah, I was thinking if the sun is in the dome, right, it would be like a light inside of a bowl reflecting back as it goes by. It'll go the opposite way. It'll reflect back as a mirror image of itself. Yeah, and also the blue of the sky. I was thinking was because you're so close to the edge of the dome, and my theory is that the sky is made of sapphire, so you would see more of the blueness of the sky there because it's reflected back from the dome itself.
That's interesting. Yeah, it could well be.
I totally disagree.
It's okay.
I didn't hear anything. I just thought it would be a nice. We have Zoe. When I was just then when Nathan was giving the promo and there was a little bit of me causing a problem. It's because I was asking Zoe, who joined us, to join us. She's in Denmark.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, hello.
So, Zoe, this is a test for how people can jump into a hangout, show the sunrise or sunset, and then, either hang out or do whatever.
Yes, I know. I was on the after party thing. I was just laying down. I had a toothache, so. But no, I'm better now. So. It's nice to be asked.
Do you have any pure garlic? Do you have any pure garlic? Zoe?
What?
Do you have any pure garlic? She's lost sound, I think.
Yeah.
Oh well. So who else do we have?
Pure garlic.
No.
Yeah, well, I have cloves. Been putting cloves up and cannabis oil.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
Hey Zoe, do you have headphones on, or are you? Because I think your mic is feeding back.
Has TDR jumped in, Nathan?
Not as yet.
Is he in the chat?
He's been in periodically. I'll just have a glance and see if he's been in recently.
I'll send him a message.
Yeah, I was getting the word out on After Party. That's what I was doing. After Party and Globebusters chat.
Oh, well done.
So I thought I might as well make my use rather than sitting on this hangout, rather than getting on the other hangout, letting other people know, and also the After Party, getting it out, so that will help encourage more people to come across. And Gavin was doing the same thing as well.
Cool, brilliant.
So,
also, Nathan, when you make the 5-minute standalone run through, when you've done that and you've uploaded it, pass it to Jaron, and Jaron will promote it too, because it's the same thing for his moon.
The same hangout tutorial will apply, really.
Yeah. Good evening, Adam.
Just eating my Haagen-Dazs, so I'm just thought I'd listen in.
Yeah.
I heard something about an after party when I came back, so I had to jump on.
Right, so that's it. You found it. This is the Smokers Corner.
I gotta start smoking, is what you're saying?
That's it.
Ice cream will do the job.
Yeah, it's a chocolate and peanut butter one. That's amazing. Anyways.
Oh, you're in.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Antonio's been trying to convince David Weiss to take up smoking.
Yes, I really genuinely have. Not really, I'm not kidding. When I did Thai boxing as a kid, okay, till I was a teenager, almost in my 20s, and I was a non-smoker, I was a fitness fanatic, I was really fit, and I used to hyperventilate. Then I went off, became a smoker, left Thai boxing for a few years, went back to Thai boxing, still had all the vitality and strength, everything came back very, very quickly, but I was not hyperventilating. And the only thing that had really changed is that I was a smoker. I wasn't more out of breath, but I just wasn't hyperventilating.
You get good hash out there? I always wondered out there over in that part.
Yeah, Holland's nearby.
Lovely, lovely.
If we need seeds, it's not too far.
But sorry, Isa. The reason that I've been trying to encourage David Weiss to start smoking is where he lives. They do very heavy chemtrailing, and he's got this upper chest cough. You know, that's just it's his bronchioles where his bronchioles break into his lungs. He's got this cough from there. So I'm encouraging him to smoke, maybe for a couple of weeks. If his cough goes away but the chemtrailing remains the same, then it has helped him. If it doesn't help him, then he can quit. But at least, you know, he'll be sleeping better because he's waking up coughing.
Well, you know what a lot of people forget is that there's an endocannabinoid system in the body.
Yeah.
Actually, like, you know, and like mother's milk has yeah, mother's milk has it. That's what puts babies to sleep. And it's like, you know, people neglect that. I mean, I wonder why it's so important to be so illegal.
Do you know what? I was talking about this earlier today. You know, if
do everything with it.
But listen, Robert, you'll love this. It was Martin and I talking earlier today. If smoking cannabis made you stupid, it would be legal.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe the reason it's illegal.
Never thought of that.
It is legal in Washington State.
But everyone's. I'll tell you what. But all those medical heads. Is it medical or is it recreational? Oh, it's recreational in Washington. Hey, yo, actually,
they got a pot store about a half.
Hey, you know what?
A pot store down the road from my house.
This kind of tells back to what we were talking about earlier, a little bit about law. Just with the idea of like, and I always use this example when I'm trying to explain like some legal concepts, because everyone thinks that the federal government is bigger or more powerful than the state governments, etc. So, right, and that's where, like, you know, so the thing is that the most evident thing of it is marijuana, because it's federally illegal. But look at Colorado. The state, like Colorado, sells her, but some counties don't allow the stores to open up. So the county has more authority over the state, which has more authority over the feds, and this is what leads one to believe that the individual has more authority than the county. Because, and this is what gets into the idea of you dealing with the South Pole being this is what tripped me out about that beautiful lady that came on and gave the idea of the South Pole being what we call the North Pole, because everything in this world that I've learned as far as legally, let's say, is reversed. Everything's reversed. It's like, I mean, what's bad is good is bad, you know, like marijuana, man. And again, it kind of gets back to, well, they do know this shit then. And it's like, you know, they use it for maybe themselves, or, you know, like, and people want to say they, but like someone understands the game, you know, so it's like, God bless them too, because I think they actually are looking for competent people like us. They're probably in the chat, like, holy shit. Like, I stood in front of a judge and, you know, requested a genuine accusatory charging instrument, and she threw me out. And what I realized, and this is what explains everything, she treated me like a frickin' piece of shit in front of everybody. Sent me out, and I was like, I expected this. So I went and sat in the jail a little bit. Like, I figured there were 6 people there. She was frying them up, 10 minutes each. They were just like, I think the guy in front of me, she's like, so the magic mushrooms were yours? And he's like, yeah. It's just done, right? So it only took 10 minutes from beginning to end for her to slay these guys. I was like, 6 guys, 60 minutes, I'll be back in there. Go back in, come back out. And she goes, again, you know, I could go into the whole story, but she goes, how are you going to plead? And I go, well, I go, is there any threat of contempt? And she goes, no threat of contempt. And I go, well, then I conditionally accept your offer on proof of claim. I'm not the accommodation party, having a priority security interest in all property and collateral, both registered and unregistered, belonging to the accused, appearing specially, not generally, merely for the moving party to present any genuine accusatory charging instrument for my inspection, or upon proof of claim that failure to provide said instrument wouldn't be a denial of equal protection due process of law. That was in my paperwork. That was in my paperwork, right? Now,
Antonio loves you. Antonio loves you. I see it in his eyes.
I already love Antonio, so I got a lot of love to talk with Antonio. The thing is, now, but this is where, check this. So, like, now the judge, I had it in paperwork. So when I went into my rant, I said, "Is there a threat of contempt?" She goes, "No." I go, "Well, then I conditionally accept your offer." And she goes, She goes, "It appears you'd like to see the charging instruments." And what she did was she go, and I go, "Yes, for set off, settlement, and closure." And she goes, "I'll fax them right over to you," because it was video court too, right? So they fax over the thing. The bailiff hands me the thing, and I asked for a pen, and I turned it over, and she gave me a pencil. I turned it over, signed the back. I turned the 2 charging instruments. I turned one over, signed the back. Turned the other one over, signed the back. Flipped them over and handed them to the bailiff. And said, "Now, tender of payment haven't been made to the one entitled to enforce the instrument, and the tender of payment being either accepted or refused, is there not now discharge, or show cause why every bar card carrying member in this courtroom shouldn't be converted on a $100,000 penalty, or show cause why the arresting officer shouldn't be converted on all liability for full assessment of the charges." And she goes, "Get him out of here!" And they throw me out again, But then I got let out.
That was it. They just let you out the back door.
Oh no! I had to go. They gave me an instrument. No. I tell you what. There is a story to this that I would really love to get into because I failed at the end of this story, and I learned.
God.
And now I know what I know to be is what it is. And I failed. And in my failure, I found out what the fuck I did wrong. And I wasn't sure of things, and I went back. I got at that day though. They gave me a thing. They said for a court date, and I wrote over my objection under threat, duress, and coercion. And I always sign the back of the instrument because that settles the claim, if you will, in certain elements, and you can use it if you get in front of a judge because they understand it. But I given them that, and then they let me go. Now later on, I had gotten 6 months later. I had gotten I had tried to change over my license, and that's where it gets I had found out I had a warrant, so I called the court. Clerk court's your best friend. Judges are the smartest people. So I'm like, all right, okay. So I was like, what's the court? Am I going to get arrested? What's going on? She's like, well, I don't know. They're trying to tell me you're screwed. You might get arrested. You're going to get arrested. Well, I was like, can I set up a court date? They were like, well, we don't know. And then she's like, hold on. And literally it was came back to me, come here on this date. And I was maybe 15 days out. And I was like, okay. It was right around Christmas too. And I was like, okay. So I wrote up all my paperwork and I served the DA. And then I come in with a motion. So you got your agreement under that, and then your motion on top. And your motion on top is what's confirming the agreement, which is, hey, it looks like you held me for 3 days and you owe me $10 million. And, you denied equal protection due process of law. And when they went to search my car, they give me a piece of paper to sign. On that piece of paper, it says that you accept that there's no threat, right? So what you do is you just cross that out and initial it. Now you've established that there was a threat.
Wait. So you do this when you're signing it, you cross.
Not a ticket. I'm talking about when they want to come search your vehicle.
Right. So
it's on, right? And they're like, do you want us to get a warrant? Because we're going to get one anyway. You could sit there and wait for the warrant and try to discharge it. That'd be another way. But at the same time, you could take that instrument that they gave you and what it says on it, because you agree they're going to search your car. But you do it, and what you do is you change the contract. So you cross out all the bad parts. Yeah. And then initial it. And then right on the bottom, hey, these guys are threatening me. You could do whatever you want, right? You're just negotiating. And
well, they are threatening you.
And we know this. And so and they're denying you equal protection due process of law because they're denying you Fourth Amendment rights to privacy here in the States anyway. And I'd imagine, and anywhere under the IMF is built the same fucking way.
Right.
Same fucking way. It's just I'll tell you what, and it gives us all the power, man. And what happened was I went and I failed, man. I went back when I was driving up there. I was like, it was in fucking New Hampshire, freezing fucking cold. It was just the worst. I went alone. It was just so you're in alone, man. And so and I was there and it got me and I failed and it's like something that kills me because I was there in the court, and there's so much to explain about what an aggrieved party is versus what a priority security interest party is. And what it was is all my paperwork was set up to be as a priority interest holder. I kind of lost my mettle when I was in there.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what I know now in the sense of my vocabulary, my ability to negotiate, and what they owe you too.
And this is the critical thing. It's all in the vocabulary, because the vocabulary gives you the meaning. If you don't have the vocabulary, you don't grasp what entity, what meaning entity you can ascribe to.
Do you have a Black's Law? Are you familiar with Black's Law Dictionary? Do you have one? Yeah, rock and roll, man. Because like I found that actually, and then I was talking earlier actually about Ballantyne's, or was it Bouvier's or Ballantyne's dictionary from like, I think it's Ballantine. I don't know if it's Bouvier actually. It's Bouvier's 1865. It's like the definition of a human, and you'll appreciate this movie. Is that a human is a monster. That's why when we seek for human rights, you're asking for the wrong fucking thing.
Oh.
Ooh. Because now you've got a Declaration of Human Rights for fucking animals, man. Because in law, a human is defined as a monster, something that can't own anything. It has an uninheritable blood, but man was given dominion over the earth.
Yes.
And this is the difference: is that if I ask you, are you a U.S. citizen who is a bona fide human, then you're going to say to me, yes. Then you've condemned yourself. You've said, I'm not a man, I'm not a child of God, I'm this thing, and you've limited your own ability. Whereas versus saying, hey, aren't I instead of saying, aren't I the child of God and the spirit behind and animating this thing, instead of going there in fairyland and getting tossed, hey, aren't I the priority security interest holder having a priority security interest in all property and collateral of this guy? Aren't I that guy? Aren't I the guy who gave you the bond initially with the birth certificate that allows you to extend a line of credit? In fact, what people have mistaken is that when people talk money, right, we look at it like, oh, I owe 210 grand to the government because of fucking the national debt. But that's to say that you're an employee of the government. The thing is that we the people gave the government that shitty loan.
Yeah.
We gave them the shitty loan, so that the thing is that every time that they turn to us, it's how what are we to say, like, hey brother, I'll tell you what, I'll pay that when you pay me. Where's the bill? Because they're doing double entry bookkeeping accounting, and you're giving them the loss for them to write to the IRS saying that they can't get the funds. And you're saying that you're actually giving them a bond, which is actually of value if you wished to write it that way.
So what we need is clarity on the terminology.
Yeah.
And what it refers to, what it relates to.
Right, but here's the problem. Here's what I've noticed, that the technical heads who can get the language don't have the esoteric willingness to really see it, man. That's why. And then for me, I'm like, fucking flat Earth, man. You guys are the shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I see it. Like, there's the intellect with the respect and the dignity of kings, which I admire about you gentlemen, man. Nathan and you, man, Antonio, man. It's like I look at you as princes of this thing. Because hey, no. Just hey, man, and I'm right here with you, brother.
I understand what you're saying, but I want to say what the qualities that you would think would be princely. They are just the male qualities, like the divine masculine, the man who stands and says, I am a man, not the human monster thing.
Yes.
And we all have that. You're a man. In fact, you know that term, no, you the man. You the man. That's what that's referring to.
Yes.
You know?
Hey, look at brother. Look at it like this, man. Look at the X marks the spot. Look at the old fairy tale of, like, you got to find the hidden treasure.
Yeah.
And they never find the hidden treasure. There's always the X marks the spot to fucking nowhere.
Yeah.
And that's because you're the treasure, dude. And all you need to do is use the fucking pen. The pen is mightier than the sword. Education is power. It's like when people tell me that people are lied about all this shit. I'm like, pardon me, but every schoolroom across the fucking country's got education is power on their fucking wall or something, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah.
It says on the fucking thing, education is power. But that's to rely on the state for your private education. Which is
so you've just prompted an idea, okay? one way to educate people regarding vocabulary is through books, not just school books. There's novels, there's short
I
stories.
agree. Yeah. And
So
you take on their language.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
if you yourself can think of any kind of plot, the standard kind of story tools, you know, protagonist, challenge, resolution, if you can just write a story, it can be about freaking anything, you know. A guy tries to swindle the whatever. And in that story...
I do it with my niece and nephew, man. I do it with my niece and nephew. When I tell, like, yeah, man.
But what I'm thinking is, let's say, have you seen A Scanner Darkly, the film by Philip K. Dick?
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay, well, I'm just thinking, okay, this is the role is played by a normal bloke, a normal guy, who's also an undercover cop in the narcotics division. Okay? This is this guy's role. That's the protagonist. Okay. You could write a story where the protagonist does what you do, has your kind of life, keep it as real as possible, goes to court, but in your story, you can demonstrate the process that he goes to, looking up in Black's dictionary, the terminology, the papers, the code numbers, all
I never even thought of that, bro.
Wow, that's amazing.
And then once you've got that story, people will be reading and going, dude, because we can remember, you know, people remember poems. They remember long verses. People remember long verses of the Bible. Once you've got something that you can read and reread, this is how people can get armed, because the actual documents themselves, they're so wordy and convoluted, complicated language that it's difficult for people to memorize.
Here's the thing, though. This is what I've come to realize, too. It's like, that is for
Sorry,
that.
guys, to interrupt you, but I think we've got Zoe, and she's probably all mic'd up waiting to say hello.
No, I was fine. But hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing, Zoe?
Hey.
Where are you, by the way?
I'm in North Zealand, in Denmark.
Very cool, very cool. You going to share the sun with us on Sunday the 3rd of July?
I wish I could, but I don't. My phone, I can't take it out of my charger. It'll just go out. And well, I don't even think I have. What do you call it?
Are you on a laptop
It's an old
now?
phone.
Are you on a
No, I'm
laptop?
on a computer.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, I'm on a computer. Yeah. But,
Then get
in-
out.
In a month or so, I'll get some better equipment.
Get out.
I mean,
I had to
for
turn off
anybody
my
who's joining us,
ad
you can
block
join
to-
us. You can join us in chat. That's fine.
Yeah.
If you don't have the ability, that's fine. You can still chat with us. It's not like we're going to kick you out.
Oh, no, of course
Oh,
not.
thank you.
We also
But I
have,
had to turn my ad block off to just, and all sorts of other stuff. So I only have one window and one, no other programs up. So
yeah. We also have Dave, Nathan.
Yes, hopefully Dave's about to point towards the sun and share his sun with us. We've got his cat at the moment. Working your way towards the sun, Dave.
looks like winter there.
Does look somewhere cold.
Where's Dave from?
Malaysia. Which Dave is it? Let's have a look.
So, Issa, think about the story.
I'm writing. I already got a little. You got me going, bro.
Cool. And then pass it to us and make it an ebook. Read it yourself on the YouTube channel. Just get it out there.
I wrote like a treat. It was like 90 pages, and it was just everything that happened. And it was just like right away. I was like, let me just fucking write this thing down, and I did it. But it's like I look back on it, and because it was like my grand fucking whatever, and then I failed at the end, and it was like I realized like holy shit, I didn't know what I thought I knew, and I had to go back and just become gain conviction. But yeah, I hear you, brother. I will definitely look into the story. You already got me thinking like a prison, you already got me thinking about a actually I'll tell you. Want me to tell you?
Yeah.
It's what do you call it? I'm thinking of a guy who's in jail who's like a jail lawyer for and he starts beating the cases for these guys who are coming in that are kind of good people that he will learn this shit, and then as he's teaching them, at the end I was thinking of kind of you could have the reveal being that he's actually the fucking government agent who's there to teach people about law.
Oh, wow, that's a brilliant.
Because here's the thing for me, brother. What I've come to realize is that we have this private side of the government and we have this public side. So it's democracy, and democracy is like socialism. There's actually a military manual of 1928 from the States that says democracy leads to mobocracy. You know, so it's like, you know, anarchy, failure, disruption, and then
interrupt you for a second. He said Robert Shortman is going to nip off now. Thank you very much for joining us, Robert. It's been an absolute pleasure. Is there anything you want to plug about the Sun experiment? Because we've got about half an hour of broadcast time there, but just before you drop off, anything you want to say about the Sun experiment on the 3rd of July?
Yeah, just look forward to everyone joining, and the more that can participate, the more information we get, and it will just only help everybody else. So
yeah,
I love your stickers. The stickers are awesome.
Yeah. Robert, give you a hook for me tomorrow.
I will do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Take care. I'll be in touch.
Oh, pleasure, man.
See you, Robert.
Bye. Take care. Lovely to meet you all.
Yeah.
Bye.
Take care. Night.
Yeah, he's had a long one. Robert's had a very long session as well. Yeah. Okay, so Issa, the government agent goes in undercover.
Right, but you don't know it till the end. You don't know it till the end because they're always asking, why isn't he getting out? Why can't he why can't he fix his own fucking case?
That's
why
a
can't
good
he fucking fix his own thing, man?
That's a brilliant resolution. That's a really cool conclusion, because when people read that, they get to the end, it's like, oh man, that's what will make them pass the story on to somebody else. You've got to read this.
Can I take this opportunity, guys? I have to do this constantly because it's a constant feed. So at any point that people stream through it, I want them to get this information. Okay, a couple of points. If anybody's tuned into this 7.5 hours in, and they're watching it on the rerun, people have been emailing me their locations and telling me roughly what time they've got this and that. Not necessary. All we need for people who participate in the experiment on the 3rd of July 2016 is to click the link that is either in the description box or sent to you or emailed you. Currently in this test is in the description box. You click on that link, you join, and you do exactly as Transstrum is currently doing for us now, which is share your sunrise or sunset at your location. It is as simple as that. So you need a camera phone, a mobile device, an iPad, or a laptop PC that is portable enough for you to actually walk to the sunrise or to the sunset and show people where you are. Once you've actually joined the Hangout, the only thing you need to tell us is your location and your local time. So ideally, we don't need to see your smiling faces. We just need to hear you tell us, or as Antonio pointed out earlier, show us on a piece of paper or type in the chat, or, you know, literally probably the best way is how Antonio described it. Scribble on the paper, text us, 9:30 p.m. That's it. That's all we need. And then a picture of your son at that time, and your job's a good one. Hopefully you can do that within 20 seconds of tuning in once you've got the link. But to get the link, keep in touch. I will do a few more adverts throughout the week and advertise the exact timetable of who will be running the Hangouts. So you need to keep abreast of who is going to be running the Hangout that matches your sunrise or sunset time, so you can actually join the Hangout to share the sun with all of us. So that's my plug over. I'm sorry to interrupt you again, Isa. I just wanted to get that bit in. Main bit being that you can't share your location via email. It's no good. It just needs to be stated on air live. That's about it.
That was probably your neatest little promo there.
You got it down now, man.
Yeah. That was exciting.
You should record it right when you get done. You just be right off. You'll be great with it.
Yeah. The one thing I do want to do is get that thing that, again, Antonio, you're full of the ideas that are all good. So get that Hangout done where I actually show a Hangout running and show me connecting with it all in nice focus, so people can see exactly the process they have to go through on their phone.
That's it.
On Hangout. And that would be a
That's it.
5-minute video Hangout that's also filmed, so you can see exactly what to do.
Yeah, and then if you also, on that Hangout, you also grab a piece of paper and write the location. You know, you can explain, oh, you can do this. You know, if your mic isn't working. But then once you've done that, if you pass it to Jaren, he'll pass it on regarding the moon, but obviously also regarding the sun, because we're talking about the sun. So a lot of people that would be reached through Jaren will look into it, and a lot of the people looking into the sun will also hear about the moon. Like, especially if they hear this, or if you say, I'm passing this on to Jaren, who's doing the equivalent with the moon, then people are like, oh, dude, there's also one going on with the moon. Cool, let's join that. You know, and just share resources.
Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, the critical difference. Just put the camera on me again. The critical difference between the moon test and our test is what the overwhelming amount of data that's one individual, in this case Flat Earth Asshole, is going to have to dedicate his time to going through. Whereas we're doing something totally different in terms of how we do it, which is to gather the information live. That's the critical information. So it's actually presented on your phone in the Hangout there and then. So maybe I'll explain how we came to this conclusion. Robin's not with us anymore, unfortunately. But Robin, Antonio, and myself were on a Hangout, and Robin was watching the sun go down as the sun was coming up here, and she plotted it on a globe, and it physically wasn't possible. Antonio and I have experienced sunrise at different times, about half an hour apart, would you say, Antonio?
Yeah.
And again, just by pure chance. So we were chatting on a Skype call, obviously live, and Antonio spotted out of my window that my sun was rising. I had morning, he didn't. So again, just pure chance, because we had what, again, Transtrom is sharing with us, which is his view of the sun. Now, he's here for the duration, he's tuned in early, which is great, but ideally for anybody who joins us on 3rd of July 2016, you join with your phone, is probably the best device to do this. You hold it up, point it at the sun, and say, I'm in Texas, it's 9:30 p.m. And that's it, jobs are good in 5 seconds.
Do you know what's weird, Nathan? That we have two starts of the day. We have GMT and UTC. UTC, the day starts in Australia. But in GMT, the day starts at midday from the UK, from Greenwich. So I think we should. I think most people are going to just follow UTC anyway. So
we'll bash out what because we need to have some sort of way of tying up all of the different Hangouts in you know, either passing on from one to the next, or whatever we do, we need to figure it out and base it on a time that we're all agreed on, so that all, you know, there's not an hour gap that just happens to work its way in.
Yeah.
So we'll work that out on either a Skype call or a Hangout midweek.
But the best thing about it is if it will be live, the Hangout will be live, we'll be able to see how many hours. So somebody in Australia, it's 10 o'clock. Somebody somewhere else, it's 11 o'clock. We'll be able to see, you know, because like the guy in Australia, if he calls it, it's 10 o'clock, the guy in somewhere else calls, it's 11 o'clock at the same time as the guy in Australia just said it's 10. And where they're saying it, the sun is relevant to both.
Well, maybe we should do this live then. In that case, wouldn't it make more sense to actually have a live like this, a Google Hangout, where let's just make an imaginary lineup. So we've got you, me, Robin Poe, Robin Shortman, David Weiss, Patricia Steer, and name one more.
Name dropper.
Okay, I'm just saying, you know, okay, so that's 7 people that I can currently confirm that we've got doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah? So we need to be able to say on a Hangout with all 7 of us, right, what time is it where you are? Let's write this down. Exactly. You know, it's considered to be obvious, but the amount of times I've got this wrong.
Yes.
And referenced it 3 or 4 times and asked 4 people and still got it wrong.
Yeah, well, we can do it tomorrow on the secret Hangout.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, we need to let Patricia know. She needs to invite all of the contributors that are going to be on this. Unfortunately, I'm hijacking her show.
Yeah, we can do it. We can do it with whomever she has on. We could do it then. Where are you? What time is it now?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, same result. I mean, different times, but same. Any discrepancies will show up then anyway. You know, because you've got people all over the United States and the UK.
Just for the record, Transtrom, can you tell us what time it is and where you are, as you're doing exactly what we need?
Yeah, now is 5:40. Let me see. 5:49, and I'm in Washington State.
Huh.
In close to Seattle.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So Transtrom,
You're welcome.
Nice example.
Yeah, I have to leave, so I let you go. And was very nice participating. And see you soon, okay?
Bye.
Pleasure. You made it all worthwhile, mate. You've done it perfect. You've done us all proud. Really, thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Nos vemos, Antonio. Adiós.
Adiós.
Adios.
Adiós.
So Nathan, you know, I'm thinking, dude, you know when we were arranging the hangout, the debate with John LeBon, and we were having that problem because to us it was Saturday crossing to Sunday. I'm thinking, okay, we're doing this on the Sunday the 3rd. What's that in Australia? It's
we need to have somebody on a hangout that's in Australia, you know, live, so we can discuss time with them.
Yeah. So we'll talk to John LeBon and see how he's fixed, because when it's the start of our day, I'm thinking a bunch of Australian people will go online and thinking, okay, so let's see these hangouts, and they haven't even started because we haven't started our day yet.
Well, we'll see how it's all fixed. We'll have to figure this all out, because you know we're working on the assumption which I don't want people to watch this and think, "Oh, this is stupid. Can't they just look it up online?" It's like, well, yeah.
Hey, why not just pick like let's say from Nathan's time, and then whatever time your 12 noon is at wherever, like, you know, if you give us a location.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in terms of people coming on. I'm thinking, okay, so I'm in Australia and I come on and I'm like, when are these hangouts starting?
Right.
You know,
so that's just occurred to me that's quite comical but still excellent. It's only flat Earth that you can have a situation where you've got, how many people are in this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people going, let's just figure out what day it is. You know what, guys?
Days of bullshit. We have somebody who's gone from Hawaii to New Zealand, and the hours difference is 1 hour, but it's a whole day. So if it's Tuesday, it's actually Wednesday. In 1 hour, they've switched. It's nuts.
Wow.
Yeah, because these guys are at the end. These guys are at the end, and these guys are at the beginning. I mean, how nuts is that?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, how do we reconcile that? Shoot.
It's because the marker, you know, the Prussian Empire's definition of exactitude. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Hey, we've got Doug. How you doing,
There
Doug?
you go.
What's cool though is that
backyard
it
that
works.
needs mowing.
Sorry, Doug?
I want everybody but Doug and me to shut up, because we've got about 5 minutes of airtime. So, how you doing, Doug?
Oh, just fine, thanks. It looks like there's a picture of a bad yard or a backyard that needs some mowing, right?
Sure. Whereabouts are you?
Crescent City, Northern California.
Superb. And what's the time where you are?
Coming up on 6 in the evening.
6 p.m. Superb. And can you see the sun from where you are?
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite catch you, Antonio.
Are we looking at the sun right now? Is that what we're looking at, peeking through the trees?
Oh, no, here would be some sun over.
Your mic just cut off, Doug. Doug, I don't know if you're talking, but your mic has dropped.
Ah, we're going to have one last perfect person. We've got
How are you,
2 minutes
Nathan?
left, my friend. X, whereabouts are you, my friend?
I'm in Perth, Nathan. Slow start this morning. Got 3 young kids to get organised for the day, but here you go. Now, what are we looking to do? You want to look at the sunshine?
Yes, please. What time is it in Perth?
Where are we? Must be after 8, so 8:15ish.
We've got 5 to 2
towards
here.
8:30.
So 5 to 2, 5 to 8.
I should have checked the time, shouldn't I? Oh, here we are. No, 5 to 9. There you go.
5 to 9. Superb. Man, you just give me goosebumps. Somebody from Australia tunes in and tells us the time. Couldn't be better.
The thing I like about Perth time is it's exactly opposite New York time. 9 in the morning is 9 in the evening over there, unless they fiddle with the daylight saving time, of course, which they do. Yeah. Antonio, how are you there? All right, you ready to have a look at this?
Yeah.
So now, how do I flip my screen around?
Just turn it.
Up there. There we go. So sunshine. Sun's over for us slightly north of east. That's your 9 a.m. sunrise. If I'd got up to do this a bit earlier, you would have seen it a bit lower in the sky. And if I pan across the northern sky for us, that's the course of what the sun will do a bit later. And it's going to set about there. So I've given you a coastal look today. How's that?
Cool.
Now, one thing I was watching over our summer was if I go due west here, and I can't zoom, I don't know, but due west there is a little island called Rottnest Island. It's about 20 kilometres off our coast here.
Is it near the lamppost? Is it near that lamppost?
The lamppost, it's to the right of that lamppost.
Yeah.
What I notice so that's due west I'm pointing to now. In summertime, the sun actually sets to the left of that lamppost. Now we're at 32 degrees south here. The sun, well, I find it unusual the sun sets that low. So that's one thing that I still have to resolve with a flat model. So working on that one.
What? Just one last thing. What's the date there? Is it 27th, right?
I've got to check that, Nathan.
You're a flat earther, you are.
Got up a bit slow this morning, mate. So.
Can you just go over it again? In your summer, it sets what azimuth?
I'd need to. I'd bring up a bit later today. I can bring up those angles.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking. You're 32.
You know when you use Antonio, is it the sun calculator?
Yeah.
And that shows you azimuth and the other angles. That's actually pretty accurate to what I see, and I was watching it over summer and trying to point it out to people, but no one wants to engage in a discussion about what the sun's doing.
Yeah.
But I found it unusual that, see, the Tropic of Capricorn is out this way, so that's up We're 32 degrees. That's about 23 degrees, so that's up towards the north. So sun should be setting about, well, maybe a bit north of due west, but it ends up going out quite south of west.
Yeah,
so we're watching that over our summer.
Yo, what's crazy is I'm in Wakefield, Rhode Island, and the sun set a half an hour ago.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Well, we're just waking up here. There's people out walking. As you can see, it's pretty harsh winter here in Perth.
Harsh winter. Yeah.
We suffer.
Broadcast time left, buddy. Will you join us on Sunday the 3rd? Share your sunrise, hopefully?
Yeah, now what time, your time, Nathan, are you starting?
Well,
UK
it's going to
time.
run around the clock, so this time, I mean, it's 2 a.m. here. I don't know who'll be running the hangout. We're going to bash that out midweek.
Yeah.
So
And everyone's looking to get a sunrise.
Yes.
Sunrise or sunset or both.
Yes.
All right.
So, Nathan, if we started at 12 a.m., so midnight, our time, that will be the morning in Australia.
Correct.
Yeah? So, because it's 2 o'clock now, and it's 9 o'clock where you are, is it?
9 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, so is your sun rising around 7 or after 7?
It's just after 7, yeah.
All right, so if we start it, Nathan, at midnight, that should be around 7. In fact, if we start it just before midnight, it should be around 7 in Perth. So you'll have time to actually catch the sunrise, the actual
And
sunrise.
do a sunset.
But you don't have to capture both. You can do one or the other. You know,
Sure.
if you can do both, then awesome. But if you can't, then one is better than none.
Sure. But no matter what, somebody will be running.
Yes.
At the time, if I have to do all of them, I will. But
No,
somebody
I'll
will be running a hangout at the
I'll
time your
start-
sun goes up or comes down on Sunday the 3rd of July.
Yeah, Nathan, if you want, I'll start the sessions if you're working on the Monday. If you're not, then, you know, I'll just jump in and carry on from you.
What, so we do a bit more than 24 hours?
Yeah.
Sure. Great. Wonderful.
Cool.
But yeah, we'll bash all this out midweek. I mean, we maybe have a couple of minutes before we get cut off. I'll just run this till it cuts off this hangout because it keeps giving me warnings that it's going to cut off soon. But
okay.
I don't know what your name is, buddy, but thank you so much. I'd call that 110% success with that. Brilliant test.
Well done, Nathan. No, it's Phil, Nathan. So we'll have a crack at Sunday and see if I can join in for that.
Excellent.
You've absolutely made this hangout. I mean, to top it off with this, because we're coming up on the end of, I think it's 8 hours. So to top it off with someone in Australia sharing their sunrise, you've absolutely made my day.
Well, we haven't been
That's
joining in
awesome.
so much with your hangout, so we thought we'd better get someone from down this south end, or rather the outer rim.
Yeah. Cool.
Or the north end.
Was there anything else you want to add?
North,
Well, yeah. How do you
Really
revolve
important,
the
you need to
plane?
add it now.
All right, I'm going to head off to work, but nice to meet you all, and we'll see you on Sunday.
See you Sunday.
All the best.
Okay, it's okay with you guys. I'm going
Nice
to give
meeting
one
you.
more plug because we're right at the end. So if I can get you all to mute your mics, I'm going to do one last plug. Let's see how well I can do it.
Before you do, Nathan, Issa, if you want to send a message and we can communicate through other means, Facebook or Skype or whatever, find Nathan's channel and go there, leave the message, and I'll get you details.
Yes, yo, please, Nathan, you have my email. Please email me a link if you don't, even not, because that's how I got involved with this. I'm still
Cool.
working on my Google Plus.
Cool.
Keep it going. All right, thank you guys. Love you all.
Pleasure. Absolute
Awesome
pleasure.
meeting you, man.
Yeah, man, love meeting y'all, man. You guys are great.
No, it's been really good fun. I mean, this time, believe it or not, has actually flown by. I'm sure Robin will agree.
Yeah, thank you,
Large
Robin.
chunks of their day have gone somewhere.
Cool.
Robin there?
Right, okay, guys, if you can all mute just for 1 second.
Yes, I heard thanks.
And then end.
Okay, mute. Everybody mute mics.
So, here we go. So thank you for joining us in chat for the 35 viewers that are watching. The reason for this hangout has been to test cameras, microphones on a hangout that we will hold on the 3rd of June 3rd of July 2016. So on the 3rd of July 2016, we will be tracking the sun on a flat Earth. There will be a rolling hangout running all day on that date, and we are asking people to participate by sharing their sunrise or sunset from their location. So you need to keep abreast of who's running the hangout at the particular time that you have your sunrise or sunset. You simply click on the link that may be in the description box of that hangout, or you'll get it by email. So keep in touch with people who are running these hangouts, or contact me, Nathan Oakley 1980 at AOL.com, and I'll keep you abreast of who's running the hangouts. Some point this week we will work out exactly what the timetable is and who will be running what hangout, so you can figure that out. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll put a few adverts out. So yeah, join us. Hopefully you'll all share the sun with us on the 3rd of July 2016 when we track the sun over a flat Earth. Thank you ever so much to everybody who has joined us on this epic, I think it's 8 hours, coming up on about 4 minutes away from Hangouts on Air. But it is this technology, this community technology, that is giving us the ability to actually track the sun, and we want to exploit it to its fullest. So hopefully we will see you all in that video on the 3rd of July 2016 when we track the sun. Thank you very much to Antonio Subirats, Adam Doherty, we've got Isa and Robin Poe. We've also had Robert Shortman and many, many more who have tested their cameras to shoot the sun on Sunday 1 week from today. I've been Nathan Oakley. I hope to see you all in that test. Bye for now.